run out of time.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the second day of the conference. We will now begin our general debate on the main theme, strengthening trust and embracing hope for our common future. I would like to begin with some opening remarks. And I would like to give the floor to the current president of the IPU, Dr. Tulia Axon. You want to hear? It's better? Okay.
Excellencies, honorable members of Parliament, esteemed religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues. Yesterday, I shared some words about why we are all gathered here. For a truly inclusive conversation about our common present and our shared future. The topic of our general debate and the title of our conference, Parliamentarians in Dialogue with Religion and Belief, Strengthening Trust and Embracing Hope for Our Common Future, is inspired by the motto of the Jubilee year, called by the late Pope Francis, which is Pilgrims of Hope. I wanted to offer some reflections on the themes of trust and hope. On trust, parliaments are one of the most important institutions for upholding the social contract, that unwritten bond of trust that keeps societies cohesive and resilient. Parliamentarians provide a vital link between the people and the national government institutions. It is parliamentarians who are tasked with hearing and representing the people in their diversity of political positions and making laws, passing budgets, carrying out oversight, and debating important issues to guarantee the equal rights and dignity for all. Trust is an essential precondition for the effective work of Parliament, for confidence in the government, and for the upholding of the rule of law. It is the foundation of a healthy democracy. Trust, colleagues and friends, is earned in drops and lost in buckets. As the saying goes, as we face difficult times in governance and in coexistence, we must nurture that hard-won trust, which has been earned not merely. We all know that we are living in difficult times where trust is being tested. Firstly, we have seen polarization and disinformation that are creating rifts in communities. Secondly, we have seen multilateralism and the rules-based international order that it is being questioned. And thirdly, we have seen growing disparities, conflicts, and the climate crisis means that we don't know how the future will look like. Restoring and strengthening trust is an important task, especially for political and religious decision makers. Without trust, our office is meaningless, since it is the trust of our constituents or congregants that give us our mandate. And trust in ourselves is what gives us the strength to go on these hard times. Trust is closely connected to hope. It is hope that gets us out of bed each day, which nurtures the optimism and ambition to strive for something better, that drives so many of us gathered here today to take on roles which are anything other than 9 to 5. Hope is part of what makes us all human. I believe it is hope that has inspired all of us, about 600 people, to come to this conference to discuss how religion and politics can engage in dialogue for a better future. The challenges facing us are bigger than us, each individually, but also bigger than our communities. They transcend national borders and cross faith lines. The general debate is a special moment in this conference where parliamentarians, religious leaders, civil society, and international experts can take the floor to share with the world the good practices of how their societies can and do benefit from joint action and interfaith dialogue for the common good. The IPU has been listening carefully to your interventions since yesterday, and we also took note of the questions that were asked, and we also took note of the views that were given, including the fact that parliamentarians should not take the role of being religious leaders. It is my pleasure to launch here today part 2 of the parliamentary report on religion and belief. This report, dear colleagues, dear friends, is 2 years in the making. It was born in Marrakesh from the good practices that many of you gathered here today shared during the general debate. Part 1 of the report looked at how parliaments engaged institutionally with religion and belief. And part 2, we take a closer look at policy issues, including upholding freedom of religion or belief, responding to hate speech, protecting the rights of religious and belief minorities, and promoting gender equality and women's rights. The report highlights efforts of members of parliament to build bridges of trust with society through interfaith engagement. This report is a testament to the important work you're all doing, members of parliament, faith communities, and other actors, in working inclusively for the common good. It showcases the values and principles that we have in common, and that each of us, with our own mandates, expertise, outreach, and strengths, can be allies in creating that common future. I encourage each one of you to take a copy home with you, and I hope some of these may inspire you in your own context, in your own national context. I want to end my remarks with a short video highlighting some of the key messages of the report. I hope it's ready. Okay.
The video, please.
So we go to the video and then I'll finish my last bit. Thanks. Colleagues and friends, I look forward to hearing your contributions to this general debate and to learning from you how we can work, what we can do to make our societies more cohesive and our institutions stronger. Thank you for your engagement and also your messages of peace that you will be addressing us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for our President. She summarized very well the core of our debate yesterday, our work yesterday, but now we have to continue the work. And we will now hear from our distinguished guest. I invite Ambassador Simona Mirela Miculescu of Romania, President of the 42nd UNESCO General Conference, to give us her opening remarks.
Mr. Honorary President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Madam President of the Inter-Parliamentarian Union, esteemed parliamentarians, distinguished keynote speakers, honored religious leaders, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, is there any way of delivering mankind from the menace of war? With the advance of modern science, this question has become not merely philosophical but existential, a matter of life or death for civilization. These powerful words come from the renowned 1931 letter, Why War?, written by Albert Einstein to Sigmund Freud, and in his reply, Freud reflected, whatever makes for cultural development, and we may add today quality education, is working also against war. This exchange reminds us of a simple fact. Peace cannot be dictated from above. It must be nurtured from within in how we think, how we relate to one another, and how we shape the world we share. Last year, we commemorated the centenary of the precursor of UNESCO, the International Institute for Intellectual Cooperation, created after World War I to foster the dialogue across borders and to cultivate what was then called the universal conscience. UNESCO was born 2 decades later from the devastation of the Second World War, founded on the idea that since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed. This is actually the first sentence of our Constitution. Today, nearly a century on, we must ask, where do we stand? Violent conflicts are spiraling. Hyperconnectivity has not guaranteed harmony. Digital abundance has not deepened understanding. Information moves at the speed of light, but so does disinformation. Algorithms reinforce bias. Deepfakes imitate truth. The hard truth is that peace, and indeed our collective existence, is under pressure, and I would say under threat. This erosion of trust is a civic crisis. It threatens our democracies, our capacity for cooperation, and our ability to imagine a future together. This is why the theme of this conference today is not only timely, it is vital. I am deeply honored to participate in this discussion and to bring UNESCO's perspective into the debate. And I would say that securing our common future requires weaving together trust and hope. From the halls of parliaments to places of worship, from multilateral institutions to civil society. In every faith and every legal tradition lies a shared call to build a community through compassion, trust, and responsibility. Let me highlight shortly a few key areas of UNESCO's recent work that are particularly relevant to our discussion. First, education. UNESCO's recommendation on education for peace, human rights, and sustainable development, adopted unanimously by 194 member states in November 2023, is the only global standard for transforming education to build peace. It emphasizes that beyond literacy and numeracy, learners must cultivate empathy, critical thinking, intercultural understanding, and environmental stewardship. It underlines that there is no peace without gender equality and girls' education. We will explore this further, actually, in our panel discussions, as far as I understood. But let me underline one thing. Parliamentarians have a key role in translating this recommendation into national legislation and education systems so that every teacher, every learner, and the entire society can benefit. Second, ethical digital transformation. Digital transformation, including artificial intelligence, is reshaping our lives, clearly. It offers the promise of tremendous benefits, but without ethical guardrails, it can reproduce discrimination, magnify divisions, and threaten rights and freedoms. UNESCO adopted the first ever global recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence in 2021, again, unanimously. This comprehensive framework guides national efforts across multiple domains, from data governance and education to health, the environment, and gender equality. And here, too, your role as legislators is essential in translating this at the national level. National AI policies must embed human rights, transparency, and fairness, ensuring that AI serves humanity and promotes sustainable development. Third, building a commons of trust in the digital age. At the 2023 Internet for Trust Conference at UNESCO, we addressed one of the defining challenges of our time: how to govern digital platforms in a way that protects freedom of expression while tackling the global risks of disinformation, hate speech, conspiracy theories. The result was the multi-stakeholder development of a comprehensive a comprehensive set of guidelines for the governance of digital platforms. They provide a roadmap for states, civil society groups, and companies alike, calling for transparency in content moderation, independent oversight, algorithmic accountability, and the inclusion of users and civil society in decision-making processes. Because if trust is to survive in the digital age, the rules that govern our online spaces must be fair, transparent, and anchored in democratic principles and international human rights law. We are also proud of our collaboration with the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Center for Law and Democracy in launching a massive open online course on freedom of expression for parliaments. We opened it in October 2024. Over 4,000 participants from more than 180 countries have already taken part. And in a world where truth itself is increasingly fragile, initiatives like this strengthen the foundations of democracy. Finally, and most importantly, let us remember that we are one humanity, living on one planet. Our cultures give us identity, our faiths give us meaning, but our shared humanity gives us purpose. There is no contradiction between honoring our cultural and religious diversity and at the same time recognizing our common destiny. On the contrary, the deeper our roots, the stronger our respect for the roots of others. This is the spirit of unity and diversity that makes peace sustainable and possible. Excellencies, let us work together across politics and religions, across cultures and nations, across international organizations and national institutions to construct the defenses of peace in the minds of every human being. In doing so, we carry forward the legacy of those who, a century ago, dared to speak of a universal conscience, the deep awareness that our futures are interdependent and that peace is not an aspiration for the few, but a responsibility shared by us all. Thank you. Grazie.
Thank you, Ambassador Miculescu. I now invite Mr. Miguel Moratinos, High Representative of the United Nations Alliance of Civilization, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation and former Member of Parliament of Spain, to take the floor.
Thank you very much. Buongiorno, everybody. The Honorable Senator Per Ferdinando Cassini, IPU Honorary President, the Honorable Dr. Tulia Axon, IPU President, distinguished parliamentarian, distinguished guests, distinguished friends. It's a privilege for me to be with you today in this impressive chamber that represents the voices, hopes, and aspirations of people. I thank Mr. Martin Chungon, my dear friend, Secretary General of IPU, for inviting me to your esteemed gathering. My dear friends, we meet a moment when the world is facing daunting challenges. from wars and forced displacement to the rising tide of hate speech, religious intolerance, and polarization, all of which erode the very fabric of our societies, create fear, and fuel violence. And I talk here about all forms of religious bigotry against all religion, community across the faith spectrum. As a UN Special Envoy to combat Islamophobia, a UN focal point to monitor anti-Semitism, I remain committed to stand up against all manifestation of religious hatred. In just time, the act of dialogue across faith, belief, and ideology become an act of courage. It becomes a statement of hope, and it reminds us that trust is not given. It is built conversation by conversation, action by action. For the United Nations Alliance of Civilization, intercultural and interfaith dialogue, in its broader sense, has been and continues to be our raison d'etre. Dialogue is anchored in our motto. Many cultures, one humanity is our motto. I thank you, Dr. Simona, to refer to this concept of one humanity. Yes, we are one humanity, one planet, and we have to save the planet, but we have to save humanity. So, dialogue and reform continue to be our hope for peace. 20 years ago, when the United Nations Alliance Organization was created in 2005, it was in response to a dangerous narrative that civilization were on a path of inevitable confrontation, the clash of civilization, they say. Today, 2 decades later, we offer a different vision, one grounded in mutual respect, shared values, and the deep belief that our diversity is a source of strength. Honorable Representative, as parliamentarians, and I've been parliamentarian myself, you stand at the front of this effort. You shape the laws that protect freedom of religion or belief, which are fundamental rights rooted in universal human rights. You foster the political will to uphold and protect human rights for all, and you provide an example through your words and your deeds that respect for diversity is not a threat to unity, but is rather its foundation. Today's conference calls us to move beyond mere tolerance, towards genuine mutual respect and understanding. It asks us not only to hear each other, but truly listening, and through that listening to find common ground. To engage in a meaningful dialogue rather than indulge in monologue, to build bridges instead of standing walls, to deconstruct bigotry and the dehumanization of the other, to embed empathy in our judgment and common sense. At a time when divisive narrative and dehumanization rhetoric so often dominate our public spaces, and when digital platforms amplify voices of fear and hatred, gatherings like this one send a different message, a message that dialogue can heal and that a shared future is still within our grasp. Finally, let me inform you that last 26th of April, in Spanish town Guernica, I imagine you remember that, I launched with Religion for Peace organization an initiative called a cry for peace, end of wars, and respect for international law. I would like to really invite all of you to adhere to this initiative. We will have the second round of this initiative in October, 16th, 17th, 18th of October in Sarajevo, and I will be glad to have some of you or all of you in Sarajevo to continue this cry for peace, end all wars, and respect for international law. Let us leave this conference with renewed resolve to strengthen trust not only between religion and belief, but across political, social, and cultural divides. To embrace hope not as a naive ideal, but a deliberate choice to work towards a world anchored in dignity, equality, and peace. Let's save the planet, let's save humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moratinos. I now invited Sayed Yavad El Kohei, Secretary General at the Al Kohei Institute, to take the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحضور الكرام سيد
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Excellencies, and good morning to all. Our world is living through a moment of division, a moment of challenges among communities, a moment in which crisis threatens the stability of all humankind. Facing this situation, there is one essential question: how can we restore confidence? And how can we achieve hope? How can we attain confidence and embrace hope? This is the title of what we are discussing. We have a common responsibility through common solidarity in our world today, after we've seen winds of war, and we have also seen much blood shed. We must rebuild bridges at a time where there is so much uncertainty in various societies and nations, but we must ask ourselves and understand how we can construct what we need and what the role of religious, government and parliamentary institutions can play in this context. Ladies and gentlemen, what distinguishes celestial religions, but also the various non-religious philosophical doctrines, is that one speaks not directly with people, but with souls, with consciousnesses, striving to build on human values, and so also through issues relating to morality, which is the fulcrum of souls, which puts an end to damage and disagreement. So religions do not lead to war, but they are a factor to promoting the values of justice, compassion, and commonality between peoples. Human dignity has been considered as a fundamental essence and providing bonds among people, giving dignity to the human being. This divine relationship is not simply something transcendental, but leads us to respect others, putting an end to all disagreements and difficulties. So human dignity is an essential right for human beings, without taking into account the color or the nationality of people. So we must strive to put an end to oppression and to any kind of difficulty, both in occupied Palestine and in Ukraine and in all other countries in the world. And we need to work together with all our strength in order to further develop human dignity, protect it everywhere, and at all times we must be against injustice, whatever the situation. As far as human dignity is concerned, it is not an individual right, but it is the basis for peaceful coexistence. And here we come to the question, if we want justice and occupation and employment, why is our world still being torn apart? Dear brothers and sisters, unfortunately, the principle of celestial religions are not placed center stage. The problem is the understanding and the use of these religions by those who monopolize the interpretation of these religions, putting them to political use too. So religious leaders must strive to explain these religions, also providing visions and rationales which proceed from religions in order to explain the true significance therein. And therefore at Medjed, the Shia community has tried not to be an active part in political battle, but to be a voice for justice and some bolster for poor people and those who wish to struggle for freedom. I want to give you an example of somebody who died recently, and I'm obviously referring to Pope Francis, who in his notes printed before his death stated, and here I recall a sentence, he said, at Najaf, I took a gift at Najaf, and people can be together and they can be brothers and sisters in religion. In this brotherhood and sisterhood, we can achieve justice and equality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now invite Archbishop Ioannis Zafaridis of the Orthodox Archdiocese of Zambia and Mozambique to take the floor. How close? Yes. Okay. Or change the microphone.
Grazie, buongiorno.
Good morning.
Dear participants, as you know, this year, UNESCO has recognized Greek language as one of the international languages. So, moreover, this institution I represent, name of Patriarchate of Alexandria in all Africa, has a history more of 20 centuries. This institution using the Greek language. So, for those reasons, please let me address this opening in Greek language by following the translation.
It is with great joy and emotion that I have the honor of participating in the opening ceremony of the general debate of the Rome Conference on Interfaith Dialogue. This is a unique occasion where, on the initiative of the PU, the crossroads of the meeting of the political and religious spheres is created for the benefit of humanity. We must not forget that there is no political space without citizens, and there is no religious space without believers. You politicians and we clergy, we are not simply authorities and administrators of institutions and powers. We are representatives, mandate holders, and trustees of the people who make up our societies. We therefore bear full responsibility for peaceful coexistence, education of youth, sustainable development, and social development of the peoples and communities we represent. We must primarily struggle for a more peaceful, more just, and more inclusive world for the present and future generations. In my brief opening speech, I would like to share my personal experiences of the way I have experienced the collaboration between political institutions and the Orthodox Church of the Patriarchate of Alexandria and All Africa, which I have the honor to serve. Please allow me to point out from the outset that this collaboration has been fruitful in all cases and has left me with the best impressions. During my pastorate under the ancient Patriarchate of Alexandria and All Africa, I found in most cases that the collaboration of our church with political institutions was necessary and imperative, I would say, in order to support our parishes and communities of believers, as well as to alleviate the pain of our suffering brothers and sisters, especially for our Orthodox Church, which represents a religious minority in African countries. A typical example was the collaboration of our Orthodox Archdiocese with the government authorities of the Republic of Zambia and Mozambique to provide full scholarships to students from the two countries to study in ecclesiastical schools in Greece. Another example concerned our collaboration with political institutions in Zambia to improve the conditions of detention in correctional facilities for women and minors. Furthermore, the religious space must be open to collaborations and joint initiatives with international political organizations, such as the United Nations and the IPU. I will never forget the good collaboration we had with the United Nations Office in Zambia and the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees in the context of the delivery of health assistance to refugee communities affected by the cholera epidemic that broke out in northern Zambia in 2018. And in this case, the result of this joint initiative was the saving of human lives. As you already know, the most representative wing of the political space is the parliamentary institutions. I had the pleasure and honor to see very early on the great importance of collaboration with parliaments. I have always a strong belief in that national parliaments are by nature closer to the people and therefore to the communities of our believers. Therefore, they constitute an excellent space for initiatives and actions centered on the common good. It is a rare phenomenon for representatives of religions to get engaged in parliamentary procedures and parliamentary work. However, for several years, I had the privilege to develop strong ties with women and men parliamentarians and parliamentary institutions. Thus, for the last 25 years, I have facilitated as liaison between the Inter-Parliamentary Assembly on Orthodoxy, the IAO, and the Pan-African Parliament, PAP. Today we have together with us the leadership of the Inter-Parliamentary Assembly on Orthodoxy. Two international parliamentary institutions with important work and activity. My collaboration with the IAO and the Pan-African Parliament has given me the opportunity to understand how the parliamentary and in general political space work. In the video that was shown a few moments ago, you saw a photo of the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Zambia, Her Excellency Miss Nelly Muti, and me, jointly planting the Olympic olive tree in the grounds of the National Assembly of Zambia. This symbolic gesture, which took place last year as part of the activities organized by the Orthodox Archdiocese of Zambia with the National Assembly to celebrate the Olympic Games, was intended to convey the message of the Olympic truce, which is and the Olympic education to the youth of Zambia. The Parliament of Zambia has embraced our proposal for the activities of the Olympic education program, and we are preparing together to establish an Olympic village in the capital of the country, Lusaka, where young and old people can be educated in the Olympic ideal as a way of shaping social behavior. As I'm not accustomed to staying up late writing speeches that make others sleepy, I would like to conclude my speech today with these indicative good practices that I have presented to you from my personal experiences. Allow me only to appeal to the IPU leadership to continue to strengthen their efforts on the crucial issue of the interaction of religion and politics. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Archbishop Safaridis. Now we have to start with the debate, but I would like to give you some advertising. Those of you familiar with IPU assemblies will know how our general debates usually function. But for the benefit of our colleagues from beyond the parliamentary community, I will explain how we will proceed. We invited participants wishing to speak in the general debate to register online, and on that basis, we established a speakers list, which we distributed to you by email earlier this week. We have continued to update that list with the new registrations and adjustments. We have aimed to find a balance in that list between the many parliamentarians interested in speaking and our partners for religions, beliefs, NGOs, faith-based organizations, and academia. As per usual IPU practice, we have also strived to strike a gender and geopolitical balance. The first section of the list will be a high-level segment for Speakers of Parliament, prominent religious leaders, and heads of organization. These will be followed by most other speakers, and finally, a short list containing second speakers from parliamentary delegations. We currently have 65 speakers on the list, so I would like to encourage you to stick to the designated speaking time. National parliamentary delegations have a maximum of 6 minutes speaking time, shared between their speakers if 2 are registered, or a maximum of 4 minutes if only 1 MP is speaking. All other speakers may speak for a maximum of 3 minutes. As we have a panel discussion and other meeting in progress, it may arise that certain speakers are not present in the room when their turn is called. In such cases, we will move them to the end of the list and call them again later. Any registration to speak made in person are being added to the end of the list, and we will call those concerned if we have time before the debate concludes at 5 p.m. today. You will have noticed that this is a working parliamentary chamber, and as such, we do not have a lectern. Speakers are therefore invited to give their speeches from where they are seated in the room. I invited you to stand and turn on the microphone in front of you when you are called upon to speak. Finally, due to the developing situation in the Middle East, several participants were unable to make it to the conference and have instead sent video messages, which we will play at the appropriate time in the predetermined list. Thank you in advance for your understanding, and I wish you fruitful deliberation. I want to remember the colleagues, great friends, that I have one bell, and I will be careful and rigid because we have to take the minutes. The first list, the first is Archbishop Angaelos. He has 4 minutes. After I use my bell. And after Angaelos, Muhammad Al-Yamadi. Now, Archbishop Angaelos. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for organizing this. This is a time of tension and a time of polarization in the world, which makes it even more important that we gather at times like this, in places like this, especially with people who are looked upon, who are trusted, and who are entrusted with both decision-making and leadership. This also calls for a time of good models and good modeling. And one thing we have lost during this particular era is the art of conversation, the art of dialogue. And this is why what we are doing here today is so incredibly important. Because what we are doing here today, as with much of what happens throughout these sessions and sessions like them, is not just here for this chamber, but will go from this chamber into the world as an example of what we are trying to do, and it is to dialogue and to speak. Unfortunately, in an era of social media and social media interaction, we have become far too accustomed and have become very comfortable in our own echo chambers. And we have lost the art of being be able to speak to the other, even if we disagree, but to listen and to speak and to dialogue. Dialogue is necessary because it is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. I'm not sure if it's just me, but I find that our world is becoming more complex. We are becoming more intersectional. We can no longer live in silos. There was a time when a Coptic Orthodox Christian would have been born in Egypt, lived, worked, and died in the same city or village. Today, we are all global citizens. I myself was born in Egypt, migrated with my family to Australia when I was 5, grew up there, went back to Egypt to join the monastery where I lived for 6 years, and I have been in Britain now for 30 years. And this story is not uncommon with many others in this room. So that sense of being able to speak with one another in a language we understand is incredibly important. This is why we need to take the things we have learned and hand them to generations to come. Mentoring and discipleship are things that are very important in my tradition and can be used in this tradition. So we need to take the wisdom of this chamber and all who are here and present it to coming generations. We need to learn and teach to de-escalate. And I speak again of my quote from Einstein yesterday: a clever man solves problems, a wise man avoids them. And we can avoid much of what we have seen from being reiterated. A wonderful verse comes to mind from Ephesians 4: let no corrupt word proceed from your mouth, but what is good and necessary for edification, and which imparts grace on those who listen. So I pray that words of grace continue here. And as I conclude, I quote Nelson Mandela, that our choices reflect our hopes and not our fears. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, and fantastic speech, exactly in 4 minutes. Nobody can be like you. Mohammad Al-Yamadi, President of the Arab Parliament. 4 minutes.
In the name of God, the All-Merciful, the Compassionate, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you and may the blessing of God be upon you. One more time, I would like to address my sincere thanks to the IPU and to the Italian Parliament and to Religions for Peace for their efforts in organizing this conference. A conference held at a time where we need increasingly to reassert the importance of dialogue, especially when we see hate increasing everywhere across the globe. We said it yesterday and we repeat it today. Religions were never a source of conflict, were never a source of wars. Religions always reassert the importance of dialogue and the value of dialogue. They call for conviviality, they condemn hatreds. However, the problem lies always in those who exploit religion for politics. Therefore, we need to avoid extremist behaviors that feed hatred and hostility towards others. We therefore have a heavy responsibility on our shoulders, and parliamentarians across the globe must shoulder this responsibility by drafting laws that preserve the freedom of belief and that prevent hatred from taking root. We need a culture of tolerance and acceptance to prevail among our nations. We need as well to use diplomacy in our parliaments in order to live partnerships, to build partnerships that would build also brotherhoods across the globe. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today we cannot talk about increasing interfaith dialogue without also talking about the harm against religious symbols. Today, in the name of the freedom of beliefs, we see people destroying symbols of faith. This undermines living together, and this also threatens peace, whether in our countries or across the globe. And therefore, on behalf of the Arab Parliament, I would like to call for unified efforts exerted across the globe in order to have a charter, a parliamentarian charter, so that parliaments will condemn this kind of behaviors. We want for this charter to become a reference so as not to allow hatred speech to take precedence over peace. Last, I would like to reassert that interfaith dialogue is not an ideology. It is a necessity if we are to build peace and stability. It is therefore our responsibility as parliamentarians to do so. And our responsibility doesn't stop at legislations and legal texts. We are here to spread tolerance and hope in our societies. Our world today needs brave and courageous stands to allow peace to prosper. Thank you very much. And again, I salute you, and may the blessing of God be upon you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now, Yahya Pallavicini, Chairman of the European Muslim Leader Majlis, member of the European Council of Religious Leaders, Religion for Peace, member of the Council European, the responsible Religions for Peace.
Thank you. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. It is again a pleasure to give the responsibility of Western European Muslim minority in dialogue within the Abrahamic context of with Jews, Christians, and Muslims in the East and in the West, and as well also in dialogue with the Brahmanic tradition, which means the Hindus, the Buddhists, and the Taoists. And I think that this intra-religious dialogue and inter-religious dialogue can actually inspire intercultural and interinstitutional relations and provide an inspiration for our common responsibility as believers and as citizens to avoid any hijack of political ideologies that are trying to abuse of religious narrative out of its context and out of its authenticity. So in order to fulfill together our common goals for peace and brotherhood, the authenticity of our roles as citizens, believers, members of the parliament, and religious leaders is really a common call for peace and for inspiration in truth and not in any kind of manipulation of doctrine against the sacredness of life. And I think this will be the message we will convey also tomorrow to Pope Leo. And this is also another example of how inter-parliamentary union and interreligious cooperation is an inspiration for the quality of life of our common good. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
I salute you, and may the blessing of God be upon you.
Now the Speaker of the House of Representatives Bosnia-Herzegovina, Denis Zvizvici, and later Dietrich Werner.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I use this opportunity to thank to all people in Inter-Parliamentary Union and Parliament of Republic of Italy for excellent organization of this event in Rome, which, as city from which I come, city of Sarajevo, represents a symbol of rich history, spiritual depth, and symbol among civilization. I'm coming from Bosnia-Herzegovina, a country whose history and identity are amongst the finest examples of how people of different faiths and cultures can live together in harmony. In my country, in many of cities, within just a few hundred meters, you can see places of worship representing all monotheistic religions. This legacy, unity in diversity, is something we take great pride in, and what we see as great contribution to multicultural and tolerance in Europe and in the whole world. Each religion represents the source of moral respect and inspiration for serving to others. But during history, we have witnessed that religion was used for hatred. Unfortunately, in the modern world, we see the try that religion is transforming into ideological weapon using for justification for discrimination and violence. That's why dialogue between parliamentarians and religious leaders is of vital importance. Together, we possess both the power and the responsibility to build societies founded on justice, freedom, and human dignity. Because how we can communicate with God if we are not ready to communicate one with other? That's why the conclusions from this conference must be very clear and must have great influence in order that all understand that interfaith dialogue is a form of communication that has for objective that through dialogue and practice we improve understanding and build the bridges between different religions in order to build peaceful life in tolerance and tolerance. So the objective is not and must not be that we impose or erase the differences, but to have foundation that we understand differences and accept them. Dialogue is a process of learning and not the way that we win among others or that silence others. The religions are God's present and they have for objective to have prosperity to all humanity and not to be reason for hatred. That's why parliamentarians and religions must work together and organize in order that we build mutual understanding on the basis of known principles. That freedom of religious belief is fundamental human right, that dialogue is not a sign of weakness, but the most powerful means of resisting intolerance, and that parliaments must be inclusive institutions that embrace diversity, not ideologically or politically closed entities. What is essence of declaration and strategy of IPU? At the end, I think that it is most important that parliaments are working actively to adopt legislation and policies that protect freedom of religion and belief and to stop the hatred speech with focus on internet and social media. That's why I propose that all parliaments in IPU change the relevant policies and appoint parliamentary bodies that will deal with interfaith dialogue and cooperation with the religious communities. Thank you for your attention. I wish you a fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Dietrich Werner, President of Globoethics.
As a representative of the international non-governmental organization Globe Ethics Foundation in Geneva, which is focused on advancing ethical leadership and promoting responsible governance globally by providing ethical knowledge and skills, I would like to bring three major succinct points to the attention of this esteemed body. The first one, the world cries out for responsible religious leaders articulating common ethical values of peace, of justice and integrity across all dividing national, religious and cultural lines. Religious leaders always represent both their local and regional communities with their needs and longings, but also the universal ethical message of their respective religions, which stand for mercy, for justice, for peace and solidarity. Therefore, despite the deep divides that can exist between communities for political reasons, religious leaders are expected, while being in solidarity with their regional community, to speak up and to defend the universal values of human dignity, of fraternity, justice and peace. These values constitute the important common ground for humanity to preserve dialogue and possibilities for collaboration and reconciliation, even in situations of grave tensions. Secondly, current global circumstances and changes see an unprecedented increase of the number and intensity of conflicts, of horrific atrocities leading to enormous sufferings amongst civilians, and an erosion of the respect of international law and multilateral cooperation. The very functioning of the international order of peace, which was established after the Second World War, is put into question. In this global emergency, an urgent common action for peace is needed, with fresh ideas and methods to prevent a further escalation and to put an end to grave sufferings. One of the elements of the new type of engagement is the need for multi-stakeholder collaboration, as stated in Action 55 in the Pact for the Future, and especially between faith and civil society leaders and law and policymakers. Hence, we commend the IPU leadership role in this field with the Marrakesh Conference and this conference in Rome. We encourage IPU to further develop this process that Globe Ethics is ready to support and to continue to partner with. Thirdly, within this gloomy period, we need a trajectory of hope to offer a better perspectives, particularly for the young people and for future generations, and to revitalize the sense of our human unity. 40 Jewish, Christian and Muslim religious leaders with peace experts recently met at the invitation of Wilton Park, of Globe Ethics and the UK Embassy to the Holy See, and also in collaboration with the UN Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights. The outcome of their discussion is a statement with 19 commitments under the title "The Role and Responsibility of Religious Leaders in Times of War, Atrocities and Polarization," which represents an important milestone on this trajectory of hope. Globe Ethics is committed to support this process and invites the participants of this conference to join us from 8 to 10 October at the Global Ethics Forum in Geneva to continue the conversation and to transform these commitments into actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Secretary General of the Ahmadiyya League of Religious Scholars, Ahmad Abadi. Later, the Speaker of the Federal National Council of United Arab Emirates. Video. Okay.
Greetings from Rabat. I wish I could have been able to be among you for this wonderful and crucial conference, which is held in the beautiful Rome, and which is the continuation of the conference that was held in Marrakesh in the period between the 12th and the 15th of June 2023. We have witnessed in this beautiful conference how God-sized dreams could come true. when the dreaming wings do still have their feathers, wings that have been unfeathered in many cases. We, as a human family, extended human family, have lost this capacity to see how the universe conspires with you if you hold, if you shape God-sized dreams. Our God-sized dream is to see humanity in peace, in living together, in agreement to unroot the rotten fear and the escalation for weaponization, and to uphold our responsibility to reinforce education. Because without education, it's the binary approach that simplifies falsely our work and induces us to errors that would lead to demolition. In this conference, in the beautiful Rome, I would like to emphasize on the fact that without a clear vision, without a functional set of mechanisms, and without the procedural approach, and without evaluation, we cannot reach what we need. Because yes, the feathered wings of dream can offer us the capacity to fly and to have those great dreams, but realizing them takes this groundwork, and which is known for the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the great institution. And it is because it is a great institution that we are wishing for it to take and lift the torch of this shared dream for peace. The Inter-Parliamentary Union has the privilege to not be operating within the governmental time. It is operating within a transcending time. And we wish for our parliamentaries, for our religious leaders, and for our academicians to join efforts under the leadership of this great institution and establishment to continue the work that was started 2 years ago in Marrakesh in the same period, and to give birth to a whole new set of the dreams that could avoid our humanity, the catastrophes that it is unfortunately walking towards. I wish you the greatest of successes in this great conference, our conference, and hope to have the privilege to see you all in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have the intervention of Gobash, Speaker of the Federal National Council, United Arab Emirates.
Your Excellency Pier Ferdinando Cassini, Your Excellency Tolia Exon, Head of the IPU and Head of Parliament in Tanzania, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you first and may the blessing of God be upon you. Today, we represent our peoples in this meeting with our various languages and cultures and religions. However, the latters are the pillars behind the birth of human values like dignity, freedom of belief, and the right to live in peace and security. We meet in Rome, a city that was for centuries one of the beating hearts of mankind history. By doing so, we reassert the importance of a pathway where nations interact in fields such as politics, law, citizenship, diversity, and intellectual work. Today, we also reassert the importance of dialogue and living together, two values that represent beacons of light in the history of mankind, which allows civilizations, cultures and religions to meet, thus allowing for knowledge, art, and peace to prosper. However, acknowledging this heritage prompts us to get a deeper understanding of dialogue, its consequences, and its nature. And this is something important in light of the current situation. Dialogue does not imply the dissolution of identity. It does not require abandoning our cultural or religious beliefs. Dialogue is the respect of diversity. It is an investment in diversity as a fertile ground to build collaboration between nations. Dear brothers and sisters, the United Arab Emirates, ever since its inception, chose to live by a progressive human philosophy where peaceful conviviality and dialogue between religions and cultures and building peace are the founding values of the nation and the state. And as part of this, in 2019, the Declaration on Humanitarian Brotherhood was born in our country under the patronage of His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. This declaration was not merely a declaration of intent. It was a philosophical and moral framework. It was a cornerstone for the foundation of a new world order where human dignity stands above everything else. This declaration also shows a deep understanding of the world, a world that needs a new moral order where religions are free from political influence and where we lay common grounds for equal citizenship for all, and when the respect of diversity is a common responsibility, not just a national option. And I would like to end by paraphrasing the declaration made by ourselves in the past. Let it be a roadmap for us in the future in order for us to achieve what we set down to achieve. We ask from ourselves, world leaders, political decision makers, and economic decision makers to work on spreading a culture of tolerance, conviviality, and peace, and to intervene immediately to stop innocent bloodshed, and to stop wars and conflict, and to stop cultural and moral decline. We call upon thinkers, philosophers, men of religion, artists, the media, and innovators to rediscover the values of peace, justice, good, beauty, brotherhood, and conviviality. We reassert the importance of these values. Let all of these persons spread those values everywhere across the globe. Thank you very much for your attention. I salute you, and one more time, may the blessing of God be upon you.
By Shahib Professor Mahinder Singh Ahluwalia, Chairman of the Guru Nanak Nashim Nasawak, Co-President and Trustee of the Religion for Peace.
Thank you. The theme today is strengthening trust and embracing hope for our common future. And I believe we are also looking for peace within ourselves, families, communities, and society. The first point I want to make is the urgency and priority. You know, we may not realize, but death is only a breath away. We have to do things fast. We talk about hope, success, faith, trust, optimism. All these are interconnected. If you want these, you want to mobilize 5 virtues and values: mercy, compassion, truthfulness, contentment as opposed to greed, humility, love and sacrifice. The other possibility is, of course, dismay and failure. If you want to talk about these, you will have to avoid 5 vices: lust, revenge, greed, virtual attachment, and the most dangerous one, ego, edging God out, that is arrogance. We have to work together. We have to come up with instruments and principles. In my little time, I have been able to come up with a peace charter for forgiveness and reconciliation. There can be no peace, sustainable peace, without reconciliation and forgiveness. The other thing I want to mention is humanity is obsessed with rights. We have forgotten responsibilities. There was a proposed Universal Declaration of Responsibilities drafted from 83 to 97 and was expected to be adopted into the rights. It was not done. We need to look at it again. We would have stopped wars if we had done that. Let us again look at responsibilities. Responsibilities are a precursor to rights. We have to work very, very closely with all religious people, non-religious people, governments, everybody. We are all connected to one humanity. We are parts of the same divine. We are sparks of the divine. That is our soul, that is our spirit. We must also consider what happens at death. Sometimes we feel that is the end of the matter. It is not. So the question is, where have we come from? Where are we going? And what is the purpose of life? We have to think about all these. And we have to serve. And love demands sacrifice. No love without sacrifice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Now, the President of the Senate, Eswatini, Lindine Dlamini.
Thank you, the President of the IPU, Dr. Tulia Ackson, Secretary General of the IPU Assembly, Your Excellencies, Presiding Officers, and Honorable Members of the Assembly, esteemed religious leaders, distinguished delegates, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It is an immense privilege to address this august gathering at the Conference on the Interfaith Dialogue centered on the profound theme of strengthening trust and embracing hope for our common future. On behalf of the Parliament and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini, under the wise leadership of His Majesty King Mswati III, I extend our warmest greetings and our unwavering commitment to the principles of peace, understanding, and shared progress. Our Parliament, like parliaments across the globe, is entrusted with a sacred threefold mandate: lawmaking, oversight, and representation. These core responsibilities are deeply intertwined with the essence of strengthening trust and embracing hope, particularly through interfaith cooperation and shared values. Parliament legislates to govern society. For trust to flourish and hope to take root, laws must be just, equitable, and reflective of the aspirations of all citizens, regardless of faith or belief. In Eswatini, our laws promote human rights, social justice, and freedom of belief, ensuring dignity for all. Fair, impartial laws strengthen trust in institutions and create a peaceful coexistence. The interfaith dialogue enriches this process by informing us about the diverse values and needs of our communities, enabling more inclusive legislation. Oversight means holding the executive accountable. It is critical to building a public trust where there is transparency, accountability, and zero tolerance for corruption. Citizens have confidence in their institutions. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, Parliament uses questions, committees, and budgetary scrutiny to exercise oversight. This fosters a culture of responsibility, not just identifying gaps, but promoting continuous improvement. From an interfaith viewpoint, oversight reflects universal ethical principles such as honesty, integrity, and service. Thus, Parliament's role reinforces the moral fabric of society and inspires hope. Perhaps most significant in this context is representation, being the voice of the people. Parliaments must listen and reflect on what the people are saying. It is important that diverse aspirations of all citizens, including faith communities, are listened to. In Eswatini, we value peace among religious denominations. Our parliament seeks inclusion, engagement, and genuine empathy across all sectors. True representation goes beyond members. It's about ensuring every voice counts. Interfaith dialogue offers a platform for moral voices to be heard. When parliaments listen to these voices, they strengthen the connection between people and government, fostering ownership and shared destiny. Lawmaking, oversight, representation are not just procedures, they form a foundation for a trusted and hopeful society. When we legislate fairly, hold power to account, and include all voices, we create peace and prosperity. This conference reminds us that parliaments do not work alone. Our duties connect deeply to the spiritual health of our nations. Through interfaith collaboration, we can strengthen trust, cultivate empathy, and embrace hope for our humanity. I'd like to thank the IPU and the Italian Parliament for a good conference that is very timely. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, President. David Saperstein, Director Emeritus and Senior Advisor for Policy and Strategy of the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism. Saperstein is here? No, not yet. Mark Daly, Chairperson of the Senate of Ireland. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Thank you. John Hume, the Nobel Prize winner who won the Peace Prize for his work on the Good Friday Agreement, was from Derry in Ireland. He said all conflicts are about difference, whether that is difference of race, religion, or nationality. Difference is natural. Difference is an accident of birth. It should therefore never be a source of hatred or conflict. The answer to difference is to respect it. Therein lies a most fundamental principle of peace, a respect for diversity. The conflict on our island that came to an end at the signing of the Good Friday Agreement in 1998 was complex. Religion, nationality, identity, and injustice all played a part. Yesterday, the most powerful speaker at the Interfaith Conference was an atheist from Mexico, the Senate President. He spoke about the conflict in Israel and Palestine, a conflict of faith, of nationality, identity, and much, much more. For surely at an interfaith dialogue, we should be talking about conflicts that are about faith, a conflict that includes identity, difference, nationality. We should talk about the solutions. It is interesting that the leaders of religious organizations and most political speakers did not talk about an interfaith conflict that is happening now in our world. We should be talking about it. We should be talking about the solutions, about a pathway forward, about a ceasefire, about hostages being released, an end to the killing. But like in the case of Ireland, how do we stop the violence, but how do we create a peaceful way forward? Surely that is what an interfaith dialogue should be about. I will finish on this. Political leaders and religious leaders who remain silent should reflect on the words of Daniel O'Connell. Nothing is politically right which is morally wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Exact time. Now, Ioan Volpescu, President of the General Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Assembly of Orthodoxy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear participants, at the outset, allow me to convey warm greetings of the head of the Inter-Parliamentary Assembly on Orthodoxy, Secretary General, Member of the Hellenic Parliament, Dr. Maximos Harakopoulos. Our organization sincerely welcomes the initiative of organizing the Rome Conference, which follows the emblematic first parliamentary conference on interfaith dialogue held in Marrakesh in 2023, and the side event co-organized by the IPU, the AIO, and the King Hamad Global Center for Coexistence and Tolerance in the context of the 150th IPU Assembly in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. I'm certain you will agree with me that in order to address the multiple challenges and crises the modern world is facing, collective responses are necessary. Nowadays, the political field cannot monopolize the decision-making process, but together with other fields of institutional expression, such as religions and civil society, have the ability to make legitimate decisions. The IPU, through the Marrakesh Conference and the Rome Conference, provides a clear framework for how cooperation between parliamentary and religious institutions can be structured. Of course, difficulties arise in these cooperations. On one hand, the parliamentary space is clearly defined in terms of presumptions of its representation and is governed by rules and procedures in terms of its operation. On the other hand, the religious space is more free of such norms, resulting in the emergence of extra-institutional entities and expressions alongside the official institutional structures of religions, which often exhibit particular dynamics and influence in society. Within such a fragmented field, such as the field of religion, special attention needs to be paid to our chosen interlocutor. Therefore, the codifications of religious institutions and personalities is perhaps the greatest challenge we must overcome. For 44 consecutive years, our organization has open channel of communication with various religions and religious organizations and communities, not only of the Christian world, but also of the Muslim world, and has gained significant experience in communicating and undertaking such actions in the religious field. We anticipate continuing the discussion after Rome around the specific axis. Our proposal concerns the formation of a framework of principles and values that will administer the cooperation of parliamentary and religious actors and the provision of procedural steps and criteria aiming to a successful dialogue between the two fields. In this way, the exclusion of extreme behaviors that use religion as an instrument for obtaining political benefits is also achieved. We believe that such an initiative should have the active support of the IPU in order to facilitate its member parliaments in the creation of permanent institutional processes and structures for regular and substantive dialogue with religions. The AIO is ready to contribute as one of the few international parliamentary institutions with expertise on issues of religious values. Finally, I hope that the Rome Conference and its conclusions will lead humanity even closer to achieving peace, reconciliation, and friendship among peoples, all religions and beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, there is Emerson Jaffa Kingi, Speaker of the Senate, Kenya. There is.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, the themes strengthening trust and embracing hope for a common future rightfully guide us towards reaffirming the power of interfaith dialogue as a cornerstone for peace, inclusivity, and sustainable development. Kenya's rich tapestry of cultures, religions, and traditions offers both lessons and aspirations in our shared quest for a harmonious future. In Kenya, interfaith dialogue is not merely a policy, but a lived reality. From the coastal interfaith councils fostering Christian-Muslim cohesion to grassroots initiatives like the Shared Future Project, which empowers youth to counter extremism through dialogue, we have witnessed how trust is built when communities recognize their common humanity. As Zipporah Nyawera, a Christian leader in Diani, Kwale County in Kenya, reflects, and I quote, "Regardless of our faith, we pray to the same God. Our children attend the same schools, and we share the same hospitals." This ethos aligns with the calls made at Parliamentary Conference on Interfaith Dialogue held in Marrakesh, Morocco in June 2023, packaged as the Marrakesh Communique, which stringently advocated for dialogue grounded in fundamental rights. We must recall that a resounding concurrence at the meeting was that interfaith dialogue that is grounded in support for fundamental rights and freedoms is an essential tool for promoting inclusivity and peaceful coexistence, upholding the rule of law and encouraging collective efforts to achieve a better society. The Parliament of Kenya stands as a partner in advancing interfaith solidarity. We have championed laws that project religious freedoms and also protect freedoms and promote equitable resource distribution, a critical tool to dismantle the socio-economic disparities often exploited to fuel division. Our communities actively engage faith leaders in policy making, ensuring their voices shape national cohesion strategies. Kenya urges this assembly to undertake the following: invest in localized dialogue, like Kenya's Kumbatia Interfaith Youth Forums, focused on addressing radicalization and inequality. Amplify women's leadership in bridging religious divides, as seen in the case of Zipporah's work, combating gang violence through parental dialogues. Leveraging parliaments to institutionalize interfaith principles, ensuring policies reflect the Jubilee year's spirit of renewal. In closing, I implore us to remember this: trust is not a destination, but a journey. Kenya commits to walking with you in this path, in embracing our diversity as strength and our shared aspirations as the foundation for a future where no one is left behind. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. The President and co-founder of the Dharma Alliance, Prashant Sharma.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, friends, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I do so as President of Dharma Alliance Geneva and as a representative of the diverse family of dharmic traditions, Buddhist, Hindu, Jain, and Sikh, which guide the lives of over 2 billion people around the world. The dharmic worldview begins with a reverence for plurality, not as a challenge to overcome, but as a truth to be celebrated. As the Rig Veda proclaims, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. Truth is one. The wise call it by many names. This recognition of shared truth lies at the heart of our engagement in interfaith dialogue. This is why Dharma Alliance, founded in Geneva, works to ensure dharmic voices and values are part of the multilateral conversation. Our approach is grounded in 3 core principles. First, we must expand the table of dialogue. Too often, global conversations on religion and human rights rely on a specific set of traditions and frameworks. Dharmic traditions, which do not always conform to institutional models of religion, are frequently underrepresented. Yet these traditions offer profound insights into ethical governance, compassion in public life, and the dignity of all beings. As the Buddha teaches, all paths of goodness converge in the ocean of compassion. Second, dignity must be our foundation. In dharmic thought, dignity arises from interconnection. The Sanskrit phrase, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, urges us to look beyond borders and identifies and identities to our shared humanity. The Jain tradition echoes this. Parasparog paragraho jivanam. All life is bound together by mutual support. Third, dialogue must lead to action. For dharmic communities, dharma does not only mean spiritual duty, but ethical responsibility. In Geneva, we are working with scholars, states, and institutions on the SDGs and Dharmic Traditions Initiative, applying dharmic values to human rights, education, health, and environmental justice. We are also proud partners of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights Faith for Rights program and the UN University for Peace. As the Guru Granth Sahib reminds us, Nako Bairi, Nahi Begana, Sagal Sang Humko Banai. No one is my enemy, no one is a stranger. I get along with everyone. Interreligious dialogue, when rooted in non-violence, interdependence, and service, becomes more than conversation. It becomes a tool for peace, coexistence, and resilience. As the Bhagavad Gita says, he who sees the self in all beings and all beings in the self never turns away from anyone. This is not only a spiritual path, it is a political imperative. Let us build on it together. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Manuel José Osandón, Presidente del Senato del Cile. Later, Munib Yohanun, Bishop Emeritus of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Jordan and the Holy Land. Now the President of the Senate of Chile.
Buenos días. Good morning. I am Senator Osandón of Chile, President of the Senate of Chile. This conference on interfaith dialogue features a generous debate, and an open one at that, regarding the things which unite us and which may lead us to a future of cooperation and a humanistic feeling, one we all share. To do this, it is essential to look to what our beliefs, faiths, and ethics are. As a French philosopher once said, we have to distinguish to unite, and therefore, as a Catholic, let me say that the Second Vatican Council launched an appeal to all Catholics, urging them to recognize, preserve, and promote the spiritual and moral elements in other religions as a way of joining hands to work towards a world of peace, freedom, social justice, and moral values. With this level of openness, we Catholics understand that interfaith dialogue is sometimes a spiritual, sometimes a social task that allows us to understand what God wishes to tell us through the cultures of other religions. We have to understand that one of the essential traits of dialogue is recognizing the fact that we are different. And that is the awareness that allows us to appreciate the value of pluralism. How can we enrich interfaith dialogue, therefore? As mentioned by José Hernández y Serrat, religions have a major task to deal with, which is that of promoting love through compassion, through hope, through mercy. And with these efforts, they have to establish a fruitful dialogue so that we can move from coexistence to cooperation, and then later on to fraternal friendship. And in this context, religions have to actively work to build a society based on sharing, freedom, social justice, and good governance. That's where politicians, lawmakers, lay people have to work responsibly to serve a political community, allowing it to function generously and through an interfaith dialogue. We lawmakers have to understand what Pope Francis said in his Laudato Si encyclical, when he said that we have to have a more fraternal human community, one that can establish fruitful relations, allowing us to deal with the major challenges we all face, including a sustainable use of the planet's resources, conflict solving, and therefore all those of us who are engaged in politics have to reaffirm and defend the inalienable rights of all humans. And finally, as lawmakers who build the present and the future of our societies, we have to fully understand the value of coexistence from the social and religious points of view. Religious diversity and the expression of mercy have to become part of our daily action. That is an important way through which we can improve the human condition and work towards achieving global peace. Thank you very much.
The President, now the video message of the Bishop Emeritus, the Evangelical Lutheran Church.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you from Jerusalem that needs your prayers for justice. I would have loved to be present in person, but the war prevented me. Our world today is in dire need of cooperation between parliamentarians and religious leaders in order to together work for the common values of justice, harmony, living together, and reconciliation in order to make our world more safer. In the midst of war and illegal occupation, I would like to speak on four principles that we should work together. 1, the sanctity of every life. God has created us on God's image, and Jesus Christ on his cross retained the sanctity and dignity of every life, regardless of religion, ethnicity, religious, or party affiliation. As an Arab, Palestinian, Christian, evangelical, Lutheran bishop, and a Palestinian refugee, I affirm every human being bears God's image. Palestinians, Israelis, Europeans, Africans, Asian, Australian, American, Latin American, Jews, Christian, Muslim, other religions have equal dignity and equal life. Secondly, justice and only justice must be our aim in our societies and in our broken world. Some like to speak on peace. I always emphatically, in an emphatical way, say we need peace based on justice in the whole world, including the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Pope Leo XIV succinctly said, "Earth will rest, justice will prevail, the poor will rejoice, and peace will return once we no longer act as predators, but as pilgrims, no longer for ourselves, but walking only side by side. Thirdly, we have together to combat any kind of religious or political extremism. Religious extremism is a perversion of true religion. It is the antithesis of loving God and loving your neighbor as yourself. Extremism makes our world less safer. We only need robust moderation that respects human rights, gender justice, freedom of religion, freedom of expression, and equal citizenship that embraces diversity. Fourthly, we together must promote respect of holy sites, of all faiths, and together to combat any disrespect, desecration, or abuse when they are exploited for violent, hostile purposes. As I come from Jerusalem, I emphasize on the respect of the historical status quo of all holy sites. Holy places must not be places of war, conflict, of incitement. They are places of worship, prayer, meditation, and spiritual growth. I really long for peace based on justice in Palestine and Israel. I would like to ask you that we can cooperate together to stop any war, either in Gaza or the West Bank, Iran, Lebanon, Israel, Syria. There is no just war. There is only just peace. I pray that we can together work for this holy mission of peace based on justice in Israel and Palestine according to the international legitimacy. May God give wisdom to the powerful. As Prophet Micah says, what does God demand of you but to do justice and to love kindness and to walk humbly with your God? May God bless you.
Thank you very much for this important video message. Now, Stefan Bartulica, President of the Political Network for Values. Where is? Okay. Paulette Misambo, President of the Traditional Senate, Gabon. Perhaps is in another meeting. And now, Speaker of the National Assembly, Zimbabwe.
He's not here.
Mudenda is here?
No.
Not yet. Agustin Almodovar, member of the Senate, Spain. The speaker, excuse me, I'm sorry. The speaker, Zimbabwe?
No.
Gabon. President of the Traditional Senate, Gabon, Paulette Misabambo. Thank you very much, I'm sorry.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, allow me to thank the IPU. Thank you, Madam President of the IPU. Thank you to Italy's Parliament for having invited us. And I also wish to greet my fellow parliamentarians. I also wish to thank all of the religious representatives who are attending this very important meeting. Allow me to underline the fact that in Gabon, the promotion of an inclusive society and of religious freedom is guaranteed by our Constitution. The same applies to the protection of minorities, the promotion of gender equality, along with the promotion of our national languages, which are a part of our education system and in our state communication. based on our new constitution, which is in line with the Marrakesh Declaration regarding the creation of democratic institutions, the goal of which is that of promoting a universal culture of inclusion. The President of the Republic of Gabon, following this recommendation, which he considered, set up a transitional parliament based on inclusion, which allows us to include all of society, civil society representatives, the military, religious representatives, people with disabilities, business people, everyone. Which brings us back to the topic we're discussing, which is strengthening trust and embracing hope for our common future. Allow me to underline the fact that this conference focuses very much on faith and on religion as a way of achieving peace among humanity. A humanity which is increasingly a victim of material violence. Humanity continues to be linked to what humanity feels is essential for its future. Culture has to be a crucial value as a way of achieving a hope-filled future. What we all share, despite our differences, is the reality of humanity itself. That is why it is so urgent to work towards a better future. That is one of the reasons why we appreciate this conference so much, which focuses on the crucial role parliaments have to face in terms of guaranteeing coexistence and the role religion can play in achieving coexistence, allowing us to work towards a better future. Therefore, in this conference, we have to deal with all the efforts required to build a community based on fraternity. It isn't a matter of focusing on our respective religious sense of belonging. We have to embrace everyone as part of the human family. Dialogue is crucial in trying to achieve a common good without focusing on our differences. We need solidarity so that we can communicate with one another and overcome our selfishness, and so that we can discover how similar we all are. And of course, the representatives of the different faiths have to work to overcome the obstacles to our social development. Furthermore, interfaith dialogue with new religious movements and with African traditional religions are a real need our societies have if we want to achieve coexistence. And this is already a reality we face in Gabon. This happens in all contexts in human life, in nature, in our families. We need to focus on coexistence. Again, this is a dialogue which touches upon all spheres of life. Religions and politics have to allow us to achieve coexistence, which means embracing human values. We have to remember that the values we share are worthy of our esteem. And we have to focus on what we share as human beings, despite the different religions we may have. Human beings have to work towards a real interfaith dialogue. In a world marked by war and violence, even in social networks, in a world in which the main victims are women and children, religion and faith have to be tools through which we can build bridges of solidarity. They have to help us build a world marked by peace and social justice. Thank you.
Now, Agustin Almodovar, member of the Senate of Spain.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. President Axon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished parliamentarians. No religious cause can be exploited to destroy life, freedom, or the dignity of others. That turns religion into a tool of oppression. It is a real honor to take the floor in the Eternal City, where throughout history we have seen debates between religion and reason. We are here as lawmakers and human beings working to achieve peace, coexistence, and mutual respect. We live in a world which is different. This isn't a threat, it is an opportunity. But this can only be based on respect, which is a fundamental value. Respect means recognizing others as peers, despite the different views we may have, despite the different religions we may have. Europe and the world need now more than ever a voice that can speak as a bridge between religions and faiths, because that is the way through which we can achieve peace. But if we only see others through our biases, we end up with fanaticism and extremism. In Spain, we know what it means to foster the coexistence between cultures and religions. That's why here in Rome we want to raise our voices to say that respect is non-negotiable, and there can be no real freedom without religious freedom, and no democracy without interfaith dialogue. As lawmakers, we have an ethical duty, which is that of protecting and leading by example. We have to be bridges, not trenches. We have to promote education, tolerance, knowing one another, and empathy. Ignorance leads to hate, whereas communication leads to peace and fraternity. We have to be able to coexist, and that requires laws, respect, and recognizing the dignity of everybody, regardless of our faith and vision of the universe. Rome is also the symbol of a new stage through which politics can be used to unite rather than divide, to protect our priorities without ever overlooking the universal principles of freedom and peace. We live in societies in which religious freedom is something normal. This diversity has to be governed, and it has to be based on the deep recognition of others as peers with equal dignity, with equal rights, despite our religious differences. This is a political principle, the basis upon which religious freedom, social peace, and democratic cohesion are based upon. And the IPU, through its work, reminds us of the fact that interfaith dialogue is no secondary feat. It is an essential part of human development, because through dialogue we can reduce extremism. Through dialogue we can exclude hate. In Spain, we understand that dialogue is a fragile thing which has to be nurtured through politics and dialogue. That's why we have to educate to coexist. And as parliamentarians, we have the duty of guaranteeing a legal framework that can protect religious freedom. And we also have the responsibility of being examples. We have to promote the politics of the encounter and not division. Dear colleagues, we have to continue in our commitment to respecting and protecting human dignity through pluralism and through mutual understanding. I wish to thank the IPU for reminding us of the fact that dialogue is the most powerful tool we have. We have to continue in our dialogue with intelligence and humanity. And peace isn't only built through agreements. It is built through shared values. And here in Rome, a city of empires, religions, war, and reconciliation, we have to renew this commitment with increasing strength. Thank you very much.
Now, Tageldin Hamad, Chairman of the Universal Peace Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President, honorable parliamentarians, respected religious leaders. You represent pillars of human civilization, law and morality, governance and faith. Your presence here is not just symbolic, it is a statement of our shared responsibility to secure Peace for Humanity. The Universal Peace Federation, an NGO in a general consultative status with the United Nations, believes that true peace cannot be achieved through politics alone, nor through religion in isolation. Lasting peace emerges when political wisdom and spiritual insight walk hand in hand. In this spirit, we recall the visionary proposal of Dr. Haq Jahan and her late husband, Dr. Moon, the co-founders of the unification of Universal Federation. On behalf of many religious leaders, on August 18, 2000, they organized an international conference at the United Nations headquarters in New York and called for the establishment of an interfaith council at the United Nations. They believe that alongside the voices of political leaders, the voices of spiritual leaders must also be heard, offering a moral clarity, spiritual wisdom, and a deeper perspective on the human condition. Several nations heard the call, and a productive process emerged that led to many positive results. Trust, dear friends, is the foundation of peace. It must be built intentionally through transparency, integrity, and mutual respect. As parliamentarians and religious leaders, you have the power and the duty to model this trust and instill it in your communities and nations. But trust alone is not enough. We must also embrace hope, not a passive hope that waits, but an active hope that builds. Hope that enables dialogue where there is silence, healing where there is division, and cooperation where there has been conflict. Let us move forward together, not as representatives of institutions, but as brothers and sisters of one global family. Let us build bridges between politicians and faith, between nations and religions, between present action and future vision. Let us work for a world where the wisdom of the Spirit joins the decisions of the state, where trust is our compass and hope our shared journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Farooq Hamid Nek, member of the Senate, Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Madam President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, this year, significance of our gathering is elevated by its alignment with the Vatican's Jubilee year, a time symbolizing renewal, forgiveness, and hope. I take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge the appointment of His Holiness Pope Leo XIV. It is our sincere hope that he will carry forward moral standing and legacy of his predecessor, Pope Francis, who consistently raised his voice against faith-based violence, including the ongoing genocide of Palestinian people. May his leadership continue to inspire the world towards justice, compassion, and interfaith harmony. We gather not just to speak, but to listen, to bridge gaps, and to reaffirm our shared humanity. In today's complex global environment, marked by deepening divides and rising intolerance, interfaith dialogue remains a vital tool for building inclusive and stable societies. It is not symbolic exercise, but a necessary response to the misuse of religion to justify violence, discrimination, and exclusion. Israel, again, a case in point. Pakistan stands firmly for the principles of peace, coexistence, and religious freedom. Our Constitution guarantees all citizens' right to practice their faith freely, and we continue to strengthen institutional frameworks that promote harmony among communities. Our Constitution provides for reserved seats for minorities to ensure their representation in the federal and the provincial legislative assemblies. We believe that meaningful dialogue between religious and political circles is essential to reinforce social cohesion, dispel distrust, and ensure that differences are marked and addressed through mutual respect and understanding. As a federal and democratic institution, Senate of Pakistan has played an active role in promoting interfaith understanding and protecting rights of minority communities. Senate of Pakistan has adopted multiple resolutions condemning religious hatred and reaffirming principles of tolerance enshrined in our national ethos. Parliamentary committees of Pakistan regularly engage with representatives from different religious communities to inform legislation and policies. Laws have been strengthened to protect places of worship, prevent hate speech, and ensure equal representation in democratic process. These measures are part of Pakistan's broader commitment to upholding religious freedom and adopting a culture of mutual respect within our diverse population. We are all witness to the troubling rise of religious intolerance, hate speech, and misuse of digital platforms to promote division. In many parts of the world, minority groups are facing persecution, often in silence. This calls for a unified response. Parliaments must work not only within national boundaries, but engage regionally and globally, sharing legislative best practices, connecting with civil society, and collaborating with faith leaders to combat narratives of hate. Strengthening legal and moral foundations of pluralism is no longer optional, it is urgent. Theme of the conference, Strengthening Trust and Embracing Hope, offers a timely reminder of our collective responsibility. Unless we take responsibility, we cannot build trust. We support proposals that encourage stronger parliamentary engagement with faith-based organizations, particularly in promoting education, youth inclusion, and responsible leadership. We also believe that global platforms such as the IPU can play a vital role in the developing shared frameworks on religious freedom, social cohesion, and peaceful coexistence. We urge establishment of continuous dialogue mechanism backed by data legislation and interfaith collaboration to address roots of intolerance. Let us reaffirm that peace is not built through silence and indifference, but through principled engagement and shared resolve. Pakistan stands ready to contribute to these efforts. We believe that interfaith dialogue anchored in mutual respect and human dignity is key to securing a more inclusive and peaceful global future. We thank the host once again and express our solidarity with all those working for harmony and justice across faiths and nations. May peace be upon you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now has arrived Mudenda, Speaker of the National Assembly, Zimbabwe. I give the floor.
He's there. You're not speaking?
Is he or not?
He's there. Ask him if he wants to speak. Maybe not. Ask him.
Do you want to speak?
Sorry, Chair. I was advised that I would speak in the afternoon, but I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay, in the afternoon.
Can I proceed?
Yes. Okay, yes.
The moderators, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, strengthening trust and embracing hope for our common future is a hallowed responsibility for parliamentarians in dialogue with religion and belief. Such an onerous responsibility demands that parliamentarians be evocative in their conversation with religion and belief in some measured theological plane. That calls for ethical and thought leadership, which espouses empathy and openness of the mind in order to enable to dialogue constructively and positively with religion and belief in the spirit of inclusive interfaith dialogue environment. But what kind of dialogue with religion and belief should parliamentarians pursue? It must be a dynamic engagement to fully appreciate the intricacies of the various religious beliefs and persuasions. If not, there is some danger that parliamentarians may find it challenging to legislate comprehensively for laws which ought to advance interfaith dialogue that is promotive of collegiate respect for the inalienable fundamental rights and freedoms in respect of the consummation of human dignity in worship. Oversight on the executive may be skewed towards weak superintendency. Equally, parliamentarians' representative role in matters of faith may suffer unintended stillbirth, the consequence of which would be the loss of public trust from amongst the citizenry. One way to remedy this conundrum is for parliamentarians to employ the use of artificial intelligence, AI, in the unfathomable ecosystem of various religions and beliefs, as well as the uncharted waters of African traditional spirituality. Here are some of the AI transformative engagements in interfaith dialogue. A primary application of AI in interfaith dialogue is its capacity for advanced language translation, which fosters communication between and among individuals from different linguistic and cultural backgrounds. AI can enable customized content delivery that reflects a wide array of religious perspectives. Furthermore, AI has revolutionized traditional methods of scriptural analysis and that of other doctrinal faith-based theologies. Parliamentarians and religious faith-based leaders can employ AI algorithms for predictive data analysis in enhancing interfaith dialogue for sustainable humane coexistence. However, parliamentarians and religious leaders must bear a critical responsibility in shaping the ethical governance of AI, lest we forget the pivotal anchor of the human factor in AI applications. It is axiomatic that as parliamentarians seek dialogue with religion and belief, they must earn public trust assuredly, so that to create grounded hope in humanity. They have to be pilgrims of hope, the hope which late Pope Francis affirms that hope does not disappoint, because in its first sign, and I quote, should be the desire for peace in our world, which once more finds itself immersed in the tragedy of war. May the Jubilee remind us that those who are peacemakers will be called children of God. May diplomacy be tireless in its commitment to seek with courage and creativity every opportunity to undertake negotiations aimed at lasting peace. I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now, Mr. Stefan Bartulica, member of the European Parliament from Croatia and president of the Political Network for Values.
Thank you, Chair. It's an honor for me to be at this event, and I want to thank IPU and all the people who made a great effort in organizing this gathering in Rome. Yes, I speak on behalf of the Political Network for Values. It's an honor for me to serve as the president of this organization. We promote fundamental values such as human dignity, the natural family, the right to life, and also free speech. Recently, there was a new law passed allowing abortion up until birth in Great Britain. This is very disturbing and unfortunately is a sign that many countries are embracing the culture of death. At the same time, in Britain, you can be arrested if you're praying in front of a health facility. So we have many problems in Europe. As a member of the European Parliament, I'm fighting for the fundamental freedom to speak. In the Commission, there is a fight now with these basic rights involving a law called the DSA, Digital Service Act, which allows regulators to control and even censor free speech online. I find this a major problem. We all have to, we don't have to agree on every issue, but we must agree that the right to free speech is essential for a free and prosperous society. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have an audience tomorrow with Pope Leo XIV. He is a true religious leader now, I think a man for the moment, who's speaking with great clarity to the world on these fundamental issues. And I call on the other religions, all world religions who are represented at this gathering, to embrace his appeal to unite and to speak with one voice when it comes to questions such as human dignity and also the right to life. We have many wars now that we're observing throughout the world. Unfortunately, also children and other innocent people are being killed. And we must condemn this with unanimity. This cannot become routine. So ladies and gentlemen, again, it's an honor for me to speak here as a member of the European Parliament. I look forward to a fruitful discussion, and I wish IPU much success in your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for you. Now we start to ask them to give the floor to other speakers registered in the general debate. Fasi Mustafa is a member of the National Assembly of Azerbaijan. Now, my darling, 3 minutes, please. 3 minutes.
Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, it is both an honor and a responsibility to speak before you today on behalf of the National Assembly of the Republic of Azerbaijan. I extend my deep appreciations for the opportunity to be part of this vital global dialogue. We are here not just as political representatives or religious actors, but as human beings united by a shared hope for peace, dignity, and mutual respect. In a time when polarization is spreading across borders, our gathering reflects a collective commitment to harmony. Azerbaijan, often referred to as a pearl of the Caucasus, stands at the intersection of East and West. Our nation has long been a living example of multiculturalism. For centuries, people of different faiths, Muslims, Christians, Jews, and others have coexisted peacefully on our land. This tradition of tolerance is not accidental. It is deeply rooted in our secular constitution and the legal regulation of religion-state relations. The idea that everyone is different, everyone is equal, is more than a slogan. It is a principle Azerbaijan lives by. Our country treats multiculturalism as a state policy and dialogue as a daily practice. Religious tolerance is not left to chance. It is supported by legal frameworks and dedicated institutions. It is time we moved beyond outdated frameworks like Islam versus Christianity or East versus West. We need a new model, one based on universal ethics and supra-religious cooperation. Religion, after all, belongs to God. What we build from it, our culture, our laws, our behavior belongs to us. Importantly, we must stop confusing religion with morality. Religion can serve as a foundation for ethical life, but it must adapt to changing social realities. The breakdown of peaceful coexistence often begins when we treat moral norms as rigid, unchangeable dogmas. That's why platforms for intercultural dialogues are more important than ever. Azerbaijan has prioritized this since 2008 through initiatives like the Baku process, the World Forum of Intercultural Dialogue at the Baku International Humanitarian Forum. Our centers for multiculturalism and interfaith cooperation have made Baku a recognized hub for such global conversations. I believe strongly in the power of inter-parliamentary cooperation. By sharing a legislative experience, we can build more inclusive, resilient societies together. To live in peace, we do not need to agree on everything, but we must be willing to listen to one another and to respect each other's values. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now, Kushavant Singh, head...
Video?
I'm sorry. Sharon Rosen, video before. Later Singh. Now the video.
I speak to you from my home in Jerusalem, this beautiful and troubled city that's so dear to billions of people. I had planned to be with you all in person, but while the skies in my region are now open to warfare, they're not open to civilians who want to advance international dialogue and strengthen trust in our common future. I wonder whether we would be in this situation now if we had truly invested over the years in a powerful and sustained effort to elevate diplomacy over military might in finding solutions to the conflict in the Middle East. When it comes to strengthening trust in the Middle East, it's clear that religious actors must play a central role. We know that for most people here, religion is an integral part of their identity. It's true religious actors can be, are, and have been part of the problem, but most would like to live in peace. We need to amplify their voices. When I began working in Search for Common Ground's Jerusalem office 20 years ago with its team of Palestinians and Israelis, I directed a Holy Sites initiative to reduce tensions around Jerusalem's highly contentious sacred spaces. We worked with religious leaders across the region, with the tacit support of their country's political leaders, on a declaration that respects the attachments of each religion to its holy sites and to set up a multi-stakeholder collaborative mechanism to protect them. While that task, which is still so sorely needed, ended in failure because of spoilers, it led the way to the creation of the Universal Code of Conduct on Holy Sites that offers a collaborative, multi-sectoral approach to protecting sacred spaces. This Universal Code has been successfully implemented here on Mount Zion and Jerusalem, among other places. The trust and collaboration developed among religious leaders, central and local government, the police, media, and volunteers substantially reduced tensions for several years. Sadly, though, they are rising again as resources are cut to NGOs to fund greater defense spending and more weapons. Extremist voices take over and religious freedom inevitably suffers. So here are 3 recommendations to parliamentarians gathered here today to improve cooperation and address shared concerns. It's really important to learn about all the religions and beliefs in your countries. Religious literacy is an essential tool for parliamentarians to understand how to collaborate with diverse religious actors and reduce tensions. Secondly, attacks on holy places and their adherents are worldwide. Get involved and support multi-stakeholder approaches like the Universal Code to help minimize them. And finally, please provide more funding to the NGOs who are doing this collaborative work on the ground. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Kushwant Singh, Head of Secretariat of the International Partnership on Religion and Sustainable Development. I don't know if he is here. Member of the Senate of Cameroon, Nagan Gube Aminatu, is here.
No.
Gennaro Migliore. Now, I can... Mr. Migliore. Mr. Migliore, Director of the Advisory Board of the International Committee on Countering Extremist and Hate Speech, and in the past, President of Parliament of Mediterranean. No, now Migliore, and later, now Migliore, speak. Speak, Migliore, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and President of IPU. In a world marked by division and misunderstanding, dialogue is necessary. It's an act of justice, it's an act of peace and humanity. The IPU is the house of multilateralism and coexistence, and that's why I am very proud to be here in my home, because I was for a long time in this Chamber of Deputies to speak on behalf of my organization. Pope Francis says that interreligious dialogue is a necessary condition for peace and in the world, to become bridges of fraternity and not walls of enmity. But also hundreds of Muslim scholars signed a Makkah Declaration, where it is, and I quote, "Religious and cultural diversity must never be a justification for conflict. Humanity needs dialogue and cooperation to confront common challenges." As well as in the Jewish tradition, the very respected Rabbi Jonathan Sachs said, "Differences are not to be hated, but honored. It is the respect of the differences that draw to the peace. 3 faith, 1 conviction. That peace is built on the mutual recognition. The faith must never be excuse for exclusion or war. That word matter, that not as a weapon, but as a bridge." In a letter sent to Corriere della Sera a few days before he passed away, Pope Francis said, "We must disarm words in order to disarm minds, and disarm the heart. There is a great need for reflection, calm, and sense of complexity. This vision inspired my organization, the International Committee Countering Extremist and Hate Speech, that we believe that hatred begins with words, and that words before they become violence must be disarmed. Hate speech is the serpent eggs, fragile, even invisible, yet containing the seed of a catastrophe. To tolerate this is to permit the unthinkable. We have seen horror of the October the 7th. We have seen the actual catastrophe in Gaza. All innocent blood cries out for justice, and dialogue must begin with the courage to recognize every human being as sacred. But we need to remember wars that words try to forget. In Sudan, in Myanmar, in Congo, in Somalia, we have several conflicts and several innocent victims. Hatred has many fears and one root: the denial of others' humanity. Us versus them. This is the beginning of the hate and violence. Our words are different: truth, compassion, responsibility, tolerance. Dialogue that we dream after the Second World War, when was founded the United Nations, or recently after the Abraham Accord, that were not only a declaration but a concrete act, can be the driver, and we are in the place where it's possible to talk each other to reach the peace. We must be not only the echoes of the world's pain, we can be the voice of all the people of goodwill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Migliore. Now, Aminatu Nagangube, member of the Senate Cameroon.
Merci.
Thank you. Your Excellence, Madam President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Honorable President of Parliament, fellow parliamentarians, representatives of the religions here, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to speak on behalf of Cameroon at this important conference, which follows the Marrakesh Communiqué. We are here in Rome, in this spiritual city, to discuss a crucial aspect together, which is how we can build hope to build a common future. Cameroon is a mosaic of different identities. It is a country which is often described as a miniature Africa. We have over 250 different ethnic groups. Our official languages are English and French, and we have a number of different confessions. Our diversity is both a spiritual and historic heritage that Cameroon has. And from the religious point of view, we have cooperation based on harmony between our various faiths. The Catholics, the evangelical Christians represent some 60% of the population, with over 2,000 churches. Muslims represent 25% of our population, with thousands of mosques throughout the country. We also have members who belong to traditional African religions. along with new emerging spiritualities, which are embodied by a number of tangible examples of coexistence. In some of our regions, we have families in which some members go to church and others go to the mosque. During Ramadan and other religious festivities, the various communities greet one another and often share meals. There are a number of ecumenical celebrations which are often organized together, during which citizens pray for peace together. Our institutions and our community representatives work to consolidate peace and to promote peaceful coexistence. This is the outcome of a number of inclusive policies, thanks to the wisdom of our religious leaders and thanks to the involvement of civil society. And together, we promote tolerance and mutual respect, along with coexistence. The Parliament of Cameroon has always supported initiatives aimed at achieving peace and social cohesion. A number of solemn declarations have been drafted as a way of promoting peace and as a way of strengthening national unity. A number of religious associations play a key role in Cameroon, bringing together the leaders of the main Christian religions, Islam, and it is a platform to promote exchanges of opinions through the organization of religious meetings, mutual prayers, and dialogues to promote a culture of peace, especially through our youth, through religious education aimed at developing tolerance. A tolerance which is, of course, expressed in our daily lives, in all of our neighborhoods, in all of our schools, in all of our efforts to allow mixed households to educate their children towards mutual respect. As a way of strengthening tolerance, we have also further institutionalized interfaith dialogue through a regulatory framework. We have also introduced coexistence in our school curricula. We have also worked to disseminate information regarding our daily lives as a way of countering violent extremism and hate speech, and also as a way of working to include women and youth in our dialogue platforms. Thank you.
Now Angelo Roic, President of the High Committee Board of the Istituto della Cultura Religiose, is a great friend for a long time in this assembly, like deputy.
Signor Presidente.
Mr. President. I am speaking on behalf of the High Committee Board. We are all brothers and sisters. We are the children of the same God who taught us the meaning of fraternity, as also enshrined by the UN. As far as this conference is concerned, I think it proves how cultural and politically important it is, how democratically aware it is. We are facing three global conflicts, and there are two realities that we have to try to speak to, parliaments and political leaders. Parliaments can have a say if they join forces. All of the remarks we have heard are inspired by the UN Global Charter with a focus on the anthropological value of all religious cultures. And yet, The truth is that we have a hard time reaching out to our peoples, to our religions, to our societies. We have a hard time reaching out to our institutions. Pope Francis often spoke out against conflicts and asked for peace. And despite that, our religions, our academic institutions remained silent often. Pope Leo XIV has a difficult task ahead. The world is marked by increasing inequalities. And despite these difficulties, Pope Leo mentions the Retrovarum. We are facing a revolution in artificial intelligence. What can we do, given the current context? Well, slogans are no longer enough. The Inter-Parliamentary Union, the presidencies of the Chamber of Deputies of the Senate, here in Rome, the city of the Jubilee, we have the duty of striving to be brave through a comprehensive set of guidelines inspired by the Marrakesh Declaration, the EU Roundtable, and also inspired by the Center for Mediterranean Dialogue in Tempio in Sardinia. This is a process that has to involve all parliaments, all regional governments, all religions. We have to reach out to our schools, to youth, to children who are shaped by cartoons, by TV programs without any values. The Union of Parliaments and the UN have to realize that it is important to communicate to all people, especially young people, through school programs, through cultural and social centers. This, distinguished President of the IPU, is a challenge we all face. A challenge which began through the work of Professor De Luca and Imam Pallavicini in 2013. We need new tools, since the ones we have are no longer enough. We need new institutional models. Why don't we draft a Magna Charta which summarizes the values of all religious cultures that can then be disseminated to everyone? Why don't we come up with a new ethical code of conduct? Why don't we organize new international organizations as a way of defending minorities from aggression and violence, as was mentioned by all speakers today? In October, in Sardinia, we will be hosting the Second World Meeting of Religious Cultures, dedicated to finding new institutional proposals and projects. The second meeting, the second after 10 years, is open to all of you, and I do hope you can attend the upcoming meeting in Sardinia in October. Thank you.
Sven Lunde Larsen, Senior One Health Specialist of the Pandemic Fund, World Bank. Is present?
No.
Is present or not?
No.
No. Allora, Estonia, L. Monica Elme, member. C'è? There is?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yes. Distinguished guest, Madam President, religious leaders, dear colleagues, honorable host, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, as a Christian and as a member of Parliament, I want to say that I'm very grateful to God for having brought us all together here, to give us the opportunity to declare, each in their own faith, the universal truth we as human beings have the duty to stand for, so that we could build hope for a better tomorrow for us all. May the divine will bring us to an understanding one of another and give prosperity to all nations and people. We are living very difficult and very challenging time. Unfortunately, it is full of various crises, conflicts, pain, and suffering, all of which are breaking the human spirit. And this is why we are here, parliamentarians, spiritual leaders, all people of faith from all religions. We must be the light of hope for the whole world, both in word and in deed. We don't know what tomorrow will bring, and we don't know how much time we will be given. So let's use today. Let's use today to live, to be kind to others, to notice, to share, to help, and to love. This is a thread that runs through all religions. And in the same way as human pain and human suffering are universal and does not depend on which religion you belong to. Against this background, which we can see in conflicts around the world, it is our ultimate duty to remind each other that all life is given by God and is sacred. And there is no ideological, religious, or political reasons that give the right to take it away from anyone. Therefore, the supreme imperative of all our actions, no matter which religion we represent, is to take from it all the good that creates a better world for all of us and better future for our children. In Estonia, we recently celebrated a very sad anniversary, the anniversary of the deportation of 1941, where almost the entire intellectual and social elite of our nation, as well as thousands of ordinary people, women, children, and the elderly, were torn from their homes, husbands were separated from their wives, mothers from their children, and deported by trains to Siberia. 8 decades have passed since then, but the wounds that were struck in the spirit and the body of our nation are healing slowly, if at all. And that is why we as people can feel and understand what is felt by those who are in a similar situation, especially in today's conflicts. Let us then be good tools in the hands of our God, and let us do his good work in his almighty will. Thank you for attention. Grazie per l'attenzione. God bless you.
Thank you. Grazie, grazie. Thank you very much. Now we have Farouk Aftab, Human Rights Committee UK, is present.
Thank you. Excellencies, honourable members and delegates, I speak today on behalf of the International Human Rights Committee to highlight a community persecuted across many Muslim majority states, but primarily in Pakistan, where this persecution is state-sponsored by law. We refer to the Ahmadiyya Muslim community across the Muslim world. We have heard during this conference inspiring reflections on the progress made towards religious tolerance, justice and inclusion, but this progress must now be extended to include Ahmadi Muslims, whose rights are routinely denied, whose very identity is outlawed, and whose lives are increasingly at risk. In Pakistan, the situation has reached a state of emergency. 5 Ahmadis murdered this year alone, 9 mosques desecrated or sealed with police presence, over 100 graves destroyed, 60 by state forces, 148 arrested, and 140 criminal cases filed simply for calling themselves Muslims. This is more than religious intolerance. It is a deliberate campaign to erase a community's existence, and it is now being openly fueled by Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, a violent extremist group that incites murder, spreads hate, and operates without consequences. Their call to kill Ahmadis is not isolated hate speech. These are signals of mass atrocity risk as warned in the UN framework for genocide prevention. All these factors are present in Pakistan today. We issue 3 urgent appeals. Firstly, to Pakistan, you may disagree with Ahmadi beliefs, but you must, at the very least, protect them as citizens. Equal protection under the law is not optional. It is a constitutional and moral obligation. To Muslim majority nations and religious scholars, the Ummah must not remain silent. Put aside your issues and unite. Let us stand together as Ummat-e-Wahida to say no Muslim should be persecuted for their faith. Let us follow the example of our beloved Prophet, the Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who was known as Rahmatul Lil Alameen, a mercy for mankind, and follow the clear injunctions in the Holy Quran, such as La Ikraha fi Deen, there is no compulsion in religion, and Kuntum Khaira Ummatin, you are the best people raised for the good of mankind. To the IPU, where persecution is enabled, accountability must follow. We urge Magnitsky-style sanctions on those who incite, organize, or carry out religious violence. Distinguished delegates, our shared declarations from Marrakesh to Beirut affirm that inclusive citizenship is the cornerstone of peaceful societies. But citizenship must mean more than a passport. It must mean equal rights, equal dignity, equal protection, regardless of belief. Ahmadi Muslims are not asking for special treatment. They are asking to live, to worship, to bury their dead, and to speak their truth without fear. This is not just about religious freedom. It is about who we are, who we choose to protect. Let us not look back and say we heard the warning and did nothing. Let this be the moment we choose to stand up and ensure religious freedom for all. As I close, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the state of the wider world. We are seeing a breakdown in international law and global moral order. Let us be honest with ourselves. If justice is not absolute, it is not justice at all. It cannot be that the principles we defend of human rights, rule of law, dignity, only apply depending on who we are, colour of our skin, what we look like, or who our allies and friends are. If justice is selective, peace will always be a lie and never achieved. And if we fail to uphold justice for all, we fail the very purpose of these institutions. Absolute justice is a prerequisite to the foundations of peace. This is the pathway to peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Ahmed Touzizi, member of the House of Representatives, Morocco. And later, Tiago Felice.
Thank you, President Cassini. Thank you, Excellency Dr. Axon. As the President of the Moroccan delegation, it is my pleasure to address you today on this August opportunity, this conference that is hosted by Rome, the second IPU conference entitled Interfaith Dialogue, Strengthening Trust and Embracing Hope for a Shared Future. We meet at a very critical juncture. The international community looks for pragmatic approaches to de-escalate and to reduce tensions and to open horizons for collective living. This conference is a platform to enhance dialogue inter religions and faiths in order for a better tomorrow. It's not a coincidence that we all meet here 2 years after Marrakesh conference in June 2023, organized by the Moroccan Parliament in collaboration with the IPU. The first version of our conference has been the initial foundation towards a culture of dialogue, gathering parliamentarians from various continents, in addition to religious leaders and experts from international organizations and members of academia around one objective, making dialogue and cooperation the foundation for a better future to all. The first conference was hosted under the patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed V. He stressed that interfaith dialogue is an imperative for our collective future. The humanity is not faced with a conflict of civilizations as much as it is a conflict of ignorance. Therefore, calling for actions for peaceful coexistence and fraternity. The Marrakesh conference led to the Marrakesh communique stressing the importance of religions based on human rights and prerequisites for peaceful coexistence, the rule of law, and the cooperation for better societies. And from here in Rome, we continue this path to deepen our experiences and our exchanges, to exchange experiences, to meet the global aspirations. In a world of today where the conflicts are increasing, political crises, economic upheavals, the worsening of discrimination and extremism, in addition to the climate crisis and the lack of confidence in institutions, all of this threatens the international peace and security. In light of a misinformation campaign, we have to spread hope among all segments of societies. This is not an option. This is a necessity. The religion should remain central as the cornerstone of human values. The interfaith dialogue should go beyond meetings and conferences. It should be the leverage for the rule of law, the protection of rights and freedoms, among which the freedom of belief and expression. Thank you.
Studies in Religion and Theology, University of Oxford, Tiago Felipe Alves Pinto. Is present? No. Okay. Gaetan Roy. Gaetan Roy is here. Permanent representative to the United Nations in Geneva of the World Evangelical Alliance. Thank you very much, Gaetan.
Thank you very much. I represent the World Evangelical Alliance, one of the largest church movements of the world with 600 million Christians in 143 national alliances. And we experience the turmoil and the fragmentation of our world on a daily basis through marginalization, through persecution, execution of our Christian constituency, and also the regular burning of churches. Now, all of us here talk about hope, and that's wonderful. But we need to go beyond just talking about hope. We need to step up our efforts towards becoming more part of the solution and less part of the problems. And faith-based values can play here a very unique role. The Apostle Paul wrote 2,000 years ago to the very church of this city that was experiencing persecution, killings, some of them even fed to the lions in the Colosseum. Paul encouraged them to become part of the solution. Paul said in his letter to the Romans, "Do not conform any longer to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, his good and pleasing and perfect will." So Paul is asking us to be different, to change our thoughts, to become part of the solution. So as the World Evangelical Alliance, we decided to change our thoughts and apply these faith-based values and become part of the solution. And the first point is serving. Paul also wrote in the letter to Romans, "Be living sacrifices, holy and pleasing to God." This is your spiritual act of worship. And behind the word worship is the old Greek word latreia. And latreia means to serve. So one of the things I do the most when I meet people, religious leaders, governments, is to ask the question, how can I serve you? Now, it's not the question that makes the difference, but it's the attitude that is behind it, that has different unique expressions. And one of the expressions is, we don't complain, we don't bring demands, but instead, we try to bring solutions to the table. The third thing is we don't denigrate governments or religious leaders or countries. Instead, we strive to build relationships with them that foster trust and then builds a basis that we can talk about solutions. So recently, I just came back from a country where Christians are killed almost daily, where churches are regularly burned. And I met the Minister of Religious Affairs. And I brought him a solution to create new types of peace committees that when there's an insurrection in the country, the peace committees go before, they're trained on peacemaking, they're trained on deconfliction, and they go before to try to solve the problem before people are killed and before the churches are burnt. I didn't complain to the minister. Had I complained, I probably wouldn't even have had access to the minister. The minister agreed. There's a public statement, and now we're going into implementation. So to close, I wish to invite you all to become ambassadors who actively serve humanity and mirror these values of God. We need people who bring more change. We need to make a difference. And I'll close with a quote from Paulo Coelho, who said, "The world is changed by your example, not by your opinion." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Boban Karapojewski, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, member of the Assembly of the Republic of North Macedonia. Thank you.
It's okay? Thank you very much. It's very hard to wrap all things up in just 4 minutes, but let's try. Mr. Chair, Madam President, distinguished presidents of the parliaments, esteemed hosts from the Italian Parliament and the Inter-Parliamentary Union, fellow parliamentarians. It is a great honor to address here in Rome, a city that has for centuries stood as a crossroad of faith, dialogue and civilization. It is also a great opportunity for us as lawmakers from diverse nations to gather and reflect on one of the most urgent tasks of our time, strengthening trust and embracing hope in a world often divided by fear and misunderstanding. As parliamentarians, we are not only lawmakers, we are bridge builders. We have the moral responsibility to ensure that our legal systems protect freedom of belief, promote respect for diversity, and create safe platforms for dialogue. Macedonia as a country is a home to multiple religious traditions: Orthodox, Muslim, Catholic, Jewish, Protestant, and others, all woven in a social fabric of our democratic state. Dialogue among religions and beliefs is not a theoretical concept for us. It is a daily practice and a necessity for social harmony. Allow me to underline that leaders of religious communities, Archbishop of the Macedonian Orthodox Church, Archbishopric of Ohrid, the head of the Islamic religious community, the superintendent of Evangelical Methodist Church, and the president of the Jewish community in Macedonia have recently, last May, signed a declaration against violent extremism. Religious leaders sent a clear message that there is no place for violent extremism and religious radicalism. They committed to strengthening mutual cooperation, to act proactively against any form of hatred and any speech that incites intolerance, as well as against potential threats to coexistence and public safety. It was also pointed out that religious communities are among the key factors in preventing and curbing violent extremism because their presence and activities with believers can be of great benefit in strengthening communities. Gathered in the spirit of mutual respect and guided by a sense of shared responsibility, the signatories are aware of their role in preserving social peace and agree as an expression of a common determination to build dignified coexistence and resilience against violent extremism. They are aware that our country, as a secular state, is a common home of different peoples, cultures, and beliefs, and that coexistence is a value that must constantly be nurtured and protected. It is stated that the community must face the abuse of religion as a pretext for division and violence, with increasingly common forms of hate speech and processes of radicalization that lead to violence and violent extremism. Trust begins with listening. As leaders, we must engage faith communities as partners, not just in moments of crisis, but in shaping a vision for a shared future. Hope, dear colleagues, is not just an emotion. It is a political act. When we invest in inclusive education, when we support interfaith youth programs, when we promote religious literacy, we are actively building hope. Let us take inspiration from the eternal city, where the ancient and the modern live side by side, and return to our parliaments with renewed commitment to build societies grounded in mutual respect, open dialogue, and lasting peace. On behalf of the Macedonian Assembly, I thank you, and I look forward to the continued work we will do together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for you. And now Ruben Emmanuel, Advocacy Officer of Nigeria. There is here? No. Ivan Ariona Pelado, President. There is? Yes. President of the UN Geneva NGO Committee of Freedom of Religion or Belief. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Honorable Mr. Cassini, Honorable Mrs. Tucson, those who are about to speak, in recognizing your courage for respecting and accepting diversity, we salute you. Espes, Elpida, Esperanza, Hope, Shiwan, Asha, Amal, Espoir, Speranza. In short, different languages may dress the same truths in different ways, but the meaning remains universal. As Pope Francis once hinted, religions as diverse spiritual languages help people of all backgrounds reach communion with the same divine reality, with the infinity and the creation of the source. In our committee at the UN Geneva, we are Christians of all traditions, Catholics, Protestants, Baptists, Evangelicals, Orthodox, Latter-day Saints, Unificationists. We are Buddhists, Baha'is, we are Hindus, Humanists, Jews, Muslims, Sikhs, Scientologists, and more. Together, we work to communicate these different realities, building affinity and understanding across humanity on issues that touch thought, conscience, religion, and belief. Through affinity, reality, and communication, we seek an understanding so that rights and the responsibilities that come with it become a lived reality. I invite you now to reflect on these words that I will say from a prayer for total freedom as written by humanitarian and philosopher L. Ron Hubbard. And I quote, "At this time, we think of those whose liberty is threatened, of those who have suffered imprisonment for their beliefs, of those who are enslaved or martyred, and for all those who are brutalized, raped, or attacked. We pray that human rights will be preserved so that all people may believe and worship freely, so that freedom will once again be seen in our land. Freedom from war and poverty and want. Freedom to be, freedom to do, and freedom to have. Freedom to use and understand man's potential, and a potential that is God-given and God-like. And freedom to achieve that understanding and awareness that is total freedom. May God let it be so. Thank you.
Thank you very much for you. Now, Evelina Okab is here, Senior Program Lawyer of the International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. The International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute, DIBARI, is highly concerned about the deteriorating situation of women and girls in Afghanistan, a situation that meets the legal definition of religious persecution and gender persecution, but also shows concerning parallels with apartheid and must be called for what it is, gender apartheid. In early 2024, DIBARI supported an ad hoc inquiry in the UK Parliament examining the situation of women and girls in Afghanistan and whether this would amount to gender apartheid. Its recommendations include supporting the efforts to codify gender apartheid, but also utilizing all possible avenues to help women and girls in the country. Silence in the face of segregation in Afghanistan cannot be accepted. DIBARI remains deeply concerned about the risks faced by those remaining in the country and how women's exclusion compounds the collapse of the rule of law. Without women being able to meaningfully join and engage with institutions of power, including the Afghan parliament, they will remain second-class citizens. Furthermore, DIBARI is highly concerned about the situation of the Hazara in the country, an ethno-religious minority community. Treatment which has the hallmarks of crimes against humanity and genocide, requiring urgent attention from the international community in line with the duties under the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. We urge parliamentarians to support the ongoing efforts to ensure justice and accountability for women and girls in Afghanistan and for minority communities, including by way of joining the efforts of Australia, Canada, Germany, and the Netherlands, who have formally called upon Afghanistan to cease its violations of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, under Article 29 of the Convention. Joining Chile, Costa Rica, Spain, France, Luxembourg, and Mexico in referring the situation of women in Afghanistan to the International Criminal Court. Calling upon domestic authorities to initiate structural investigations against members of the Taliban for their involvement in gender persecution and other crimes, followed by prosecutions under the principle of universal jurisdiction, and initiated proceedings against the de facto authorities before the International Court of Justice for the violations of the Genocide Convention in the treatment of the Hazara community. We also call upon parliamentarians to engage governments to support the establishment of a UN investigation and accountability mechanism mandated to collect, preserve, and analyze ongoing systematic and gross human rights violations in Afghanistan. We also call upon parliamentarians to accommodate further focus on the issue of gender apartheid, with parliamentary debates, motions, and resolutions on the situation of women and girls in Afghanistan, and also provide a platform for women and girls to participate and contribute meaningfully. And lastly, we call upon parliamentarians to identify the best ways to support women and girls in Afghanistan and ethnic and religious minorities through grassroots organizations. I thank you.
Thank you for you, Evelina. Now, Victor Eichner, World Jewish Congress representative to the Holy See. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, members of Parliament, delegates, esteemed colleagues. We gather at a time of mounting turbulence and war, where the safety and dignity of communities, especially religious minorities, face growing threats. Among the most endangered are Jewish communities. In Europe, North America, Latin America, and Africa, anti-Semitic incidents have surged to record levels, making Jews the most targeted religious group in several countries. At a time when our communities are facing a wave of violent anti-Semitic attacks, we have seen how incitement and false narratives can lead to violent and even deadly consequences. In just the past weeks, 15 elderly Jews were set on fire in Colorado. Rabbi Eli Lemel was violently assaulted twice in France, and Canada's National Holocaust Monument was vandalized. This follows the heinous murder of Salah Milgram and Yaron Lishitsky, killed near the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. by an anti-Israel extremist. These are not isolated events, they are warnings. This crisis demands not withdrawal, but deeper engagement. The World Jewish Congress, representing 105 Jewish communities across the globe, believes that our answer to hate must be stronger alliances, not silence. This is why we have expanded our engagement, including the establishment of a representative office to the Holy See in Rome, a milestone of Jewish-Catholic partnership. We are grateful to His Holiness Pope Leo XIV for his gracious letter addressed to our office at the beginning of his pontificate, in which he pledged to continue and strengthen the Church's dialogue and cooperation with the Jewish people in the spirit of the Second Vatican Council's declaration Nostra Aetate. This year's 60th anniversary of Nostra Aetate is indeed a powerful moment to deepen that spirit, not only in Jewish-Catholic relations, but in building bridges between Jewish people and all religious communities. In today's digital age, shaped by artificial intelligence and algorithms, the line between truth and falsehood has grown dangerously thin. Disinformation spreads faster than dialogue, and hate speech is just a click away. This is why education is not just a right, but a civic and spiritual imperative. Faith leaders and parliamentarians must work together in hand to restore truth and trust. We must invest in peace and education, digital literacy, and ethical technology governance. The World Jewish Congress has taken a step in this direction through the WJC Institute for Technology and Human Rights, which examines the intersection of technology, hate, and human dignity. I urge you all to join us in this effort, and I call on governments, parliaments, and religious authorities to coordinate our work with the private technology sector to ensure that human values guide digital spaces. Finally, we cannot forget that we pray for the release of the remaining 53 Israeli hostages still in Gaza and renew our call for peace, coexistence, and reconciliation for all people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for you. Rodrigo Goni, Uruguay, member of the House of Representatives, is there. Okay. Sì, sì, c'è. There. Mi date la voce là, è laggiù in cima. You have to push. Okay.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. I think that this morning it became very clear that the old themes which were restricted to interreligious dialogue have now grown broader. The frontiers of interreligious dialogue have broadened to these new challenges which come to us from artificial intelligence, digitalization, and new technologies in general. And therefore, I think that we encounter the paradox that in a world where it seemed that secularization was narrowing our space and eradicated our voices, we now paradoxically have the opportunity of broadening the frontiers of interreligious dialogue so that we have a voice which does not come solely from our personal motivations, but representing a general attitude towards the new challenges which are made complex through the new technologies. So we hope that in future interreligious dialogues we will be able, as many members of parliament, many speakers have indicated today, this need that faced by a new age which seems to disorientate us and makes it difficult to us to know how to stand before the changes of the world, that we can make use of religious wisdom in order to guide us and help to protect the planet and protect humankind. It's in, therefore, religious wisdom and traditions that we can find this guidance which the world is obviously asking for.
Thank you very much. Rodrigo, Farid Hamad, National External Affairs Secretary General of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. There is here? Yes, thank you. I'm sorry for the pronunciation.
Thank you. Honourable Chair and delegates, Assalamu alaikum, peace and blessings of Allah be upon you. This conference is about dialogue, and it is about building trust. And trust is based on values, as we have heard, values of honesty, integrity and justice. And in the Holy Quran, this is made clear. It says that verily Allah enjoins justice and the doing of good to others. Powerful words. The principle of this type of justice was exemplified in the Charter of Medina, where the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, established a pluralistic society that had equal rights and mutual responsibilities for all communities. These values build trust. His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, the head of the worldwide Ahmadiyya Muslim community, has also called upon international institutions to work on the principle of justice, because justice at an international level is the basis of peace. And he said that let it be clear that where a veto power exists, the scales of justice can never be balanced. So international institutions also need to exemplify justice. Another principle of trust is to listen. And an Islamic principle is that whoever counsels you towards goodness, you should accept it, regardless of their race, nationality, or faith. It is the principle of accepting goodness. This conference also talks about hope. Hope is born out of action. And for me, we have heard a lot of speakers, and what would give us hope and me hope is that those parliamentarians who have heard the voices of religious people, voices of compassion and peace, they need to implement in their parliaments these actions and values with sincerity. We've heard of the persecution of different communities, the hatred, the persecution of Ahmadiyya Muslims in Pakistan who do not have the right to vote and who face arrest for simply praying, the persecution of Christians, the suffering of the Jews and other communities, faith-based persecution and the weaponization of faith must end. Lastly, about common future. The question I put to you is, what common future are we looking towards? Are we walking to a future with our eyes closed or our eyes open? Is it a future of peace or war, where nations are restless with a finger on the nuclear button? What have we learned? And more critically, what will we change coming out of the conference? Because the status quo will not work. Countries have spoken about their good works, which is good. They now need to improve. But more importantly, they need to make changes, because we are walking into destruction. Changes that will build freedom of religion for all, justice for all, and require broader thinking, not just at a national level, but at an international level. I close with a quote from His Holiness, Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad. He said, "Leaders must take long-term view of what is best for mankind, rather than being blinded by their self-interest. We must all come together, setting aside our national, political, and other vested interests for the greater good of humanity, to ensure that we leave behind a prosperous world for our future generations." That is what would give us hope. That is what would build a common future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Khushwant Singh, Head of Secretariat of the International Partnership on Religion and Sustainable Development, now, and later MP of India, Konyak, but now Singh.
Thank you. I'm here.
Where is he?
I'm here.
Ah, okay.
Thank you.
the Excellencies, thank you very much for inviting me. 8 out of 10 people on this planet feel affiliated to a religion. So in fact, we can really say that religion matters. It has been said that parliamentarians are not only developing laws, but you are bridge builders. So in this world, we have so much fragmentation where unilateralism is again rising. I invite everyone to engage in multilateral cooperation, in a cooperation that brings together all the key actors of life. These are government entities, multilateral institutions, academia, but also civil society. And religion is part of civil society, and that's why religion matters. If parliamentarians recognize the importance of religious actors in the same way as actors from economy, for instance, are regarded as very important, then we can come to inclusive policies, and I would even say we could come to more effective and sustainable policies. So please be and feel invited to join international partnerships that bring together all the key stakeholders to one table to work on a long-term basis, to really work on a long-term basis for sustainable development. And you have said it in the last days, dialogue is very important, but even more important is to work together after having an open dialogue. So we need cooperation. I invite you to join our annual forum, which is happening in Rome in October, where we bring all the key actors from our partnership, government entities, multilateral representatives, academia, and religious actors to one table to develop policies and recommendations for a sustainable world in the field of health, in the field of environmental protection, in the field of gender justice, and in the field of social cohesion and food security. I would also invite all the parliamentarians to make use of available funds where you have access to. I'm just giving one example, which is the pandemic fund. You have $500 million in this fund, and it has a One Health approach. And you are the ones who could inform the right people in your government to make use of these kind of very substantial funds. If we want to develop inclusive policies, but also practical solutions for those who are working on the ground, it's very important to have approaches that bring together the expertise of policymakers, but also of academia and civil society. So for instance, in our partnership, we have developed guidelines, actionable guidelines on integrating spiritual care into psychosocial support for displaced children and women. And as we have seen, it is very important to protect vulnerable people in war times with a holistic approach. If you want to engage, again, feel invited to join our partnership. It's free of cost. You don't need a full bag with money. We just need your engagement and your openness to be a driver for sustainable and inclusive development. If you need more information, feel free to approach me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for you. Mr. Konyak, India.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor.
Where is?
Here. Here.
I'm sorry.
Distinguished delegates, religions have long influenced individual and political behavior by states. By bringing together political and religious leaders, this conference provides a vital platform to address the common challenges our societies face today. It is important to understand that the two principles of rule of law and freedom of religion or belief are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they are deeply connected and reinforce each other in preserving statehood and citizenship. India has consistently strived to strike a balance between these two principles, promoting religious harmony while upholding the rule of law. Our Constitution enshrines the fundamental right to freedom of religion or belief under Articles 25 to 28. It guarantees the right of every citizen to freedom of conscience and the right to profess, practice, and propagate religion freely, subject to public order, morality, and health. India is not only religiously diverse, but also linguistically pluralistic, with 22 official languages, 121 recognized languages, and over 1,350 mother tongues as per Census 2011. India exemplifies how unity can thrive in the midst of immense diversity. India's diversity is its strength. We have enacted various acts to safeguard the interests of minorities. The Ministry of Minority Affairs focuses on issues concerning the minority. The ministry's mandate includes policy formulation, coordination, evaluation, and oversight of development programs for minority communities. In pursuance of goals for inclusive development, the National Commission for Minorities organizes interfaith meetings with minority communities to promote an environment of harmony and respect. It also observes interfaith celebrations of religious festivals for fostering unity and social cohesion. India has taken several initiatives focused on reducing disparities and promoting inclusion of minority in India's progress. In the Union budget for the year 2025-26, US $387 million have been allocated to the Ministry of Minority Affairs, with the provision of USD 78.4 million for the educational empowerment of students of minority communities. Equally important is promoting digital literacy, enabling citizens to critically evaluate online content and misinformation through transparent regulations and content moderation standards. Distinguished delegates, India acknowledges the dangers posed by hate speech. Our Information Technology Rules 2021 require digital platforms to set up grievance redressal systems and follow a code of ethics ensuring accountability in the digital public sphere. India is a staunch believer in peace, democracy, and social harmony. We are a land of interreligious coexistence, the birthplace of Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Sikhism, with a long tradition of secular governance and mutual respect among communities. Distinguished delegates, let me conclude by affirming that India stands for peace, harmony, dharma, and non-violence. Our guiding principle, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, captures our belief in universal brotherhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, now we stop the assembly until 2 o'clock. The lunch will be served at first floor, Sala della Lupa, Hall of Wolf, but at the first floor. And our remind is that the conclusion of the meeting will be at about at 5 o'clock in this assembly. For tomorrow morning, for tomorrow, 2 reminds. The first, for the meeting of the Pope, I would like to remind you that the audience with Pope Leo is scheduled for tomorrow at 10 o'clock. The appointment for transfer is in Piazza Montecitorio Square at 7:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please confirm your participation at the registration desk staff until now, so that your transfer can be booked. I would like to inform you that those who intend to reach the Vatican by themselves with their own means of transport are kindly asked to contact their embassy to the Holy See and communicate the license plates of the cars that will access to Vatican City for the necessary authorization. return from the Vatican to Piazza Montecitorio tomorrow will be organized with the same basis at 11:30. And the last information, tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, there is a great meeting show, the great show, musical show in St. Peter Square. But if you want, it's free for us, but if you want to go, we have the ticket, but you have to reserve on the desk. Before, it's impossible to go directly to the square without tickets. So if you want confirm, if you want go, you have to confirm. Okay, at 2 o'clock we restart. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, dear colleagues. We can start our afternoon session. I believe we are all ready to listen to each other once again. And let me also thank you, because you have given a lot of insight. Some of you who have had a chance to address us this morning, and some of you addressed us yesterday. So we'll keep listening to you, and then we take it from there. So I will hand the chair to Mr. Lupi, who is going to call your names, and we will all be eagerly waiting to hear from you. Mr. Lupi, please.
Thank you very much. Grazie mille.
Thank you. And we have an equally important session with plenty of remarks from our colleagues who wish to take the floor.
And go to Speedy. The first is Ahmed bin Salman, Speaker of the Council of Representatives, Bahrain. Please.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Excellency, the President, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God, His mercy and blessings be upon you all. I am happy to be with you on this occasion of the second conference of Interfaith Dialogue, embodying the important values of tolerance and coexistence in which we all believe and for which we work to build a more collegial world. We extend our appreciation to the Republic of Italy, its people, government, and parliament for the hospitality and for welcoming us in this important gathering. In this context, we underscore the importance of inter-parliamentarian dialogue as a major responsibility shared by all to address hatred and extremism. Also, to continue to work for legislations that protect societies from all actions targeted against it. This is not only a framework for multilateralism, but it is a platform here for common understanding, to build the confidence and to respect the coexistence value and the values among nations. We need to exchange successful experiences in this area to achieve our aspiration, to apply the noble human goals and values. In Bahrain, we have an excellent example on pluralism, tolerance, and coexistence. We have thrived in an environment of openness under the sound vision of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa. We have enshrined the culture of pluralism and tolerance for decades. All Bahrainis live in harmony without any exclusion. The Kingdom of Bahrain stands today as a shining example, hosting mosques and temples and churches, practicing their beliefs in full freedom under the Constitution and the legislations that protect the freedoms, stressing the importance of the freedom of expression. This is the result of a steady approach to build and forge links and relationships among different faiths for a more tolerant and stable society. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two important statements or declarations. The Manama declarations from the 46th Assembly of the IPU and the Declaration of Marrakesh on the interfaith dialogue in Morocco. Both declarations chart the path for dialogue, understanding, tolerance, rejecting hatred and extremism. It's important here to stress that speaking of coexistence and tolerance leads us to addressing the painful situation in the Palestinian territories, where the Palestinians suffer from the lack of food and water and every basic service. This faces us, the international community, with a major responsibility to end this war and to end this unbearable situation suffered by the Palestinians. We would like to express our steadfast position in Bahrain to address all issues through dialogue and diplomacy, political settlements, and ending the regional wars and conflicts in a way that is beneficial to all peoples and nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, there is David Saperstein, Director Emeritus and Senior Advisor for Policy and Strategy of the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism. Please. Is not? The reason?
Is not here.
After. So, now we have Saba Haddad, representative of the international community to the United Nations. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished guests. As a representative of the Baha'i international community to the United Nations, I thank the IPU and the Italian Parliament for providing such a great and timely dialogue. In the concept note for this conference, it is stated that our common future stands or falls with our ability to transcend our differences and to work together cooperatively towards effective solutions. At the same time, it also highlights the challenges around the right of freedom of religion or belief, and how underrepresented groups such as minorities, women, and youth are particularly at risk. We understand that the role of religion as a powerful force can and must create more peaceful and prosperous communities, but it requires individuals, institutions, and the community to be able to advance as a whole without the idea of otherings and us versus them. The Baha'i community is learning across the world in many settings about the role of religion and how can it play in transcending our differences and fostering cooperation. However, I regret to say that there are some countries among us that prevent the Baha'i community from expressing their goodwill towards the fellow countrymen by subjecting them to target discrimination based on their belief. Regrettably, in some cases, we also see how influential voices prey on fears and wild disinformation in an attempt to make the Baha'i community as a scapegoat and justify systematic persecution, like in Iran. Meanwhile, we see how the Arab region is moving forward towards coexistence, like what we see also in the UAE, United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, and this is really a heartwarming example. In the context of the question posed in the concept note, namely how to address legislative gaps and promote values of inclusion, equality, and non-discrimination, I call in particular on the delegation of the esteemed state of Qatar to address the challenges the Baha'is are facing in their country. And also I call on the Grand Mufti of Egypt to extend the dialogue between so-called religious and religions of the book to all members of Egyptian society, and to oppose a fatwa that are explicitly discriminatory, such as not allowing burial lands for the Baha'is in Egypt. We believe that an indispensable requirement for a society to flourish is that all its constituents, including the various minorities, are consulted and allowed to fully participate in the life of society. We call for everyone to create spaces moving beyond the token of expressions of tolerance, where leaders and community members can explore deep ethical and moral principles that their traditions share, such as principles of justice, mercy, compassion, and the sanctity of the human dignity. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now is Yongying Yang, member of the National People's Congress, China. Welcome.
President Axon, President Cassini, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This conference, convened under the theme Strengthening Trust, Embracing Hope, and Building Our Common Future, carries profound significance for promoting sustainable peace, advancing good governance and inclusive societies, and fostering religious harmony. I would like to present an overview of China's policies, measures, and achievements in safeguarding freedom of religion or belief. Respecting and protecting religious freedom is a fundamental right guaranteed to our citizens by the Chinese Constitution. It's also a fundamental policy of the Communist Party of China and the Chinese government in relation to religion. The legal safeguarding of this freedom reflects not only respect for the inherent nature of religion, but also an important manifestation of safeguarding the interests of the people, protecting citizens' rights, and respecting and safeguarding human rights. The Constitution of the People's Republic of China stipulates that citizens of the People's Republic of China enjoy freedom of religion or belief, and that the state protects normal religious activities. It further provides that no state organ, social organization, or individual may compel citizens to believe in or not believe in any religion, nor may they discriminate against the citizens who hold or do not hold religious beliefs. China's criminal law, national security law, and the anti-terrorism law all include provisions that protect citizens' freedom of religion or belief. The regulations on religious affairs, revised and promulgated in 2017, further clarify that the normal religious activities of religious personnel and believers are protected in accordance with the law, and that the legitimate rights and interests of religious communities are safeguarded. Moreover, China also protects the religious rights of foreigners in China. The regulations on the administration of religious activities of foreigners in China, along with their implementation rules, explicitly state that the Chinese government respects the freedom of religion or belief of foreigners and protects friendly exchanges between foreign nationals and Chinese religious communities. Together, these provisions form a robust legal foundation for ensuring the protection of freedom of religion or belief in China. China is a multi-religious country with 5 major religions: Buddhism, Taoism, Islam, Catholicism, and Protestantism. There are nearly 200 million religious believers, 144,000 registered religious venues, 380,000 religious clergy, 5,500 religious organizations, and 91 religious institutes. These diverse religions coexist in mutual respect, harmony, and peaceful development. China has consistently followed a path that reflects its national realities and the religious landscape. We have implemented the policy of religious freedom, protect the citizens' lawful rights to religious belief, foster the positive and healthy religious relations, and preserve the religious peace and the social harmony. We're ready to engage in exchanges and dialogue with Parliament and friendly religious organizations worldwide to jointly contribute to building a community with a shared future for mankind and advancing noble cause of human peace and progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now is Abdel Waheb Al-Sheri, Assistant Secretary General of Corporate Communication, Muslim World League. Please, 3 minutes.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم.
In the name of God, the All-Merciful and Compassionate, may peace be upon you. This is the message of peace from Islam to all the peoples of the world. I am happy to be here on behalf of the World Arab League, the headquarters of which are in Mecca. And it embraces over 2 billion Muslim people, and it opens its arms to other religious organizations as a way of conveying Islam's messages of tolerance and peaceful coexistence. We have all worked together. We have created a number of partnerships and relations with many friends and representatives who are present here. With them, we have worked on initiatives and actions striving to achieve peace and mutual coexistence. We do not want to be merely accepted. We want respect and mutual understanding. Look at us in this chamber. Let's look at one another. We'll see that the persons sitting next to us may have a different color of skin. They may have a different identity, a different appearance. But here we are, gathered to talk about cooperation and a future for the younger generations. Therefore, on behalf of the religious organizations we represent, we wish to continue cooperating with all personalities and parliamentarians who can have an impact as far as policies are concerned, so that religion and religious movements can be a fully fledged partner in the peace-building process. Within our organization, we have promoted an agreement with the Vatican, and we're working on a number of other partnerships. These initiatives began in 2017, and we have focused on a number of initiatives for peace and against Islamophobia and hate speech. We have worked within the United Nations. We have promoted initiatives to support women through education. These are the initiatives we have to continue supporting, and it's wonderful to be able to discuss all of these matters together. As many of you have said over the past 2 days, we want to have a dialogue. But the best thing we can do is to work together in the field so we can promote real and tangible initiatives in the field. In the news, all we hear about is wars and clashes, which seem to be worsening every day. What we want to achieve, on the other hand, is to promote peace. We want to work together without only talking to one another in conferences. In a nutshell, we want to continue to work together. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Now is Claudio Caiado San Paolo, member of the Federal Senate, Brazil.
Your Excellencies, distinguished parliamentarians, honorary religious representatives, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to participate in the second parliamentary conference on interfaith dialogue, a healthy space for debates where we can, in a peaceful and fruitful union between politics and religion, reaffirm our commitment to building a common future based on mutual trust, respect, and hope. Brazil is a plural nation. In our territory, millennial traditions, diverse beliefs, and a rich tapestry of expression of faith coexist. This diversity is protected by a solid legal apparatus that guarantees freedom of belief, the free exercise of cults, and the protection of religion's place and practice. Our Constitution is clear in ensuring the laicism of the state, but also in protecting the rights of each citizen to profess his faith. If it effectively disturbs state action to ensure that all Brazilians have access to religion assistance, consider it a fundamental right. The legislative advances reinforce the clear message given by our parliament that Brazil does not tolerate hatred, disgust as opinion, nor prejudice, disgust as criticism. Within the scope of the Chamber of Deputies, the theme of peaceful coexistence between religions and the fight against intolerance has mobilized a series of initiatives. The Brazilian people, ladies and gentlemen, are deeply religious, and we understand that this religiosity not only can, but should resonate in the stance of their representation. Religion is perhaps the factor that most influences the worldview, value, and project of society that people espouse. And this is an unavoidable fact. Religion and democracy do not exclude each other, but complement each other, precisely because both are based on the idea of respect for the other. As we look to the future, it is imperative that Parliament continues to be a space for active listening and constant dialogue with society and its various religious communities. The respectful treatment given to difference by parliamentarians also serves as an example for the population, which observes us attentively. Let us move forward in building bridges and not walls, in the defense of peace and not conflict. They recognize that the other has a right to his faith, so that I have a right to mine. It is to strengthen trust and to make dialogue an ever-evolving institutional practice is to embrace hope. It is in this spirit that we have affirmed today our commitment to a more just, plural, and fraternal future. Thank you very much.
Alex Sobel, member of the House of Commons, United Kingdom. Please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, friends and colleagues. Interfaith dialogue is a cornerstone of peaceful coexistence. We cannot have meaningful dialogue if people are denied the freedom to practice their faith. Tragically, across the world today, that freedom is under attack. In too many places, regimes suppress religions they deem a threat or use faith as a tool of control. Nowhere is this more visible than in the occupied regions of Ukraine. Churches have been destroyed, clergy kidnapped, tortured and even killed. Father Ivan Levitsky and Father Bogdan Galeta were held by Russian forces for 18 months, enduring psychological and physical abuse before their release. These acts are not only cruel, they are clear violations of international law and the Geneva Convention. Worse still, Russian occupation authorities have banned entire faith groups like the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, the Knights of Columbus and Caritas, whose humanitarian work I've witnessed firsthand in Ukraine. In some areas, Caritas is the difference between life and death. Their banning is a deliberate act to deprive Ukrainians of vital support. This suppression extends beyond Christianity. Muslims, Jews and Jehovah's Witnesses are also targeted. Religion is weaponized by the Kremlin, with only state-sanctioned orthodoxy allowed to flourish. This conference needs to make a clear statement that religion is not a weapon of war. Even more disturbing is the role of the Russian Orthodox Church in the abduction of Ukrainian children. Working hand in glove with the Russian government, churches used to facilitated forced deportations, placing children in monasteries and so-called charitable homes. This is not charity. It is child theft under religious cover. There is a clear link between the Kremlin and the Russian Orthodox Church. The Patriarch Kirill of Moscow signed a cooperation agreement with the head of the Ministry of Emergency Sanctions of Russia just after the full-scale invasion. Bishop Pantelmon, chair of the Synodal Department of Charity and Social Service of the Russian Orthodox Church, met with Lieutenant General Oleg Manilev, Director of the Department of Civil Defence and Population Protection of the Russian Emergency Ministry. They discussed exactly the cooperation between the Russian Orthodox Church and the Russian Emergency Ministry, which is in charge of this work of child abduction. But unfortunately, Ukraine is not alone. Many other territories face the same. I'm just going to give one more example before I finish. In West Papua, in Indonesia, Christian communities also face grave persecution. Clergy have been killed, churches raided, and the right to worship denied. The last international mission that was allowed to visit West Papua was from the World Council of Church in 2019. In 2018, President Widodo offered the Office of the High Commissioner of Refugees a visit to analyse the humanitarian situation in West Papua. However, this visit has not taken place. UN officials have been barred from visiting West Papua. With the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion here at this conference, I call on our Indonesian colleagues to help grant access on the ground in West Papua so that the humanitarian situation can be addressed in regard to freedom of religion and belief. Thank you.
Thank you. Aiden Alcoy, Ambassador of BPU International. Please.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Madam President, Mr. Chair, thank you for this opportunity. Around the world, countless individuals and groups of people face exclusion, persecution, or violence simply because of their religious identity or their lack of one. Too often, regimes instrumentalize religion for political reasons, and they manipulate and abuse religious doctrine to suppress dissent, deny rights, and inflame divisions. Be Pure International is a global initiative proposing a universal legal framework to eliminate the root causes of religious conflict and discrimination worldwide. It represents a decisive step toward protecting human rights, religious freedom, and reinforcing global stability. Designed to be legally precise and politically neutral, the proposed treaty avoids targeting any specific country or religion. It affirms a global principle. No one should suffer or be excluded from human and political rights because of their beliefs. Our vision is simple yet profound. No government should weaponize religion for political gain. The proposed international treaty aims to create binding international standards to ban all political abuses of religion that undermine equality, all religious discrimination in rights and duties, all religious exclusions in law and governance, and all restrictions to freedom of religion or belief. This fair, respectful, and non-confrontational approach would provide a universally applicable legal tool, free from bias or double standards, that governments can adopt to reinforce human rights, equality, and social cohesion. This is not about separating religion and politics. Many stable and inclusive nations maintain religious institutions within public life. What we seek to eliminate is oppression, discrimination, and political coercion in the name of religion. Be Pure International is a UK-registered non-profit NGO launched in 2020. Over the past 5 years, we have quietly built a strong foundation with a supporting motion for resolution at the Council of Europe, co-signed by 41 lawmakers from 19 countries. Direct engagement with over 20 governments from across the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Europe, as well as strategic partnerships with international organizations and NGOs, such as the Global Council for Tolerance and Peace. We expect the first state adoption of the proposed treaty by mid-2026, which would open the door for other state adoptions to co-sponsor the proceedings at the United Nations General Assembly. Religious oppression, unfortunately, lies behind some of the gravest human rights violations of our time, affecting millions of people around the world. Yet the existing international legal frameworks remain fragmented and insufficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now there is Akatareni Noto Poulou, member of Hellenic Parliament, Greece. Please stand up, please.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, it's an honor to address today.
Sorry, our rule is you have to speak, stand up, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, it's an honor to address today the Inter-Parliamentary Union and speak of the need to enhance cooperation and dialogue between parliamentarians and representatives of faith. In our current multipolar system, we often see religious communities, especially religious minorities, being persecuted for their beliefs by extremist forces in Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and elsewhere. Interfaith dialogue is a practical tool for peace building and a vital ally in our fight against extremism. The Greek left has played a fundamental role in this course. During the Syriza government, we implemented many democratic reforms to assist the Muslim minority of Thrace and facilitate the equality of all Greek citizens irrespective of their religious beliefs. We also organized the Conference for Religious and Cultural Pluralism and Peaceful Coexistence in the Middle East with the active participation of high-level representatives from Christian, Muslim and Jewish religious figures. In today's world that is marked by endless conflict and wars, such as the tragedy in Gaza and the Israel-Iran conflict, we have a crucial role to play towards peace and peaceful coexistence of all people. We need to undertake more initiatives to combat religious hatred, such as anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. And of course, I would like to note that we have called both on a national as well as European level for the protection of the Christian communities of Middle East, and especially the Christian of Gaza and Syria. This, of course, includes the need of all parliamentarians to stand up for international law and be vocal for illegal conversion of Hagia Sophia and Hora Monastery into mosques into violation of UNESCO's resolution. Furthermore, today we need to protect the status of St. Catherine Sina Monastery from any effort to undermine its property and standing. We must embed this cooperation into our democratic frameworks. That means guaranteeing freedom of religion and belief for all, protecting minorities, and ensuring that no one is persecuted or excluded for faith or having known. Let us move forward with humility, hope, and a shared commitment to justice. Our common future depends on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ali Ware, Global Coordinator of Parliament for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, I have the honour of addressing you on behalf of Parliamentarians for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament, a permanent observer at the IPU, and also on behalf of the World Future Council, which partners with the Inter-Parliamentary Union on the annual World Future Policy Awards. Last year, the United Nations convened a Summit of the Future to build multilateral cooperation on sustainable development, peace and security, science and technology, human rights, youth and future generations. Parliamentarians and civil society, including religious and faith-based communities, are encouraged to engage in implementation of the Pact for the Future and the Declaration on Future Generations adopted at the summit. One of the commitments adopted in the Pact for the Future is to prevent nuclear war and to achieve the global elimination of nuclear weapons. Yet the threat of nuclear war remains high. Nuclear threats are stimulating armed conflict, and governments continue to spend over $100 billion collectively per year on the nuclear arms race. Parliamentarians and faith-based communities should engage in this issue. You can find information and guidance to do so in Assuring Our Common Future, the online disarmament guide for parliamentarians produced by the Inter-Parliamentary Union and PND, and also in Nuclear Disarmament for Religious Leaders and Communities, the resource guide produced by Religions for Peace and available in 6 languages. Special days for reflection, prayer and action on nuclear disarmament include the Nuclear Prayer Day on August the 6th and the UN International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons on September 26th. And one of the key proposals in the UN Declaration on Future Generations is for the UN to establish an institutional representative for future generations. The UN Secretary-General has proposed a UN envoy for future generations, but needs further support to accomplish this. In addition, such representations for future generations should be at all levels, local, national and regional, not just at the United Nations. An excellent example of such a representative at the national level is the Wales Commissioner for Future Generations, established by the Wales Future Generations Act of 2015. This was one of the 4 winning policies of the 2024 World Future Policy Award run by Inter-Parliamentary Union and World Future Council on the theme Peace and Future Generations, which you can read in the report or online. Other policies awarded there were from Arms to Farms program in Kuswagan, Canada's Feminist International Assistance Program, the Indigenous Moriori Peace Covenant, and the Nigerian National Action Plan on Youth, Peace and Security. We thank IPU for continued partnership on the World Future Policy Awards, including for this year's award, which is on living in harmony with nature and future generations. And this is highlighting effective policies to address the triple planetary crisis of pollution, climate change, and loss of biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now is José Kalalala Wakalalala, member of Senate Congo. Push. Push the button.
There's a button down there.
Okay. Change. Could you? Better seat, please. Okay. Please.
Honorable President,
Honourable President and Chambers of Deputy and Senate of Italy, Honourable President of the IPU, of the Assembly and the Senate, ladies and gentlemen, it is with deep respect and immense gratitude that I address you to discuss a holistic topic in this prestigious setting which brings together people from different cultures and countries. First of all, I wish to greet and pay tribute to the presidents of the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate and their staff for this warm welcome extended to me and my delegation. I also wish to thank the friendly countries which voted for the Democratic Republic of Congo to join the Security Council and to the Vice Presidency of the General Assembly of the UN. The Felix Anton Lombo, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, has engaged our country to the path to a future characterized by peace, toleration. Before he came to power, he brought together all the religious confessions in order to entrust the country to the Creator, and he also traveled in all neighboring countries to extend his hands to all his counterparts in order to strengthen South-South cooperation. But this healthy process was held back by the genocidal and aggressive attitudes of certain neighboring countries, including Rwanda. As far as I'm concerned, an interfaith dialogue cannot remain at the level of words. It is a moral imperative and a societal need because our respective histories, our traditional religions, and our ancestral beliefs reflect essential commonalities which go beyond differences and which should be considered as a wealth for coexistence, for peaceful coexistence. We members of Parliament should arouse hope and commit ourselves to engaging in inclusive dialogue in order to promote tolerance and discussion through interfaith dialogue so as to prepare future generations to dialogue rather than conflict. This will allow us to lay the foundations of a society where empathy and solidarity are drivers of progress. Faced by this progress, we have to rely on the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the force of which is pacifist democracy, and to bring together its interconfessional and intercultural diversity so that no group can outweigh any other. Let us build bridges between our various cultural, racial, and religious communities in order to establish an enduring peace and dialogue. That's why the DRC remains a secular state where no religious group can outweigh others, whatever its degree of influence. So the separation between church and state makes the state the guarantor of religious freedom and to the legal framework of international interfaith dialogue for a lasting peace. And now let us speak of peace, because it's been said in the ancient Romans said, if you want to quid pacis para bellum, if you want peace, prepare for war. The Democratic Republic of Congo exhorts us to change this and to say, if you want peace, then nurture love. Thank you.
Now is Ek Nak Dakal, Secretary General of Inter-Parliamentary Speakers Conference.
Mr. President, Honorable President of IPU, distinguished colleague, esteemed delegates, we are living in extraordinary pressing times. Around the world, we are witnessing the convergence of multiple crises. We cannot hope to build a bright and peaceful future without first confronting the urgent challenges of today. This is why I urge each of us, those in positions of influence, to rise above indifference and actively take part in the building peace, restoring trust, and embracing hope for our common future. Platforms such as this, generously hosted by IPU and the Italian Parliament, are not only timely but vital. They provide the space for parliamentarians and religious leaders to engage in meaningful dialogue and to collaboratively reflect on our responsibilities. The role of religion in peace building cannot be ignored, and neither can be the role of parliamentarians in shaping national and international values. The Inter-Parliamentary Speakers Conference, ISC, which I proudly represent, recognize the profound importance of these initiatives. The ISC is an intergovernmental parliamentary diplomatic platform dedicated to fostering regional cooperation and dialogue among legislative leaders across the world. We dedicated to fostering regional cooperation and dialogue among the legislative leaders across the world. We value the upholding of democratic values and religious freedom and fully support IPU in convening forums like these, which encourage interfaith understanding, mutual respect, and inclusive policy making. Dignitaries, we must also acknowledge the difficult truth. Some armed conflicts have religious element. Whether distorted or misunderstood, religion can be exploited. This only reinforces the need for religious leaders to stand as a moral guides and for parliamentarians to stand alongside them. Across faith traditions, we find shared values such as hope, compassion, trust, dignity, and the sacredness of life. Let us reaffirm these values. Let us build the example that diverse communities can coexist peacefully, side by side, as neighbors, united not in uniformity, but in shared humanity. In closing, on behalf of the chairman of ISC, His Excellency Yusuf Raza Gilani, Chairman Senate of Pakistan, and I want to express my deep appreciation to IPU, the Italian Parliament, and all the participants here today. I affirm our continued commitment to working with all the partners, secular and spiritual alike, toward a future grounded in trust, peace, and hope. Thank you very much.
David Agius, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Malta. Thank you.
Dear President, dear Chair, fellow parliamentarians, esteemed guests, never as today, our communities, our towns, our cities, our nations are a shared space of people with different backgrounds, be it a national, ethnic, cultural, or religious. The movement of people has increased drastically, and this brings an increased mixture of people with different beliefs sharing the same land. Freedom of religion or belief is at the heart of our democracies and our sense of identity. Safeguarding this right increases mutual understanding and respect, helping to increase the resilience of our societies to polarization and act as a barrier against violence and hatred. It is primarily the duty of governments and us as parliamentarians to prevent and protect people against violence and attacks based on their religion or belief, or any other aspect of their identity. We therefore must work hard to prevent intolerance, violence, and discrimination on the basis of religion or belief. We must therefore legislate to prevent and protect against attacks directed at persons or groups based on thought, conscience, religion, or belief. I come from Malta, a small island in the middle of the Mediterranean, which has experienced an increase in its population due to a large number of migrants coming to Malta to earn a living. This influx consists of people coming from all over the world. They bring with them their language, their culture, their social background, their beliefs. People from Europe to India, from Bangladesh to South Africa. We politicians then need to pass laws through our parliament, but written laws, though they are important, they are not enough. They do not count if they are not implemented in a proper way. And we parliamentarians have a crucial role in seeing that what is written on paper comes to life and is therefore implemented in an effective way. It is very positive for the IPU to come up with this initiative and organize such an event which puts into practice the noble effort to dialogue, to discuss how we can build trust through our faith. We have had enough conflicts in which religions are used as a weapon of confrontation. It should be the other way around. Religions should serve as a catalyst for peace. Therefore, through our parliamentary work, we need to reaffirm the importance of mutual understanding and dialogue as the basis of any functional society and interpersonal relationship. This is the best way that we can build trust and fight discrimination on all levels. We are here as we truly believe that dialogue is the key to improve our mutual understanding. We as parliamentarians, together with our spiritual leaders, have a duty to do this in order to embrace hope. Hope for our common future. Thank you.
Now we have Marietta van der Tol from Cambridge University. Welcome.
The almost compulsive tendency to fall back on simplistic dichotomies is a reflection of our need to exist as moral beings and to be recognized as such, and of our inability to relate to the complexity of our existence. Dear colleagues, as a scholar of politics, law and religion, I have studied how constitutional repertoires are weaponized against Muslims, Christians, LGBT people, by both the political left and the political right. In my book, Constitutional Intolerance, I have documented how this is facilitated by parliaments, by invoking the will of the people to discredit proper democratic procedure, by sidelining the rule of law, and tweaking the interpretation of constitutions to suit political needs. Such practices hollow out our sense of what it means to protect our common life. Religion is often conscripted for the purposes of democratic backsliding and even fascism. As a scholar and as a Christian, I think it is important to stir up conversation about appropriation of religion by the far right, about the ethics of transnational alliances between Christian organizations and the far right, but also to engage in discourses within Christian traditions and to refresh our intellectual engagement with human dignity, democracy, and good governance. Over the past 5 years, more than 300 scholars and practitioners from over 50 countries have come to Oxford and Cambridge to participate in the Political Theologies conference series. In this time alone, the Russian aggression in Ukraine, the war in Gaza, and the rise of authoritarian politics in the United States, as well as various attacks, terrorist attacks by Christian extremists, have compelled us to look inward and reflect on the way in which Christian traditions are complicit or contribute to political violence. Our approach is to talk across political context, across religious traditions, and even across generations. This makes it easier for everyone to engage in critical reflection. We talked about Bucha, about Srebrenica, about Gaza, South Africa, about the Holocaust, the Holodomor, and many more atrocities. Around the table were Russians and Ukrainians, Israeli and Palestinian scholars, ready to have the difficult conversations that can be had in so few places today. And we have made humble beginnings at extending the conversation to other religious traditions, especially Islam and Judaism, and we welcome those of you who want to be part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gospel tells us as Christ suffered death alongside a murderer and showed him mercy. A commitment to our common life and our common future means to walk alongside each other in circumstances of pain and victimhood and in circumstances of shame and falsehood. Many of us know how to blame other countries, other religious traditions, and contribute to polarization. But few of us know how to make sense of our own guilt and how to come alongside those who may or may not recognize their own. Dear colleagues, it's my sincere hope that our deliberations will produce not only lofty words and ideals, but also the moral courage to practice them for the future of our common life. Thank you.
Grazie. Adesso Maddalena Muccioli, member of the Great and General Council, San Marino.
Mr. President,
Dear colleagues, authorities, friends in faith and dialogue, with deep respect and gratitude, I extend heartfelt thanks to the Italian Parliament, the Inter-Parliamentary Union and Religions for Peace for making this second parliamentary conference on interreligious dialogue possible. This conference opened under the high blessing of the sacred word and the spirit, that word that consoles, unites, heals. And that spirit that has also inspired the greatest witnesses of dialogue, such as Pope Leo XIV, whose voice, at the same time firm and merciful, reminds us that peace must be disarming and disarmed, humble and persevering, and must be engraved in the soul of people and in the heart of institutions. The Republic of San Marino has always walked through this path. Since our origins, our history has not known religious wars, religious persecution, or discriminatory laws in the name of faith. Our commitment is not only theoretical, but has always translated into tangible and universal gestures. A concrete example is represented by the monument of the three monotheistic religions, dialogue. A work of art and peace that places on the same level the three sacred scriptures of the three Abrahamic faiths, kept together in perfect balance as a sign of mutual respect and possible coexistence. An installation that was born precisely on the occasion of the 17th anniversary of the Council of Europe, after the cave of interreligious prayer and the sculpture Different Equal, for the promotion of dialogue between people and cultures. The monuments are not merely symbolic and isolated gestures. They are part of a coherent target that has involved and still involves institutions, bodies, associations, and figures of great sensitivity and vision who have become true promoters of cultural and diplomatic initiatives that have led San Marino to speak to the world of interreligious dialogue as path to peace. Faced with the atrocity we say today, the role of parliaments and believers is clear. Raise your voice, open the way to dialogue, protect those who have no voice. Precisely for this reason, we are convinced that education for peace, freedom of belief, and the promotion of ethical leadership are the three fundamental pillars on which to build a concrete hope. And we, as parliamentarians, have the duty to safeguard them. Today, San Marino renews its commitment in this direction. It does so by sharing its history, its thousand-year-old freedom, its symbols, its example, and it does so with humility, knowing that we are a small state, but with the firmness of those who believe that even the smallest voice, if it tells the truth, can change the destiny of many. We chose dialogue, and with it we chose peace. Thank you.
Grazie. Leo Igwe, board member of Humanist International. Push button.
Push again.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, once again, thank you for the opportunity to intervene and address this important assembly. Humanist International is an umbrella organization for individuals and groups, humanists, atheists, nuns, and those who describe themselves as non-religious or non-theistic. We are those people that faith traditions rightly or wrongly describe as non-believers or infidels, even though we humanists have our values and we have our beliefs. Humanists and people without faith has often been mischaracterized, misrepresented, and excluded. And this misrepresentation has been used to justify hate, abuse, persecution, forced conversion, and holy wars. As shown in this report, in many countries, humanists cannot participate in interfaith dialogue because to participate in dialogue, the existence and rights to life and freedom of religion or belief needs to be recognized and respected. People who openly and publicly express their non-belief in God or Allah are considered mental health patients and taken to hospital for treatment. People who profess non-religious beliefs are treated as criminals and terrorists and are prosecuted, jailed, or killed. Distinguished delegates, I'm an atheist, I'm not a terrorist. While Humanists International welcome IPU's commitment to inclusive interfaith dialogue, many humanists view interfaith dialogue with skepticism because there are laws in our countries that undermine trust and free conversation. To strengthen trust and facilitate dialogue, humanists urge the IPU to deploy parliamentary democracy against blasphemy and apostasy laws, which are too often used to undermine the freedom of religion or belief of atheists and other minority and belief groups. Parliamentarians should rally against the use of racism and Islamophobia to censor and limit legitimate criticism of religion and persecution of non-believers, apostates, religious orders, critics, and dissenters. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah Rafni Manusdal, member of Alþingi, Iceland.
Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, it is an honor to address this conference on interfaith dialogue at a time when global challenge tests the very foundation of our societies. Today we are called upon to strengthen trust and embrace hope. Dialogue between people and different faiths, beliefs, and convictions is not a luxury. It is essential for peaceful coexistence and social cohesion. I am a member of the Parliament from Iceland, a country that places human rights, gender equality, and freedom of religion and belief at the heart of the democratic values. Our Constitution guarantees every person the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, including the right to adopt, change, or renounce one's religion belief. These freedoms are also protected through equal treatment of religious and life-stance organizations, ensuring state with support without preference. Iceland's approach is inclusive and rooted in fairness. Faith-based and secular worldviews coexist peacefully, supported by framework that priorities equality, dialogue, and the rule of law. Religious education in Iceland focuses not on doctrine, but ethics, critical thinking, and respect for diversity, enabling our youth to grow into empathetic and engaged citizens. Yet, like all societies, we are not immune to discrimination, social tension. That is why the Icelandic government continues to address issues of inclusion, especially concerning minorities, women, and youth. The intersection of religion, gender, and equality, particularly important in Iceland. Iceland has made clear commitments to protect the rights of all, regardless of belief, background, or identity. Parliamentarians, we carry a unique responsibility. We shape the legal frameworks that protect fundamental freedoms, but we also shape public discourse. Our words, our leadership, and our willingness to engage with all parts of society, including religious and belief communities, will determine the strengths of the democracies. Let us reaffirm today that trust cannot grow without respect, hope cannot flourish without justice, and peace cannot endure without inclusion. Let us work together across faiths and borders to ensure that every person can live in dignity and freedom. Iceland remains committed to dialogue, cooperation, and the promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies. Thank you very much.
Backroom Abdullah, member of Senate, Uzbekistan.
Assalamu alaikum, distinguished participants of the conference, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. One of the fundamental principles that reflects the essence of a democratic and the rule of law state is the guarantee of freedom of conscience and religion. The Republic of Uzbekistan, remaining committed to the norms of international law and its constitution, is consistently pursuing a policy aimed at protecting the rights of believers, strengthening interfaith harmony, and preserving the secular nature of the state. Distinguished heads of the delegation, since 2021, Uzbekistan has implemented a revised law on the freedom of conscience and religious organizations, which has become a key milestone in the legal regulation of this sensitive yet critically important sphere. The law enshrines the core principles of freedom of conscience, the indismissibility of imposing religious beliefs, equal conditions for all confessions, and the prevention of destructive religious ideologies. Today, 2,373 religious organizations are officially operating across Uzbekistan, including 2,174 Islamic organizations and 199 of other faiths. The registration of new religious organizations is ongoing. In recent years, 62 new associations representing 5 different confessions have been registered. A unique platform for interfaith dialogue is taking shape under the Committee of Religious Affairs, a council of religious confessions operators comprising not only religious leaders, but also public and political figures, scholars, and experts. This allows for a unified voice of all religions on matters of peace building and tolerance. In this context, particular importance is attached to the concept of ensuring freedom of conscience and state policy in the religious sphere. Adopted on February 25, 2025, this document defines the state's key objectives and priorities, including support for believers, protection of human rights, and active counteraction against extremism and fanaticism. Our country demonstrates great respect for the religious sentiments of its citizens. Official celebrations include the Day of Friendship of Peoples and the International Day for Tolerance. Outstanding citizens representing various religious communities are awarded honorary badges such as Friendship of People, and Religious Tolerance. Efforts are ongoing to study international best practices in ensuring the rights of believers, including those first outlined in the Marrakesh Declaration. An important initiative was the organization of the International Forum, Dialogues of Declarations, attended by numerous foreign religious leaders and experts. In 2022, the Bukhara Declaration was adopted, a document normally recognized by the 76th session of the UN General Assembly. It was translated into all 6 official UN languages: English, Arabic, Spanish, Chinese, Russian, and French, and circulated among all UN member states and specialized agencies. The declaration became a significant step in promoting freedom of religion, religious tolerance, and dialogue among civilizations. The second round of this forum is planned to be held in Tashkent in September 2025. Distinguished colleagues, Uzbekistan's religious policy is founded on the principle declared by the President of our country. In the name of the individual, in the name of their future, this is a path of humanism, enlightenment, and mutual respect. We finally believe the respect for religious sentiments, openness, and mutual understanding among faiths are the keys to stability, prosperity, and peace. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie. Fuzi Salim, member of the House of Representatives, Libya. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
May the peace of God be upon you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to be with you today in this conference for the interfaith dialogue. We meet at a time where the need is increasing to emphasize and ensure peace and tolerance in a world suffering from upheavals. We would like to extend our thanks to the Parliament of Italy and to the IPU for this occasion, for the good organization and the good hospitality.
Thank you very much, go on.
Again, Assalamu alaikum.
May the peace of God, His blessings and mercy be upon you all. In the name of God, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor and pleasure to be with you today in the second conference for dialogue between parliamentarians and religious leaders, as the need is arising and increasing to work for peace and tolerance in a tumultuous world. We would like to extend thanks to the Parliament of Italy, the IPU, and the Organization of Religions for Peace for this conference, and we wish you all success. The topic of this conference is very timely. It is a call to address the increasing challenges that threaten international peace, namely armed conflicts, hate speech, divisions, and extremism. Ladies and gentlemen, as we meet today under this umbrella of dialogue and peace, we cannot overlook what the world suffers from. We mentioned specifically the suffering of the Palestinian people. This is unbearable. This is a violation of all norms and compacts. We witness violence, killing, and deportation, where we believe that this will lead to a very treacherous grounds. We have to use all the tools available, namely the religion and dialogue, to embrace peace and to banish war. We have to emphasize the meaning and the values of mercy and dignity, and to revive the universal conscience against hegemony and dominance. We believe that religion, when used as a spiritual and moral value, it can address the gaps among cultures, and it can help build bridges. Ladies and gentlemen, the commitments will not be sufficient if we are not breaking beyond prototypes or rigid words. We have to emphasize that peace and stability can be ensured through institutions that complement all other efforts to work together, all parties to respect human dignity. Our historical responsibility makes it incumbent of us to be the bridges and to the source of understanding that we all have to stand against division and threats. Thank you.
Now is Roba Putri, member of the House of Representatives, Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, esteemed religious leaders, and honored guests. My name is Irina Yusiana Roba. I'm the Vice Chair of the Committee for Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation of the Indonesian House of Representatives. It is a privilege to join this dialogue where parliamentarians and faith communities come together to discuss how we can strengthen trust and embrace hope for a shared future. But before I proceed, I would like to respond to Mr. Alex Sobel from UK Parliament. What you have stated regarding the human rights situation in Papua is an unfounded accusation. I deeply regret that a forum intended to seek shared solution for peace is being used as a platform for propaganda that undermines sovereignty of our nation. This is not the appropriate venue to discuss the issue of Papua. I strongly object to your statement. And now let me continue my speech. As a member of the Indonesian Parliament, I affirm that dialogue between parliamentarians and religious community is a vital part of our democratic and pluralistic society. In Indonesia, such engagement is practiced through interfaith forums, community outreach, and inclusive policy making, which reflect our national value of Pancasila and Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. This dialogue strengthens trust, protect minority rights, and promotes harmony across our diverse nation. Trust is not built overnight. It requires consistent engagement, inclusive policies, and a commitment to justice. In Indonesia, where religion coexists alongside local belief, our parliament plays a crucial role in ensuring that religious diversity is protected and celebrated. In Indonesia, we have undertaken efforts that align with the principle of the Marrakesh Declaration to ensure legal protection of religious minorities and foster inclusive citizenship, which is the foundation of a peaceful society. The effort we have created are legislative safeguards. We have enacted laws that guarantee religious freedom and protect minority communities from discrimination. However, legal frameworks must be continuously strengthened to address emerging challenges. Interfaith collaboration. Parliamentarians actively engage with religious leaders to foster dialogue and prevent sectarian division. Faith-based organizations are the key partners in promoting peace and social cohesion. Education and awareness. Misinformation and prejudice often fuel distrust. By integrating religious tolerance into educational curricula, we empower future generations to embrace diversity rather than fear it. Hope is the antidote to division. In a world facing rising intolerance, economic uncertainty, and environmental crisis, faith communities and political institutions must work together to inspire collective action. As a parliamentarian, we have the power to shape policy that foster trust and hope. But beyond legislation, we must lead with empathy, engage with faith communities, and champion inclusivity. Let us commit to strengthening dialogue, embracing diversity, and ensuring that our shared future is one of peace, dignity, and mutual understanding. Thank you.
Adesso abbiamo Paolo.
We now give the floor to Paolo Salvini, member of the European Parliament.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished parliamentarians, religious leaders, representatives of civil society. It's an honor for me to take the floor during this discussion. I'm taking the floor as a member of the European Parliament and as a member of the Political Network for Values, a network bringing together political representatives and civil representatives of over 40 countries with a common will to defend human dignity, non-negotiable principles of society and religious freedom. In a world afflicted by division and war, we have the difficult duty of having a dialogue and building fraternity. It is our duty to work so that we can recognize the values that unite us. We have the duty of recognizing the value of human life from conception to natural death, to defend the weakest and to underscore the limits that no one can cross, including those who think that they represent a more evolved or more democratic society. We live in a world in which often there is a strive towards homologation, which eliminates specific traits and characteristics. We live in a world which exalts consumerism and the superiority of our desires. We live in a world in which some would want to impose a single way of thinking, which attacks life and wants to eliminate those who are seen as being superfluous. It attacks the family as a founding cell of society. It undermines the personal and sexual identity of people, and it promotes the ideology of waste. I don't think any of this is the correct way forward to unite and to create unity. We are all linked to the history of our land, the characteristics of our peoples and families. We are all different, and these differences have to be protected and preserved. I am a Catholic, I am Italian, and I am rooted in the tradition of my people and my faith. I am proud of this, and I pray every day that I can honor those who preceded me. My main mission, therefore, is that of being the custodian of Europe's Christian roots and to defend its values. At the same time, each and every one of you is proud of who he or she is, what you represent, what makes you different from others, and it's fair. What do we have to unite on, therefore? What is it that truly unites us, allowing us to look in the same direction? What is the real crisis we're experiencing, especially in the West? We have forgotten where we come from and where we have to try to go towards. We have chosen to live a horizontal life, one without any transcendental meaning. We are going through a huge spiritual crisis, which made us forget the principles which, above and beyond time and space, are the foundations of community, which have to be defended and promoted. The tradition according to which everything converges towards a single point. Our sources, our roots aren't only linked to our land, they are especially linked to the heavens, and therefore in a time of hate and division and of all sorts of material revolutions, we have to build together the most important of revolutions, the revolution of our hearts. And we have to remember that we all have a memory of the absolute within ourselves. Only then will we be able to build a society based on peace and fraternity. Only if we turn our hearts towards the heavens from our respective starting points, but with the same and highest goal. Only then will we be able to avoid useless wars, defend the weakest and the oppressed, and guarantee peace and justice by tapping into that truth which prevails over all. Thank you.
Carmen Cincelli, member of National Council, Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear human beings from all over the world, it is an honor to speak here in Rome, a place that stands for the cultural and spiritual history of Europe. As an Austrian, I bring with me a clear message. Dialogue across cultures and religions is important, but only if it's honest, principled, and grounded in reality. Austria, like all of Europe, is built on a foundation on Christian culture. This heritage is not only part of our past, it remains the framework for our freedom, our institutions, and our sense of community. Defending and preserving this cultural identity is not only a national responsibility, but also a contribution to international stability. Cultural roots give societies orientation and strength. Interreligious dialogue must therefore begin with respect for ourselves and for others. And multiculturalism means acknowledging and accepting these differences. Sigmund Freud, father of psychoanalysis, introduced a concept, the name is the narcissism of small differences. I'm convinced that our similarities are greater than our differences. So tolerance is not about giving up who we are, it is about standing firm in our values while recognizing the legitimacy of others doing the same. Austria has a long-standing relations with moderate Muslim countries, and we will welcome sincere cooperation with those who seek stability, mutual respect, and peaceful coexistence. We run an own department, Daniel, for international protection of persecuted religious minorities in our federal chancellery. So let me be clear, we reject all forms of religiously motivated violence, just as we reject political ideologies that preach hatred, dominance, or submission. We also change the notion that radical change is inherently dangerous. In fact, radical change, when understood in its original meaning of addressing issues categorically is violence. We reject categorically this violence, whether it comes from religious fanatics or from ideological extremists. Violence has no place in civilized societies. No place. As parliamentarians, we must not be naive. We must promote cooperation where possible and merge much stronger together, but also draw clear lines. Dialogue can't replace the need for clarity. Peaceful coexistence is only possible when all sides respect basic civilizational standards, the rule of law, freedom, and the sovereignty of nations to protect the cultural identity. So in this spirit, I look forward to continued exchange with your partners from all over the world and make new friends on the basis of realism, mutual respect, and shared interest in a stable future. Thank you all.
Soltani Bouguerra, member of Council of the Nation, Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings of peace and conviviality from Algeria. I extend thanks to Italy, the hosting country, of this interesting and very rich dialogue. I have listened very carefully since yesterday to all speakers. I felt as if I am in an open temple where everyone is pleading for dialogue, peace, banishing hate, ensuring a better world for the upcoming generation, and living in a tolerant world. I heard many loud voices calling for the protection of the right of minorities to worship. And when it comes to defending the human right to life, these voices become very low. The right of a human to life comes before worship. We can't live without religion. One atheist speaker said, "I do not believe in God. This is his right, and there is no enforcement in beliefs." We cannot stand silent before a people that is deprived of all forms and rights to light, suffering from starvation and war, when we stand here instead to talk about the protection of minorities. Entire families were eradicated. Ladies and gentlemen, if I am to summarize, I can say that what we have been saying today is limited to a few ideas: dialogue among all parties in the world, coexistence, rights and responsibilities, calling for peace, justice, ensuring confidence and trust, protecting the minorities, the values, fraternity, no violence, working for a better future for all, respect for all faiths and religions based on citizenship rights. Let me take you back 10,000 years. We were one person. This land was empty. God, in his mighty will, created Adam and gave him Eve. He taught them a language, and a test took place in heaven, in paradise. One tree that should not be touched, the tree of violence, intolerance, arrogance, greed. These are all trees. They belong all to one tree originally. Adam failed to pass this test because he did not heed what God told him. Today, for the same reason Adam left paradise, we fight here today. We want immortality. We want to have more and more and expand. If we deal with the root cause, we will finish 80 to 90% of the problems we have today. We want to expand, to increase, and to be bigger and greater. God did not ask us what we think when we were created. It was possible that I would become Italian, sir. Had God created me in this land, I would have been sitting now today in your seat, and you would be in my shoes. We have not chosen who we are, where we're born, our parents, our race, our color, our language, or our religion. I was created Muslim, and you were created or born Christian, Catholic, or any other religion. Why don't you respect what God has given you? You fully understand that you will be liable and accountable for what God has offered you. He gave you a duration starting from birth, going to death. You are liable for what lies in between. You are responsible for human dignity as a human being. God says, we have created you male and female, and we have created you in tribes to know one another, to communicate, to live and thrive. This is why we're created, and for this we have to live and survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Ugo Carneiro, member of Assembly of the Republic, Portugal. There isn't? Okay. Papa Sarr, member of the National Assembly, Senegal. Hey.
Excuse me. Please.
It's okay?
Assalamu alaikum. Bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon, everybody. Parliamentarians, dear friends, dear colleagues, it is with pride that I'm taking the floor today at this important conference on interfaith dialogue. The topic of our meeting, strengthening dialogue for our common future, has deep roots in the everyday life of my country and its history. The history, sociology, and everyday practice of Senegal is a living model of harmonious coexistence between religions. A country with a Muslim majority had as first presidents of a Christian, Leopold Senghor, whose relations with the Muslim community was excellent, and this is the basis of our nation. Today, a Christian can hold the highest official positions, as is the case of our current Minister for the Interior. This represents the spirit of Senegal, which has been made through centuries of respect and tolerance. It is the religious faith is something which enriches and unites and not divides. This culture of opening is shown in our history. In 1855, Alvise Cademosto was really surprised of the harmony in Senegal. Everybody was invited to drink and to eat and to have a place to sleep independently of their race and religion. After Antoine Dalit, an observer of Senegal, can describe this as a constant sharing among all the people of Senegal. But apart from this historical reference, it's through social practice that this harmony is expressed. Muslims share the meat of Tabaski with their Christian neighbors, and Christians offer their traditional dishes on the same occasion with the Muslim families. These are gestures of neighborliness and affection. In many places in Senegal, Muslims and Christians lie in the same shared cemeteries. Our societies be able to integrate various ethnic and religious streams. As Sharon Debabo, a Senegalese historian from the University of Pennsylvania, has said Senegal's Islam is a mixture between African and Arab traditions, and it is based on mutual respect, which is rooted in our civilization, which allows us to live together harmoniously. Ladies and gentlemen, this Senegalese experience is something I share with you, a country where people are brothers and sisters, where religious differences provides greater richness rather than dividing. But in order for this interfaith dialogue to be sincere and to bring peace, it would be hypocritical to speak of peace between religions without considering the ongoing war between Israel and Palestinians, the growing tension between Israel and Iran, and more recently between Iran and Lebanon. These conflicts, beyond their geopolitical complexities, also carry religious impacts. We have to be brave enough to say that peace cannot be protected with bombing or prolonged occupation. We also need to help Israel not to be led down the road to militarist protection. The first action of interreligious dialogue has to be that of a firm condemnation of violence, because we who are in a situation of stability have the need to protect this paper, but also to tell the truth. When this is needed, we believe that the spiritual faith which characterizes Senegal can spread throughout the world.
Maria Valente, member of National Assembly, Angola.
Yes. Your Excellency, President of the IPU, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with a deep sense of responsibility and hope that I participate in this important parliamentary conference under the theme Building Trust and Embracing Hope for Our Common Future. We live in a time marked by cross-cutting challenges: social inequalities, forced displacement, climate change, ideological polarizations, and the worrying weakening of trust in democratic institutions. In such a context, interreligious dialogue emerged not only as a necessity, but as a moral and political urgency. As parliamentarians, we are entrusted with the mission of representing our people, legislation fairly, and exercising careful oversight of the institutions. But we are also guardians of social peace, promoters of cohesion, and mediators of hope. That is why we must work side by side with religious representatives and faith-based organizations, recognizing that the values of human dignity, equality, and mutual respect are transversal to the different traditions of faith and belief. We must reaffirm with conviction that freedom of religion or belief, including the right not to believe, is a universal human right. Where this right is denied, exclusion, fear, and violence flourish. Where it is promoted, dialogue, cooperation, and peace flourish. It is therefore our responsibility to ensure that our legislative systems combat intolerance, embrace diversity, and protect the most vulnerable, be they religious minorities, women, young people, or displaced persons. The Marrakesh Conference in 2023 marked a turning point. Today, here in Rome, We have the opportunity to consolidate this path, ensuring our parliamentary commitment in the values of fraternity, sisterhood, and universal solidarity. Let me conclude by stressing that our joint work must not be limited to reflection, but must translate into concrete action, education for peace, combating hate speech, promoting ethical leadership, and strengthening interinstitutional partnerships are paths that we must follow with determination. Let us, therefore, unite as true pilgrims of hope, placing human dignity at the center of our political decisions and building together a more just, more inclusive, and more human future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Rahman Rahmani, Speaker of Afghanistan Parliament. Okay. Cool. Yes.
Excuse me. We need the interpretation. Give us just 5 minutes. I have to go there and give him another 5 minutes. Yeah.
Sì, sì. Okay. Okay. I call you later. Okay. Now we have Pa Daly, member of Daly Etrian, Ireland.
Goramahagut, Don Cuirav, Portox, and Disporok Shaw in Unroiv. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this conference. The draft communique affirms that human dignity remains the foundation for peace, and we know from our recent history in Ireland that the challenges of building and sustaining peace is based on equality, respect for each other's traditions and language, and, as was said by Mr. Cassini yesterday, peace and community cohesion is not just the absence of war. We cannot bury the past without addressing injustice, truth and reconciliation, and it is for that reason that the Troubles Legacy Act was not acceptable to us. Other speakers have mentioned that this conference takes place at what seems like a crossroads in modern history, a time of widespread conflict where moderation, a rules-based international order based on respect, human rights, the principles of the United Nations and the very real climate crisis are disregarded in favour of bombast, dispossession, short-term political and financial gain. Language, too, has been appropriated, and the meaning of the right of self-defence of nations has been distorted to a concept which is Orwellian in operation, unrecognisable to lawyers and contrary to common sense. Altering definitions of language deflect from the real problems. War and the threats of war dominate the newsfeed at the moment, but while we have heard a lot of other conflicts, we have relative silence about Gaza and the West Bank, and people are reluctant to speak out. However, clear debate has been distorted, politicised and weaponised against civil rights campaigners, human rights defenders, to silence leaders and artists and musicians who campaign for the weak, the repeatedly displaced Palestinian people, and the campaign for silence is achieving its goal. No state should be immune from criticism. Powerful nations facilitate and other nations look the other way. But we must not be afraid to speak. We must not silence or be silenced. Faith leaders also have a duty, and as Cardinal Kukavad said yesterday, war in the name of a religion is a perversion. No war can be fought in the name of God. Christianity, Islam and Judaism demand justice, righteousness, humility, the common good, helping your neighbour. No God decreed that lands belonging to any particular tribe. No God requires dispossession or ethnic cleansing or starvation. Religious leadership has also a role to play in speaking the truth to power and to dialogue, moral guidance and protecting minorities, refugees and the marginalised. Reflecting and agreeing here gives us hope that the current chaos and shortage of such values from world leaders will pass. We can encourage dialogue, encourage justice, encourage real peace, and have the courage to challenge, to oppose, and to confront injustice. Because when injustice becomes the law, resistance is an obligation. Thank you.
Thank you. Azar Karimili, member of the National Assembly, Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Excellencies, esteemed religious leaders, dear colleagues. Much of the suffering we witness today, wars, division, and injustice, stems from our failure to embrace differences. The idea that everyone must think, believe, and live like me has caused immeasurable human pain. Azerbaijan offers another path. Even after the liberation of our territories from occupation, after our mosques, cemeteries, and homes were destroyed, and hundreds and thousands displaced, we choose peace over revenge. We extended a hand of peaceful coexistence. This is not weakness. It is strength, the strength to forgive, the courage to build bridges. While some still see religious diversity as a threat, Azerbaijan embraces it. We preserve the Armenian Gregorian Church in Baku, restore synagogues, Catholic and Orthodox Church, and even ancient Zoroastrian temples. At the same time, we have felt the deep loss caused by the destruction of our own religious heritage during occupation. That is why we know how sacred tolerance truly is. As historian Will Durant said, religion is not the source of morality, it is its assistant. Morality, compassion, and peace are values we all share across faiths and beyond them. That is why we believe religious leaders and lawmakers alike must stand united to defend freedom of belief, to reject hate, and to promote dialogue. Azerbaijan is ready to share its multicultural experience and to learn from all of you, because the world needs examples of understanding more than ever before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikola Lazic, member of the Serbian delegation to the Parliament Assembly of the Mediterranean. Hello.
Excellencies, honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, it is a pleasure to contribute to this important conference. I wish to thank the Italian Parliament, the Inter-Parliamentary Union, and Religions for Peace for having organized this event. The theme of the general debate invites us to reflect on the importance of interfaith and intercultural dialogue, to combat hate and violent speech, as well as the determinal impact of intercrising mistrust across our societies and government in order to find pathways to combat this trend. In a world plagued by conflicts, environmental degradation, security and natural resource, and depending social-economic divides, we must reclaim the foundation that binds humanity, our shared and common future. Since its establishment, PAM has been working intensively to foster dialogue across the Euro-Mediterranean Gulf regions, including in cooperation with religion leaders, serving as a unique platform where different political, religious, and cultural identities meet all on equal footing. Ongoing attempts to undermine democratic value and institutions cannot prevent our efforts to rebuild trust and reinstilling hope. The parliamentarians have a key role to play. In this regard, among other actions, PAM members are fully committed to implementation of the UN Pact for the Future, which recognizes the importance of religion in promoting social cohesion and intercultural dialogue, and also highlight the need to eradicate religious discrimination and advocate for tolerance, inclusion, and peaceful coexistence. To these efforts, the engagement of youth is crucial. PAM is working towards the establishment of the Youth Parliamentary Initiative. It is conceived as the forum aiming the gathering other existing fora, acting as a space for dialogue among parliamentarians, youth, and major stakeholders, including religious leaders, to address the challenges that new and future generations have been and will be facing. Thank you for your attention.
Now I think is ready the translation, so I call Rahmani, Speaker of Afghanistan Parliament. Thank you very much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
By the name of God, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests present at the Assembly. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer and to the representatives from various countries who have gathered here to foster unity and share beliefs among the different religions of the world. Solidarity amongst various religious beliefs greatly contribute to strengthening human relationships and showing mutual respect. The sacred religion of Islam, the Muslim community, and the people of Afghanistan, who I represent, have always shown respect to all religions and have stood firmly against terrorism, religious extremism, and ethnic and sectarian prejudices. I find it necessary to take this opportunity to share some key and fundamental points about the current situation in my country, Afghanistan, as well as the potential threats that could impact countries in the region, at the wider world, and the future. First, you are all aware that Afghanistan has been under the control of Taliban group for the past 4 years. This has led to the destination of the economy, the education system, and the closure of schools and university for girls and women, among other issues plaguing the people of Afghanistan into disappear and halting progress in their lives. I am pleased to be part of this gathering today where religious scholars from all faiths of humanity are present. I would like to ask them which religion or sect permits the deprivation of a large segment of society, normally women, from education, learning, and work. Unfortunately, since coming to power, the Taliban have deprived this segment of the population from the blessing of education and employment. My sincere request from this assembly, especially from the scholars of Islamic faith, is to hear our rightful voice and initiate Islamic religious dialogues with the Taliban to ensure the right to education and learning for Afghan women and girls and respected within the framework of Islamic principles, so that our Afghan sisters may continue their education and pursue their careers. Second, the migration crisis over the past 4 years has affected many countries in the region and the West. If this situation continues, illegal migrations from Afghanistan will significantly increase in the coming months, posing challenges beyond the capacity of regional and Western nationals to manage. This could also lead to severe border security threats and economic boundaries burdened for the host countries. On behalf of the brave people of Afghanistan and the National Assembly, I appeal to the participating countries, especially the Islamic nations, the Taliban allies, the Union of Islamic Religious Scholars, members of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the Muhammadiyya Religious Scholars Association, and the global community. While appreciating the organization of such an event, I must clearly state that the only viable path to addressing the legitimate demands of the Afghan people and the international community is through applying pressure and initiating necessary dialogues. The 21st century is a time for consultation, understanding, and in decision-making. The only way to rescue Afghanistan from its current crisis is through political dialogue, mutual understanding, and inclusive disclosure. The international community and peace-loving countries must compel the Taliban to engage in permanent dialogue and stand alongside the people of Afghanistan. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now is Christos Dermetsopoulos, member of the Hellenic Parliament, Greece.
Thank you, President. Distinguished colleagues, dear friends, I stand before you today not only as a member of the Hellenic Parliament, but as someone who comes from a region long shaped by geography, a meeting point of peoples, faiths, and histories. In Greece, and particularly in Evros, a border region in the northeast, the importance of trust and coexistence is deeply felt. Though often tested due to its geopolitical position, Evros also serves as a quiet but powerful example of harmonious interfaith living, where Christian and Muslim communities have coexisted peacefully for generations. In regions like Evros, interfaith coexistence is not a goal, it is a life tradition. And it teaches us that mutual respect is the strongest antidote to fear. Today, as we reflect on how to strengthen trust and embrace hope, we must recognize that these are not passive ideals. They demand action. Trust is forged through transparency, accountability, and the courage to govern not only for popularity, but for justice. It is built in how we legislate, how we protect minorities, and how we treat those who are different. Hope, too, is a conscious choice. It means believing in shared futures even when the present seems fragmented. It is sustained by educators who teach respect, by religious leaders who build bridges, and by young people who choose unity over division. But trust and hope remain fragile unless we embed them in the foundations of our societies, in our institutions, in our schools, in our political culture. In the Greek experience, and especially in places like Evros, we see clearly that borders may define geography, but they must not define our humanity. Dear colleagues, let us leave this gathering not only with shared words, but with shared commitments. Let us build nations that do not fear difference, but draw strength from it. Because trust is not naive, and hope is not luxury. They are our responsibility and our legacy. Thank you.
Thanks. Manzila Udin, member of the House of Lords, United Kingdom. No? Okay. Thank you.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellencies, distinguished and honorable friends, thank you for this honor, and I accept with gratitude in being able to address you. We are witnessing horrific acts of aggression, occupation, undermining basic rules of human decency in the hands of few, using bombs as claim to their rightful place in our world. Have we learned nothing from Hiroshima or the Holocaust? Amid this darkness, we stand at the precipice of also observing sacred intervention of young people who all over the world are audaciously resisting a narrative set by their leaders. Distress with what they regard as breaking a covenant of trust, abandoning principles of justice. Young people are being punished for observing their fundamental freedom and rights to protest. It is the young people who are standing in solidarity with victims of wars, climate justice, and peace, who can now be vilified for their acts of resistance on the streets of many global cities and on university campuses. If we are serious about their futures as next generation of leaders, we must stand with them, and it is our absolute obligation to do so. Here I wish to draw the attention, your attention, to the many decades of interfaith work in UK, which have developed over many decades. And we have defeated extremism by protest as well as at the ballot box. Faith leaders in the UK continue to overcome challenges to safeguard one another's rights. Unity will require affirmative participation of men and women in framing a new paradigm shift of justice, equality at all levels, more so that we live at a time where massive technological advance and revolutions are taking place, which makes access to information on their live stream easy. So we cannot ignore this, and we do so at our citizens' democratic peril. Noble friends, noble leaders, I speak as a mother of our children's anguish about their experiences and what they're seeing on their screens. They're searching for us in us, an explanation why some are valued more than others, some countries are afforded protection and not the others, and others can be destroyed at the behest of a handful of leadership hell-bent on destroying everything we have believed and everything we have held dear for generations. Young people are seeking in us to resolve some of the world's most compelling issues of security, justice, climate crisis, and peace. We must not dismiss their fears and desire for agency and hope. Young people are seeing our public silence as a crisis of moral compass. My friends, I stand before you today as a daughter who experienced war, a mother and a grandmother who is desperate for a safer and a world, and as a legislator with deep commitment to lead and make changes for a better world. This is my personal pledge, that together we begin to heal our fractured world.
Grazie, Mohamed Mekegwe, member of National People's Assembly. Algeria, please. 3 minutes.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم سيدات والسادة الحضور.
In the name of God, the all-merciful and compassionate, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be upon you. I'm very pleased to speak on behalf of the Algerian Parliament. I also wish to greet you on behalf of Mr. Ibrahim Boughali, President of the National Parliamentary Assembly, and also on behalf of the people of Algeria, which has written its history with the blood of its martyrs. We are here at an event in which we fully understand the meaning of that message. Despite all of our differences, we all believe in the value of dialogue, and we all wish to overcome barriers and build bridges. We also wish to reiterate that freedom cannot be achieved through slogans, but through law and through practice. Algeria is a land of coexistence and tolerance. And a neighbor, we still have Augustine's Cathedral, which allows us to understand the meaning of coexistence. And he himself was one of the most influential personalities in Christianity. Furthermore, we also have Abdelkader, the Algerian who supported many Christians and Jews in Syria, becoming a major symbol of tolerance. Tolerance in Algeria isn't anything new. It was built and included in our constitution under Article 51, which states that freedom especially freedom of belief, is to be upheld. The state, therefore, also wishes to protect all religious symbols, and not only through texts. Algeria has built a number of churches devoted to St. Augustine, Santa Cruz, as it also builds mosques. We also have a Ministry of Culture, which focuses on all of the cultures and religions present, not just Islam. In 2022, we passed Act 025, which aims to counter hate speech. We wish to underline the importance of dialogue. Unfortunately, many areas in the world are facing major challenges which go beyond cultural and religious values. There are entire peoples being killed. We are also seeing that the rule of law is being trampled. Dialogue can not only be measured through conferences or through our ability to travel from one country to another. We need to have a common stance when it comes to upholding rights and supporting the weakest members of society. What is happening in Palestine and Gaza isn't just a human tragedy. It is also a way of measuring the value we give to freedom and tolerance that we speak about so often. Churches and mosques are being bombed. Civilians are being killed. Children and women are being killed. And silence is not neutral. Ladies and gentlemen, Algeria has made an international appeal to create a World Coexistence Day, which should not be a mere symbol. These are ideals which have to be upheld. And we also have the UN Day dedicated to hope, which also started in Algeria. We have to continue countering terrorism and corruption. And we have a number of different religious symbols devoted to both Muslims and to other religions. We have to strive towards achieving real change. And finally, I'd like to reiterate my country's commitment under the guidance of President Tabou. And Algeria will continue speaking out to uphold peace, freedom, and hope. Thank you.
Grazie. Now is Hahem El Hadi, Baha'i International Community Representative to the Arab region.
Thank you. Madam President, Mr. Chairman, distinguished parliamentarians, esteemed religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to take part in this thoughtful gathering, and I extend warm appreciation to the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the Italian Parliament, and Religion for Peace for convening this important dialogue. As mentioned, I represent the Baha'i international community in the Arab region. As many of you have already observed, we witness today in the world fragmentation and longing for shared purpose. Gatherings such as this offer a glimpse of what becomes possible when lawmakers, faith leaders, academics, and civil society come together not simply to speak, but to listen with openness and humility. Yes, listen with openness and humility, a term that has been repeated so many times today. But friends, listening in this forum is not enough. The value of this forum lies not only in what we say here or what we hear here, but more in how we carry these encounters back to our own societies. The bonds we begin to form across differences must take root beyond these walls, and rather within the fabric of our own respective countries. Expressing support for coexistence is important, but alone it does not build social cohesion. Alone it does not build peace or save lives. Deeds, not words, will distinguish this gathering from those that came before it. The question we may ask ourselves is, what commitment can each of us make now? What commitment can we make when we return from here? What kind of experiences can we develop until we meet again? Can we have some kind of a scorecard, a barometer, for which we can commit, for which we can promise each other, for which we can promise humanity? Imagine that we reconvene here, maybe 24 months from now, each having held inclusive and sincere listening sessions, not here, but back in our own countries. Yes, it will take a lot of courage. It will take a lot of courage for many people here to break away from the norm and from social pressures back in our respective countries. Reaching out to those who have been marginalized, discriminated against, or even persecuted because of their faith will take a lot of courage. But how much richer would our exchanges be if we come back together after delivering on this commitment? The need or the ask that I'm requesting from each one of you here is to create space for listening, create space for strengthening social cohesion, and creating space for creating a spirit of fellowship across the spectrum of beliefs in your respective country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now we have Michael Cooper, member of the House of Commons, Canada. Michael. Push the button. Yellow button. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pull microphone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to make brief submissions about interfaith dialogue in the Canadian context. Religion and freedom of religion are interwoven into the fabric of Canada, in our culture, in our institutions, in our civil society. The Canadian Charter of Rights, which is part of Canada's Constitution, recognizes the supremacy of God and that everyone has the fundamental freedoms of conscience and religion. Unfortunately, in recent years, we have faced challenges in seeing that those fundamental freedoms are secured for all Canadians in the face of an uptick in violence, intimidation, and hate. Among the disturbing trends that we have seen as of late in Canada is the targeting of Christian places of worship with a wave of arsons since 2021. Over these past 4 years, more than 100 churches have been set ablaze and firebombed. And concerningly, very few criminal charges have been laid. We have also seen a significant and disturbing uptick in the rise of anti-Semitism, in which members of Canada's Jewish community have been targeted with violence and intimidation, and we have seen a most significant uptick since Hamas's genocidal attack of October the 7th. And let me say that the forces behind these disturbing trends are the antithesis of principles of tolerance, understanding, and pluralism. And so in the face of these and other challenges, it is essential that we build mechanisms and frameworks to build bridges across diverse communities, to promote understanding and to reconcile differences. And interfaith dialogue plays an integral role in the face of stemming polarization and extremism. Now, speaking as a Canadian Member of Parliament, I can say that our parliamentary institutions in Canada have done a relatively good job in facilitating dialogue and input from Canada's diverse religious communities. And I see my time is running out, so I will leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kofi Kouassi, Member of National Assembly, Costa d'Avorio. There isn't. Esben Larsen from the World Bank.
I think these are not there.
Okay. Monica Bartos, Member of the National Assembly, Hungary.
Dear Madam President.
Thank you.
Dear Mr. Chair, dear fellow representatives. In Hungary, freedom of religion has a long history, as Hungary was the first country in Europe to enshrine it in law in 1568. Christianity and Christian culture have been and still are a defining force in Hungary, as well as key contributors to the survival and identity of our national minorities. Our fundamental law recognizes the role of Christianity in preserving nationhood, but it also honors the various religious traditions of our country. All communities that define themselves as religious communities are entitled to constitutional protection. Religious communities and the state function separately, but can work together for the achievement of community goals. I believe that in my country, the Hungarian Parliamentary Prayer Group is a key means of building bridges between churches and stakeholders present in public life. The prayer group is a cross-denominational and cross-party community, a special space for listening and dialogue. It is present not only in the National Assembly, but also facilitates faith-based community building in several ministries and county municipalities. On several occasions, the prayer group has organized charity events and concerts hosting those most in need. Our guests come not only from Hungary, but from all over the world. The prayer group's mediation role is also evident in difficult political situations that may evolve with other countries and also in time of conflict. Even in the most difficult times, we have been and continue to be able to engage in value-based dialogue with everyone, be they politicians, religious figures, or any members of society. Several religious partners of the Hungary Health Program have signaled that major international aid organizations, including those with Christian values, are refusing to provide targeted and direct support to Christian communities in need, citing the principle of neutrality. This, in many cases, reinforces the discrimination that already exists against these Christian communities. The Hungarian Parliamentary Prayer Group has also been approached by people and communities abroad who have experienced this discrimination firsthand, and they have been very grateful that we have listened and paid attention to them. We often witness very painful conversation and common prayers. It is painful to see and feel the pain of those persecuted for their religion. Many of them only have a need to feel a spiritual connection to us and ask us to pray for them. The Hungarian Parliamentary Prayer Group and its members strive to live up to expectations and to build real bridges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Tiago Alves Pinto. There isn't. Pedro Comisario Alfonso. Okay. Ruben Emanuel. Guillermo Rodriguez, Paraguay. And the last, Kazimierz Judzowski, member of the Senate of Poland. Okay. President, we are finished? Okay, we have the next session at 5 o'clock p.m. for the closing ceremony. And now we can stop to take a coffee or tea on to go many walk. Okay? Thank you very much all.
Dear colleagues, we will now be hearing from the rapporteurs of the panels. The high-level panel addressed countering hatred based on religion or belief, de-escalating polarization, preventing dehumanization and religious weaponization. The rapporteur for this panel is Eminence Archbishop Angelos Coptic Orthodox Archbishop of London. I give the floor.
Thank you, Excellency. The report of the panel. Our panel explored the many ways legislators and religious leaders can serve as bridge builders between divided communities to promote peaceful coexistence and mutual respect. Based on reflections from parliamentary representatives, religious leaders, human rights experts, and youth activists, the discussion examined how collaboration across these sectors can de-escalate polarization, prevent dehumanization, and resist the instrumentalization of religion for political ends. Legislators and religious leaders both have unique forms of influence, one grounded in political mandate, the other in moral or spiritual authority. Together, they are well positioned to foster trust, uphold fundamental freedoms, and support the gradual development of more inclusive societies. Interfaith dialogue was identified as a helpful tool in promoting mutual understanding and countering fear and division, especially when guided by shared values such as human dignity, compassion, and responsibility towards others. Several contributors underscored that religion should not be compartmentalized from the social or political life of communities, particularly in regions where belief is integral to identity. Speakers also recognized that hatred on the grounds of religion or belief remains a pressing reality in many parts of the world, and highlighted the role of education on and for religions as a crucial step in addressing this challenge. Rather than seeing religion as a source of conflict, the panel highlighted its potential to inspire solidarity, ethical leadership, and long-standing commitment to peace. Cooperation between legislators and religious leaders was viewed not as a symbolic gesture, but as a practical necessity in societies striving for stability and cohesion. Participants emphasized that all collaboration must be grounded in honest, pragmatic dialogue. It requires setting aside political and doctrinal competition and recognizing the complementary roles each actor plays. Religious leaders were encouraged to offer clear and consistent moral guidance, while legislators were reminded of their responsibility to listen to all communities, not only those that reflect their own background or belief. The key theme was the importance of engaging young people. Sorry, I'll read that again. Our key theme was the importance of engaging young people, women, and minorities in these efforts. Intergenerational and inclusive dialogue was seen as essential to building resilience in societies facing complex challenges, from disinformation and socio-political fragmentation. Youth were described not merely as future leaders, but as current contributors to peace building, especially when empowered to shape narratives and take part in policy-making processes. In moving forward, the panel called for broader access to interfaith and intercultural dialogue, greater inclusion of marginalized voices, and stronger connections between local initiatives and global efforts. When legislators and religious leaders work together with sincerity and shared purpose, they can help shape societies rooted in justice, mutual respect, and lasting peace. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Panel 1 addressed advancing inclusive societies, ensuring freedom of religion or belief. The rapporteur for this panel is Professor Ahmed Shahed, Professor of International Human Rights Law in the School of Law and Human Rights Center at the University of Essex and former UN Special Rapporteur on freedom of religion or belief. I give the floor to him.
Thank you, Chair. The panel explored how parliaments, religious actors, and civil society can act in unison to advance freedom of religion or belief as a foundation for peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. Speakers emphasized that freedom of religion or belief is not just a legal principle, but a practical condition for development, social cohesion, and human dignity. Ensuring this right requires that parliamentarians adopt a holistic approach that integrates gender equality, addresses intersecting forms of discrimination, and respects the dignity of both individuals and communities, whether religious or not. Panelists highlighted the interconnection between freedom of religion or belief and all other rights, and all the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as critical role in preventing exclusion, coercion, and violence. They called on parliamentarians to use their powers to review laws through a human rights lens, invest in policies that foster inter-community trust, and support peer-to-peer learning initiatives. Religious leaders and actors were recognized for their unique capacity to model coexistence, counter fear, suspicion, and religious supremacism, and build resilience when they engage in dialogue, cooperation, and joint humanitarian action. Examples from Ethiopia, Indonesia, and Morocco showed how inclusive local initiatives, training of faith leaders, and collaborative efforts between the state and religious communities can heal historical divisions and promote mutual respect. The discussion also explored tools such as the Faith for Rights Toolkit, which enables a participatory and effective soft law approach to tackling root causes of human rights violations, including media incitement and gender-based discrimination. Youth inclusion, education in religious and indigenous spiritualities, and an effort to ensure that religious texts are interpreted in ways that align with human rights standards were emphasized as key strategies to minimize the high costs of hate crime, counter extremism, and foster unity in diversity. To turn principles into progress, participants urged parliamentarians to join platforms such as the International Panel of Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief, IPP-FORB, integrate freedom of religion or belief across policy domains, and champion inclusive dialogue at all levels. Concrete steps include investing in community building initiatives, embedding freedom of religion or belief in national development agendas and education systems, and ensuring all voices, including women, youth, indigenous peoples, and all minorities, are heard. In a time of deepening divisions and multiplying conflicts, advancing freedom of religion or belief is not just a matter of justice, but of building a common peaceful future grounded in dignity, trust, and hope. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Panel 2 addressed promoting ethical leadership at all levels, investing in education for peace. The rapporteur for this panel is Dr. Fadi Daou, Executive Director of Globetics.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, the voice. Probably you have to change the place. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You want me to be standing?
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. So this panel explored the intersection between ethical leadership and peace education as essential pillars for just, inclusive, and cohesive societies. Speakers from diverse regions and sectors emphasized that leadership grounded in values such as integrity, accountability, inclusion, and solidarity must be nurtured intentionally through education, executive training for faith actors and leaders and MPs, community engagement, and personal examples. In a time marked by conflict, polarization, and loss of trust in institutions, ethical leadership is not a luxury, but a necessity. It must be practiced at all levels, political, spiritual, educational, and social, and grounded in service to the common good. A recurring theme was the importance of peace education as a foundation for ethical leadership. Indeed, education must promote value-based learning, foster critical thinking, and equip individuals to resist manipulation, hate speech, and division. Formal curricula that include ethics, religious literacy, and media literacy were seen as vital to accomplish this effort. Speakers also warned against the instrumentalizations of religion to justify violence, especially in nowadays context. They understood the need for leaders who promote coexistence, uphold dignity, all human dignity for all, and listen with humility. Peace, they argued, does not emerge from declarations, but from a consistent commitment to dialogue, empathy, listening, capacity to compromise, and shared responsibility. Several examples were shared on national and grassroots levels to institutionalize peace education and develop value-driven leadership. This included leadership training for young people or executive people, educational programs focused on reconciliation and human rights, and proposals for dedicated institutions and agendas to advance ethical leadership. Across the board, panelists stressed the urgency of investing in young people as agents of change and the need to create inclusive spaces online and offline where all feel respected and heard. The discussion also emphasized that ethical leadership begins with self-awareness. Participants spoke of the need to educate future leaders not only in governance or law, but in how to live together, how to serve, and how to lead with compassion. Leadership, in this view, is not about holding power, but about inspiring trust and guiding others through complexity with courage and principles. The final message of the panel was clear. Education is the seedbed of ethical leadership, and every individual, regardless of role or background, has a part to play in nurturing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel 3 addressed interfaith dialogue for the inclusion of women in public life. The rapporteur for this panel is Honorable Cynthia Lopez Castro, Senator of Mexico and President of the IPU Bureau of Women Parliamentarians.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cassini, and also I want to congratulate you for this great initiative and make it possible the second parliamentary conference of interfaith dialogue. I know that it was your idea, Mr. Cassini, so I want to congratulate you because it was a great and amazing conference here in Rome. Also, I want to congratulate and thank you the Parliament of Rome and the Speaker, the Parliament of Italy and the Speaker of Italy for all the support in this interfaith dialogue. So the panel examined the role of interfaith dialogue in promoting the inclusion of women in public life. We need more women in public life. Now we are the 27% of women in parliaments, and we need more representation in more roles in the world. So I expect that from this conference we will continue working and have more women in participation, more women in parliaments, more women raising the voice, more women in the debate, and more women leading our countries. So I would like to make the report. So as of January 2025, women hold the 27% of parliamentary seats globally, up from 30% in 2000, so it has been increasing. In parliamentary elections held across 59 countries in 2024, women accounted the 26.7% of those elected elections. So while this marks progress, the speakers underline the limitations of representation in the absence of real influence or protections. Quotas, legal commitments, and gender-sensitive mechanisms remain essential for addressing this imbalance and protecting women's access to public roles. A recurring theme of the panel, panel number 3, was the impact of violence, including online gender-based violence, which often targets women in politics. So on top of this, disinformation and digital harassment has pushed some to resign from elected positions altogether. So this is a very important topic that we raised in panel number 3. A lot of women in politics resign because of harassment, because of political violence, and sometimes we don't know what to do, we don't know how can we continue, and sometimes the only way is to drop politics and go out. So my main message from panel number 3 is to strengthen all women that are here to continue working, to continue fighting, to continue doing our job in politics, even though we have violence all the time and it's more affected women. So that was one of the topic. Also stressed that women of faith were already leading with their communities. So their presence in interfaith dialogue is not just a matter of justice, it's also a question of visibility and influence. So when we exclude women for the conversation, we are not having a total conversation with gender perspective. We need more women leading also religious institutions. We need more women participating in religious topics in the world. We need more women leading organizations, because if not, we are not doing the things with gender perspective, and we need women in the table. So that's our conclusion from panel 3. Also, another key concern was the under-representation of women among those invited to participate in interfaith forums. So indeed, religious leaderships remain predominantly male, so limiting both the scope and the legitimacy of such dialogue. So the panel called for a deliberate broadening of participation to include female faith actors and subject matter experts. Representation must also translate into meaningful engagement, and women must be taken seriously when we speak, and not just to invite to fill quotas. We need to be an actor. We need to be very active in the interfaith dialogue. So the panel concludes that the inclusion of women in both in political and in religious life is essential to build more and just cohesive societies. Interfaith dialogues can serve a powerful level, but not only active, includes women as equal participants and leaders. So I repeat it again and again, without women is not a fair dialogue in the interfaith dialogue. Without women is not fair a political dialogue. Without women, we are not promoting gender equality. So our conclusion is to keep going, to continue fighting all women. Is not easy in any country in the world. Now, in 194 countries in the world, we only have 18 presidents, women, or prime ministers. So we need more women leading countries. We cannot be only the 11% of the world leading countries. I feel very proud that in Mexico we have a woman president after 200 years. And also I see some countries here that have a woman president, but we have to continue working very hard. And also, we cannot be half of the population and just be representing the 27%. If we are half of the population, we need 50% of women in parliament. So let's keep working on that. And just congratulate President Tulia, that is the 3rd woman president of IPU that has been doing a great work. So President Tulia, congratulations. And in Italy and in all parts of the world, it's time for women. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for you. Very nice, like usual. Panel 4 addressed fostering solidarity and action for people in vulnerable situations. The rapporteur for this panel is Claire Thomas, Executive Director of Minority Rights Group.
Thank you, Chair. This panel explored how parliaments, religious leaders and other stakeholders can work together to promote solidarity and concrete action for people in vulnerable situations. And we paused on people in vulnerable situations, not vulnerable people. And the point was made that everyone can be vulnerable, everyone is vulnerable, and everyone could potentially be vulnerable, and paused on that point. Speakers stressed the importance of including marginalised groups, such as Indigenous peoples, displaced populations, persons with disabilities, and religious minorities, both in emergency responses but also in long-term policy planning. They called attention to the suffering of the civilian population in Gaza. This was a really urgent case requiring international attention, requiring a ceasefire and immediate humanitarian access. and urged participants to move beyond abstract references to peace and coexistence and instead focus on tangible political and humanitarian action. A recurring theme was the importance of bringing religious voices into global policy agendas. Religious actors and communities are often the first to respond in a crisis, and they're also often the last to leave. Yet their role is frequently overlooked in development frameworks. The panel underscored the value of structured partnerships between parliaments and religious institutions, with an emphasis on transparency, mutual respect, and shared goals. Participants called for a deeper engagement with faith-based actors to deliver social services, spiritual care, and community cohesion, particularly in those contexts where state institutions can really struggle to reach those in need. Speakers also challenged the idea that charity alone is sufficient. They argued for a more integrated approach that balances compassion with long-term empowerment. This includes recognizing the dignity of work, promoting economic inclusion, and ensuring equality and access to education and healthcare for all. At the same time, they warned that modern systems, including global education, artificial intelligence, can perpetuate Western-centric norms and threaten diverse cultures and traditions if not approached thoughtfully. Several overlooked or underrepresented groups were identified, including indigenous peoples who are often labeled as poor despite their resilient and incredibly valuable knowledge systems. Also, young people facing chronic unemployment, pensioners living in precarious conditions, and people with disabilities were highlighted. Pause on the people with disabilities point. 10% of the world's population, but they often don't appear. And everything my colleague just said about women, you could also say about people with disabilities. Does your parliament include 10% of members who are people with disabilities? Did your delegation to this conference include 10% of people with disabilities? If you're a religious actor, does your religion really go the extra mile to make your services, your events and your materials accessible to people with disabilities? So maybe just think about that. The vulnerability of minority cultures and spiritual traditions was also noted, with participants calling for recognition of non-Western forms of knowledge and belief. This panel emphasized the need for comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation. There was a call in this hall, in this chamber yesterday, for inclusion laws. We kind of have them. They're called comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation. And this can be a cornerstone of national efforts to ensure equity and social cohesion. Such legislation is essential not only to prohibit direct and indirect discrimination across all sectors of life, but also to create the legal tools necessary for redress and accountability. Participants also stressed that without clear legal frameworks to combat systemic bias, whether based on ethnicity, religion, gender, disability, or other status, efforts to focus solidarity risk remaining aspirational. Robust anti-discrimination laws help shift societies from tolerance to genuine inclusion and equal participation. Finally, the panel concluded that the most powerful contributions religious leaders and legislators can make are those that focus on people who are left behind. Solidarity must go beyond coexistence. It requires trust, teamwork, and the political will to embed law in policy and practice. All religions, as well as atheist philosophies, converge around shared values of compassion, justice, and human dignity. These values must be the foundation for concrete, coordinated efforts to ensure no one is excluded from the benefits of development or denied their fundamental rights. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, rapporteurs, for your reports. I congratulate you on the high quality of the panel. It's my pleasure now, before presenting the outcome document, to give the floor to Martin Chinkong, the great Secretary General of Inter-Parliamentary Union, and I want to thank you and all the assistants that they worked very well in this occasion. And obviously I want to extend my gratitude to the assistant of a parliament in Italy, it's a Senate and Chamber of Deputies. Martin, give it the floor.
Thank you very much. I will allow myself to call you Pier Ferdinando Casini, because you're a very good friend of the IPU and myself. You are honorary president of the IPU, and it was so refreshing to see at the podium here the honorary president of the IPU and the incumbent president of the IPU chairing these deliberations. It speaks volumes for what we're all here to do. I would like also to recognize the speakers of parliament. Of course, I recognize President Tulia Action. I recognize the speakers of parliament present here, all members of parliament, representatives of faiths and beliefs who have joined us in this very important conference. I recognize our partners, including those of the United Nations and other and civil society organizations. And please, I am so moved when I see this diverse group of stakeholders meeting in these hallowed precincts of the Parliament of Italy. It is an honor for me indeed to address you as we close the deliberations of this second conference on parliamentary interfaith dialogue. We have just had very illustrious personalities report on the deliberations that have taken place in the various sessions that have taken place during the past 2 days. And I believe that the magnificent surroundings in which we have met in plenary and in the committee rooms have lent themselves to very fruitful deliberations, very substantive deliberations, as you have heard from the reporters that have presented reports of the outcomes. And it's heartening for me personally to hear, for the most part, that we all share something in common. We recognize that there are problems in this world, and that is an understatement. We just need to see what is happening in the world today, a world embroiled in turmoil, a world embroiled in conflict, crises of every manner. But what is reassuring to me, ladies and gentlemen, is that there are still voices of moderation and reason. While the world is burning, is on fire, those voices are convened here by the global convener of parliaments, the IPU, to reflect on how we can jointly work to quench the fires that are out there. And I want to salute your commitment to that cause. But let me also use this opportunity to thank the authorities of the Italian Parliament for offering to host us in these wonderful precincts. I want to add my voice once again to what my colleague Cynthia Castro-Lopez said in congratulating you, Pier Ferdinando, on your vision and leadership. As I speak here, I remember that day in 2023 when I came to pay a courtesy visit to you here. I was on another mission here, and we sat in your office, and you told me, Martin, I would like for us to have the second conference on interfaith dialogue here in Rome. And before I could answer, you had picked up your phone and called Monsignor Fisichella, say, oh, we have the Secretary General of the IPU here, and he has agreed for us to hold the second conference here. So, So it happens. I think it portrays the person you are, action-oriented. You don't dilly-dally, you go straight for it. And I think that what we have achieved in these past 2 days lends credence to your leadership and vision, and I want to salute that. As I also stand here, ladies and gentlemen, I am reminded of what the new Pope, His Holiness Pope Leo XIV, said at the very beginning of his papacy. And he said that for him, peace is foremost among his priorities. And he has insisted, he has emphasized that peace is not merely the absence of war, but a personal effort that comes from the heart. I think we can draw inspiration from the visions of both Popes Francis and Pope Leo and conclude that hope is a prerequisite for peace. At the IPU, we continuously and consistently emphasize the importance of dialogue in building peace. But dialogue only works if the participants enter into it from a position of hope and trust. And it only works if it is inclusive. I think we had a reference to that. If it is inclusive of women, Cynthia, I think you'll be very happy about that, of young people, and of those in marginalized or vulnerable situations. Dialogue relies on finding a connection between the interlocutors, a mutual understanding, common ground, and a shared perspective. I hope that these 2 days have provided an opportunity for everyone here to find those links and build those bridges. I should not say I hope, I have just heard you say that we have been able to achieve that understanding from what the rapporteurs have said. In the coming year, the IPU membership will be formulating its next 5-year strategy for the period from 2027 to 2031. I have been very discreet and silent during these 2 days because I've been sniffing around to get as many ideas as possible so that I can fit this into the deliberations that would lead to a new strategy. And I think that we come away with a wealth of such ideas. I know for certain that the IPU strategy will always be anchored in parliamentary diplomacy and dialogue as envisioned by our founding fathers. And I'm sure that the importance of the cooperation between parliaments and representatives of religions, beliefs, and faith-based organizations, as exemplified by this conference, will continue to be recognized by the whole IPU membership. We have strenuously stressed that parliaments cannot work in a vacuum. They need to reach out to a whole ecosystem of stakeholders around them, and religion and belief leaders and organizations are a key piece of that puzzle. As has been emphasized time and again over the past 2 days of this conference, more than 80% of people worldwide identify with a religion, which means that we have our work cut out for us. Since the first Parliamentary Interfaith Conference in Marrakesh 2 years ago, we have pursued our work in religious engagement on many fronts. In addition to the second part of the parliamentary report on religion and belief, which, Madam President, you launched this morning, we have indeed been involved on many fronts. We have organized several webinars and side events at our assemblies, even dipping our toes into the world of podcasts. And I think my friend Thomas Fitzsimmons, our Director of Communications, will be very pleased about that. This week, our first podcast on interfaith dialogue went live as part of the IPU on Air series, featuring 2 MPs and interfaith champions you have also heard from at this conference. And throughout all our work on peace, security, and parliamentary diplomacy, we are at pains to emphasize not only the religious dimensions of conflict, but also the potential role of religious engagement in fostering peace. In addition to building bridges and fostering dialogue, I hope that this conference will also have provided impetus for parliamentarians present to take concrete actions at home. The Rome communiqué, which will be presented shortly, sets out a series of such actions, and I would not like to go into it. I don't want to reveal the secret. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, and I believe the presenters of this outcome document will be able to give you details of that foundational document. But I believe that it is inspired by the spirit of this Jubilee year, and it covers a diversity of issues, including the need for parliamentarians and parliaments to adopt legislative provisions to protect freedom of religion and counter hate speech, enhancing parliamentary mechanisms for interacting with religious and faith-based actors, supporting peace education, ensuring the meaningful engagement of women and youth, and actively engaging in parliamentary and multi-stakeholder diplomacy. Let me conclude by expressing one hope, and that is that our partners outside Parliament can also draw lessons from the communiqué and take corresponding actions within their communities and organizations. I, above all, hope that everyone here will leave this conference with a feeling of hope and inspiration for the work ahead to nurture and strengthen their respective constituencies and the links between them in the interests of peace and prosperity for all. I want to be reminded of what I think has happened here, and that is that there have been voices that have been made loud and clear that we should be making more noise when it comes to pushing back on extremism, those extremist tendencies that are intended to cause strife and conflict in the world today. We need to muster that courage to fight back on these negative trends if we can hope to bring about a more peaceful world. So I hope that we can take with us that resolve as we go back home. And since I like to act as an insurance salesperson, I want to say that the next great opportunity for us to continue this laudable work will be the summit of the world's top legislators, the World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, which will be taking place in Geneva from the 29th to the 31st of July this year. It will be an opportunity for speakers to address the challenges that are facing the world today, and hopefully will be resolved to contribute most robustly to solutions that will help make this world a better place. So I note that there have been several speakers in this meeting here. I still see them around, many of them are my friends. And I hope that if you have not planned to come, this particular conference in Rome will be added encouragement for you to book your tickets and come to Geneva. I'm sure you'll have a good time there. So thank you very much for this opportunity to address you.
Thank you very much, Martin. It's a pleasure now to present the outcome document, the Rome Communiqué, alongside Ms. Fernanda San Martin Carrasco, Director of the International Panel of Parliamentarians for Freedom of Religion or Belief and former Member of Parliament of Bolivia. I give her the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We parliamentarians from around the world gather in Rome for the second Parliamentary Conference on Interfaith Dialogue, organized by the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Parliament of Italy, with the support of Religions for Peace. This conference builds on the Marrakesh Communiqué of 2023 and takes place during the year of the Jubilee, called by the late Pope Francis. We meet amid global uncertainty, conflict, and rising polarization. At this critical time, we reaffirm our shared responsibility to work across political, religious, and cultural divides to promote peace, dignity, and justice for all. We reject the misuse of religion or belief to incite hatred or violence, and we are deeply concerned about narratives that discriminate or dehumanize based on religion or belief. Instead, we affirm that interfaith dialogue, rooted in human rights and dignity, is a powerful antidote to hatred and polarization. Trust and hope are vital to this work. Trust in institutions, between communities, and in leadership helps build social cohesion. Hope grounded in justice and inclusion sustains our belief in a better future. Interfaith dialogue is a powerful tool to prevent division and build a shared future. We recognize the value of parliamentary and religious diplomacy in fostering dialogue, cooperation, and trust between communities. Both parliamentarians and religious actors are responsible for advancing justice and fostering solidarity. Ethical leadership is essential to building peaceful and resilient societies. Parliamentarians must uphold democratic values and inclusive governance. Through their lawmaking, budgetary oversight, and representational roles, they must protect the human rights of all, including those most at risk. We emphasize the importance of peace education and inclusive civic spaces. We reject discrimination justified in the name of religion or belief. And we affirm the equal participation of women in political and religious life. We further acknowledge the indispensable role of faith communities in supporting people in vulnerable situations. Finally, we recognize young people as agents of peace and shared future. Their full participation in shaping our societies is not only necessary, it is urgent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The document so continues. We encourage all parliaments to undertake the following action. Strengthen provisions for freedom of thought, conscience, religion or belief, and other human rights in law and in practice, ensuring equal treatment and protection for all. Counter hate speech, polarizing and dehumanizing narratives, and the weaponization of religion or belief by speaking out against toxic language, promoting inclusive public discourse, and adopting measures that punish advocacy of hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence, while protecting freedom of expression. Counter digital threats to democracy and human dignity, and promote responsible use of digital platforms and AI by advocating for robust regulation that ensures these technologies uphold democratic values and respect for human rights and protect public trust. Foster ethical leadership rooted in justice, integrity, humility, and the common good, ensuring transparency, accountability, responsible governance, and service to the public. Establish or enhance parliamentary bodies and mechanisms dedicated to interfaith dialogue and promote engagement with faith actors. Support peace education initiatives, including through dedicated curricula that promote inclusion, empathy, critical thinking, and respect for human rights. Engage with faith actors in the process of addressing areas of possible tension between religions and human rights. Ensure meaningful and inclusive participation by women and youth in political, cultural, religious, social, economic, and public life, and take firm action against gender-based discrimination and violence. Participate in the IPU campaigns for promoting equality and the empowerment of women and youth. Safeguard civil space and engage with the civil society to co-create solutions to societal challenges. Protect and respect places of worship. Engage with the IPU's work on religion and belief as a platform for parliamentary engagement on interfaith dialogue. Enhance parliamentary and multi-stakeholder diplomacy, as recommended by Action 55 of the Pact for the Future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful to give the floor to our President, and I wanted to say thank you very much with the heart.
Dear President Casini, the Secretary General of IPU, Mr. Martin, honorable speakers, colleagues, parliamentarians, distinguished representatives of religions and beliefs all around the world, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends. I want to begin by saying that it has been a very moving 2 days for me. To sit in this historic building with about 650 delegates from almost 100 countries and 26 religious leaders or leaders of different beliefs. Especially at this time when we have all discussed yesterday and today, and we have taken note of what is happening in different parts of the world. These are turbulent times in our history. Knowing that some of our delegates could not be here with us to mark this historic event because of conflicts, because of what is happening in their countries. I must say that despite these truly difficult times we are living in, it has been life-affirming to sit here these past few days and to hear how brothers and sisters of all ages and professions, rich and poor, from all over the world, are working tirelessly to create societies that are inclusive, rights-based, and which celebrate diversity and human dignity. Standing up for equal rights and dignity for all is always an act of courage. even more so when we are surrounded by polarizing, divisive, and even dehumanizing narratives and complex conflicts. So let me begin by thanking all of you for your efforts. I would like to invite you to show some appreciation for yourselves, dear colleagues, dear friends. And for the efforts also of our peers who were able to address us in the plenary, but also address us in the different panels which we have had the reports. An applause for them, please. Dear colleagues, dear friends, in my closing remarks, I want to bring us back to why we were here, or why we are here. Why we, the IPU, together with the Parliament of Italy, which has opened its debating chamber and extended its hospitality to people from all around the world, along with our partners, Religions for Peace, and others, why have we convened this conference? And why you, dear colleagues, dear members of Parliament, and esteemed delegates, have traveled so far to be with us? I firmly believe that it is because we see the pain of our world. We see division in our societies. Some of us are feeling bold, others powerless. But all of us are concerned and have expressed our commitment to playing our role in creating a better world for everybody. We come here today to say yes to dialogue, despite the differences. Yes to dialogue, despite the difficulties that the world is going through at the moment. Yes to dialogue, because without it, we lose the foundation of what makes us human. I am reminded of the scholar, Martin Buber, and his famous book, I and Thou, where he says, through the thou, a person becomes I. Our humanity is defined by our relationship with others. Also noting what Dr. Al-Nuaimi from the UAE said earlier here, that hate is a crime, and hate is a serious crime for us. And we had also a chance to hear from the rest of you. I may not have the time to quote what everybody said, but just a few statements that were given in the course of these 2 days. One of us said, dialogue is the respect for diversity. And another said, peace is based on justice. And another said, justice must be absolute. And he said, if it's selective, it's not justice, and it cannot deliver peace. Colleagues, dialogue and fraternity needs each other. And dialogue is also the foundation of a vibrant and resilient democracy. We came here today, political and religious decision makers, civil societies, and others, a snapshot of the human family, because we believe that addressing our current challenges requires decisive action from all of us, from parliamentarians with their legislative power, as well as from all parts of society, including official institutions, religious beliefs, and faith-based civil society organizations, and the academia. Times of crisis and uncertainty especially call for solid leadership to bring people together around a common vision of the future. We must reach on each other and help those mostly in need. We must conquer with a faithful hope. Religion and belief can be uncomfortable bedfellows, but they don't have to be. how we manage these relationships or leverage the potential power that they have, ladies and gentlemen, is with us. Dear colleagues, as we discussed earlier, that ignorance is an enemy of peace, and thus I have faith that we have committed ourselves to work together to educate our communities so as to promote mutual respect and dialogue for peace. Moreover, colleagues, we have heard important and very moving good practices during the general debate. And these last 2 days, we have explored religious and political engagement in different policy areas, upholding freedom of religion or belief and the rights of religious minorities, promoting ethical leadership and education for peace, the importance of fostering solidarity for people in vulnerable situations, and working for the inclusion of women in public life. This comes significantly since the IPU's priority theme for this year is advancing gender equality. It is my sincere hope that we can leverage the relationships we have, or new ones born in these last few days, to continue to work for peace, democracy, and human rights. We should ensure that we eliminate hate speeches as we go back to our dear lands, our countries. We live in a time where we need to do more with less. Dear colleagues, the IPU's superpower is its capacity to convene, and our doors remain open to all of you, to all people of goodwill. But the expertise, that comes from you. Let us add to our pleas for dialogue, therefore, an invitation to partnerships for the achievement of common goals, and be part of solutions, not problems, by being the change you want to see in this world. Having said, by being the change that you want to see in this world, I want to quote the famous statement which I usually like to use every time I get an opportunity to speak. The former president of South Africa, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, once said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." And then former president of the United Republic of Tanzania, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, once said, "It can be done. Play your part." Colleagues, be the change that you want to see in this world. It is possible if you commit to the cause. And yesterday, we had the opportunity to also listen to different speakers who addressed us. And I'd like to particularly use the words that were used by the Archbishop Angelos yesterday. He said, "Do what you can in the best way possible. You will always be blamed. It is a thankless world, but even then, play your part. It is possible, it can be done." Thank you. I'd like to conclude my remarks by expressing my deep gratitude to the Parliament of Italy and the Senate as well for hosting this historic conference and for facilitating tomorrow's audience with the Holy Father, Pope Leo XIV. I would like to thank all those who made this unique event a reality. Some of those were mentioned by Cynthia, and others were mentioned by the Secretary General. So I agree with all that you said about whoever has put a lot of effort into making this conference a possibility and a success. Colleagues, I would like to also register my special appreciation to the IPU Secretariat. I think you all agree, they are good organizers. So an applause for them. And the entire team, being led by the Secretary General himself, of course, he talked about other people, but he's doing a good job, and his entire team. So Ambassador Anda, thank you so much. I wish I could mention all of you, but I think you can stand, those of you who are in the room, so that we can clap. Yes, thank you so much. You have done a good job. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Colleagues, I would also like to specially thank our partner, Religions for Peace. I believe they are in the room as well. They can stand, and we applaud them. They are good partners for this cause. Thank you so much for working very closely with IPU and ensuring everything is in place. Now I'd like to also register our appreciation. All of us here, we wouldn't be able to understand each other if it weren't for the interpreters. Interpreters, thank you so much for the good work that you have done. You have been interpreting correctly every word that has been uttered here, however difficult our accent is. So we really appreciate your good work. Now, the room attendants, colleagues, they have done a good job, and applause for them. And of course, we have been well treated here. We have had nice teas, nice breaks, and we have had a good lunch. So thank you so much to the caterers as well. So we appreciate you have fed us well. And now, I would like to specifically thank all the staff at the Parliament. You have done a good job. We really appreciate it. And one of them is standing here, so you can see how he's ensuring that I don't fall. So please clap for them. Thank you so much for always being here for us. Well, yeah, he's here. I can see people looking for he's here. So, and of course, all your organizations. I know they have worked very hard to ensure the logistics are in place for all of you to be here. We really appreciate every single person who is here, and time allowing, I would have mentioned each one of you by name, but time wouldn't allow me, so please accept the IPU's appreciation for your coming, because if you weren't here, we wouldn't be saying this conference is a success. Thank you so much for coming. And now, colleagues, here we have talked about the honorary president of IPU, who happens to keep IPU very close to his heart. So he's still serving as president of the IPU group here in Italy. So thank you so much, Mr. Casini, for having given all those years for the cause of IPU. And now that we are discussing peace here, you're part of this. You will go in history as a person who pulled the IPU to come here and have this very useful conversation. Thank you, Mr. Casini. But having mentioned Mr. Casini, I would like to also thank Mr. Mauricio Lupi. I don't know where he is seated. Oh, he's there. Thank you so much, Mr. Mauricio. I know he's the president of the IPU group here in Italy, but you serve as vice president. So whenever he's so busy, you have always stood in. And even here, when he stepped out, you came here to preside with me. So we really appreciate also the effort you have put into this. Thank you for your sacrifices. Colleagues, now I would like to close this conference with a sincere hope for peace. Peace in our hearts and peace in our world. Peace in the world is predicated on peace in our hearts. We all know you cannot give what you don't have. When you have peace, you can give peace. Please fill your hearts with peace so that you can make the world a better place, so that you can make the world peaceful by giving the peace that you have in your heart. Share your peace with your neighbors. Share your peace with the world. Colleagues, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow at the Vatican. Thank you. Prego. Shukran. Gracias. Merci. Arigato. Asante sana.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President.
To speak Italian in the final speech. Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your sensitivity. Thank you for making yourself available. Thank you for choosing to host the second Interfaith Dialogue Conference here during the Jubilee year. Thank you. Thank you also to Martin, our Secretary General. And I too wish to thank Anna Philip very much for her extraordinary work in working so hard during the entire conference. I also want to thank Maurizio Lupi as Deputy Chair of the Inter-Parliamentary Group, but also as Chair of the Jubilee Committee for Parliamentarians. He worked with me so that the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies could host this conference. And allow me also to thank the entire Inter-Parliamentary Group team, beginning with Mr. Sordello, and also special thanks to Consuelo Amato, the Deputy Secretary General of the Chamber of Deputies. Please stand up. This meeting of ours was wonderful, and I'm sure that our meeting with the Holy Father tomorrow will be just as wonderful. We're all very different, and we sometimes get angry at each other. We don't always agree. We argue sometimes. That's what we do in parliaments. We're not always entirely open to one another, but we do respect each other, even when our ideas differ. We respect one another. That is the deepest meaning of a parliament. Being parliamentarians doesn't necessarily mean we have to agree always, but it does mean we always respect one another, even when we disagree. I think what we have achieved is very important. This final document, I think, is a list of sorts that all parliaments should adopt to foster a fruitful interreligious dialogue, so that we can counter a common enemy, which is hate and discrimination. Let me leave it at that. Let me conclude by thanking all of you, along with the city of Rome, this extraordinary city, which is a city of the encounter between different religions and cultures. And I do hope you will be able to enjoy the city, despite how hot it is, although many of you come from cities which are even hotter than ours. And I do hope you'll be able to enjoy the city. As usual, before we conclude, let me leave you with some practical suggestions. For those of you who want to come to the audience tomorrow, with our buses, we still have some available seats. We'll be leaving at 7:45 to go to the Vatican. We've had a number of reservations, but I'm sure that there are others still who want to come with us on the bus. And then, those who want to attend tomorrow evening's show at 9 p.m. in St. Peter's Square, there will be a very important musical show with some very important musicians. Again, you have to reserve your seat. Of course, this is just a way of ending with some practical information. Thank you very much indeed to all of you. Thank you, Tulia, once again.
Vedi, così.
That was fast.
Non ti sei